I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you step like a fool? Step for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you step like a fool? Step for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 85. And so it's funny, you know, whatever happened over the past week is funny, but no, it's no laughing matter. But we laugh out anyway. So because that's the only way to live our life. And the situation report, the SIPREP has been published around 3 hours ago, I think around there. No, so yeah. So for those that have not watched it, watch it later. Don't watch now, no, because now we're gonna do open mic. So I'm not sure if I wonder if my mic is better if I put it a bit further. Because sometimes I listen back to the recording, seems like I'm a bit loud. Like, I think this is better, right? No, if I put it too near, you know, it doesn't look good. You know, look very gay. So anyway, okay. Now what I'm gonna do first? I'm gonna test the audio first. Give me because we don't want to do the open mic, right? Yeah. Andy Thomas is right. No, this one. Yeah, if we didn't laugh, yeah, that's exactly the why I crack jokes when I do Ukraine war reports, because maybe some of you guys may not know. No, in the first half a year to 1 year of the Ukraine war, I got so disgusted by the war that because I live very near to one of the Singapore's major military air base. So we have F-15s always fly overhead, and I used to love the F-15s flying overhead. But during that first year of the war, I literally find it disgusting to hear the fighter jets, sonic booms, or the sound of them flying, because that every time you hear this sound, someone dies. By right, in Ukraine war, when they hear a fighter jet, someone dies. And so, yeah, but after that, I got numb, just like everybody. So, yeah. So by the time Israel Gaza war happens, I'm numb. Yeah, whatever, man. Because people don't watch DPA, that's why people die. So okay, we're gonna do some testing for the open the text to voice, text to speech. I'm not sure you guys prefer the girl or the super macho one. I think I go back to the super macho one. So I think the super macho one more ridiculous. We can do without the super deep one. I just do it with the deep one. So this is a test. I'm gonna see whether you guys can hear it, because this setting I cannot do while we are running the open mic. I will get lost. I will be unable to set up the audio settings. Okay. I bet you can't hear that now. So let me switch to okay, settings, audio. Okay, and which one is this? It should be this one. And then I got to change, and then oh my god, so complicated. So give me a while. So please don't be angry that we take a bit of time to set this up. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me turn off this. Oh, did I muted myself? Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Because I restarted the app. Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Testing. That's okay. Select this effect. Can you hear the super chat? Let's try. Sound setting. Yeah. So this one I output put to this one, and then this one output put to this one, and then you should be able to hear it now. Good. Can hear now the super chat. I bet you guys can hear. So because based on my experience, let me see. Let me test again. Yeah. I think you guys can hear. Right. Good. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Okay. So I'm going to drop the link to join the DPA Open Mic, and it's going to be so as the usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple DPA's platform on Twitter, Telegram, Twitch, YouTube channel on the DPA Open Mic channel, and the Rumble DPA Open Mic channel. So let's drop it in. Okay, so I have dropped the link to join on the live chat of the YouTube, and then I'm gonna drop it in Rumble. And let me. Okay, I've dropped it the link to onto Rumble as well, and I've pinned it as well. I've pinned it on YouTube as well, and I'm going to drop it into Twitch. Although most people don't really watch on Twitch, we have a very tiny audience on Twitch, very, very tiny, like 1 or 2. Unable to pin. Yeah, Suda. Okay. So meanwhile, while people are still coming on, oh, I got blood. Yeah, it's the CIA, and the CIA is here. Oh, CIA. Yeah, CIA got the phone. Hi.
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, but I need to put on my earphone. Oh, I can hear myself.
Can you hear me good? No echo.
I can hear you, but I can hear myself. Okay. So let me do my settings. Speaker. I'm gonna pick to my ear. Oh goodness, what is this? Okay. Communication view, earphone. Ta-da! Okay. Do you want to try again, Vaughn? I don't. Testing. Vaughn is lagging so badly. So hello? Vaughn, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
But I can hear myself, Vaughn. Yeah,
I'll leave and come back.
All right, good. You check your settings because I can hear myself. So I can call back to my monologue. So I've done I have actually tried doing some changes. I post a lot of videos over the past 48 hours ago. And it didn't do well because how the algo work. All the videos start to fight each other and eat each other up. Yeah, so that's that. The experiment failed. So so I still thinking how I should publish my videos. I may start another new channel. I'm thinking about it. Just to put news and then get a totally new audience and but that's dreaming. I'm just let's not talk about that. Let me think. So no one want to come on today. I think everybody's watching the Euros, but cannot be. I have 100 over people here. So the Donald Trump Biden debate, I have put up a video. I'm not sure you have saw it. Is quite interesting, and the fallout is really bad. Like I was watching another podcast. It's called All In podcast. All In have 4 millionaires, influential people, and they talk about it. It's really they really are unhappy. Like they have 2 of them that is Democrats, and they're really not happy with whatever they are seeing on the debate. It's a huge disappointment, and they feel that the Biden performance clearly shows that Biden is not in charge, in their opinion, in the All In podcast opinion. And they say that if this guy is at this kind of level, clearly he's not deciding, then who is actually running United States? Who is actually in charge? And one of these answers is that no one is in charge. And it's actually quite scary. Right, Yvonne? Your country have no one in charge. Yeah, you're muted. You have no sound. I think you're muted.
Huh?
Yeah, how come every time you press mute, you're lagging though? You're not muted now, but you're lagging.
Let me switch up.
Yeah, today's open mic is just me and Vaughn, trying to fix the audio system. So it's funny, but it's no laughing matter. You see, it's a very smart title. No, it fits everything. So yeah, so and it was an interesting way of looking at the situation, because for me, I support Trump. So it is clearly that whatever Biden is saying and what Trump is saying, I already know what they say. I know who is lying, because I also follow US politics pretty closely. So and Biden is is usual. He still make things up, and and hope that people do not research, do not remember, and they're just quite sad. And most surprising thing for me on the Trump side is that he's so presidential. Like, I have never seen Trump this level of presidential. Like he know what to say, because before that, just a few days before the debate, he was actually on that All In podcast, and he was very presidential as well, because he was talking to business people. So as a result, end up, he's like, he don't have to banter, he don't have to know game, don't have to know politics. He just talk like a normal business to business people, and it was so presidential. And this way of talking carry on into the debate stage, and it was amazing. So and I think CNN's decision to mute the mic plays into Trump's favor. So that's something to know. And so we have Euro in, and Von is back.
Hi.
Hi, Euro.
Do I sound okay now?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. I have popcorns too, but I can eat it when I'm mute.
I have French fries. I have some cold French fries. This was my dinner, but I didn't finish.
They're good if they're soaked in a ketchup,
Yeah. I'm the vanilla type. I like to eat without sauces usually. Oh, we have someone said that he will still vote for Biden. Good job. I will just show you. Go Biden.
But I have a better description of the presidential debate from Alexander Dugin. It's he says it's so immature, like two Beavis and Buttheads discussing, debating, and it shows immaturity and who's really wanting to lead the world, right? Immature people leading the world. Both of them want to lead the world. So, I mean, they're both immature. I mean, this one is baby, another one is not far off. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, in a way, if I get what you're saying, I mean, you gotta, obviously Biden's not making any kind of decisions at all. Maybe his favorite ice cream, he gets to pick that or something. And obviously the people making all these decisions as far as Ukraine, what they're doing support-wise, supplying, what they're encouraging. I mean, it's pretty obvious it's amateur hour, or just like they picked the worst people from the war college with the lowest scores or whatever. And there's been reports about a lot of civilians in the government kind of micromanaging stuff. And then if you look at the diplomatic side, I mean, the way they lash out and they do petty things like in the sanctions, like the other day, I think they announced that they were going to sanction basically like some guy, the shaman guy, the rock, pop star in Russia, like, Russia's Justin Timberlake, Russia's, Lady Gaga, and some actor, and then like two guys that might have been affiliated with the government in some way. But it was like, that's the kind of stuff they do. And then meanwhile, Lavrov and them are cutting deals with the Saudis or talking to people. Even if they don't get anything, at least they're, attempting to make inroads or make a deal or come to some kind of understanding or clarification. Whereas it seems like our side's always like just doing stupid little shit, one-upsmanship. And I think it kind of does make it look like it's kids and amateur hour, not serious people.
but it's always administration that implements whatever decision comes from the president, no matter if that the president, there's nobody is charged in the United States. But it's not only how to say that presidents are incapable of leading the U.S., let alone the world, but the administration that they are infighting over the loot, right? That's what they do basically, and the Democrats and Republicans are basically kind of infighting on some points and agreeing on some. So they basically dividing the loot.
So I will push back a bit, because we must first understand what's the job of the US president. Even though we say that he runs the country, but what he don't actually do the admin work. He actually make decisions. So he talk, he make decisions, he make deals. And Donald Trump basically have all this, because that's how he managed to become a billionaire. Basically, he know how to manage, he know how to manage the people, he know how to make decisions. He have good sixth sense. His sensing is not bad. Even though, but he's not a politician. That's why he's not a lecturer. He can't talk that well, but he know how to talk to normal people, and that's how he talk. If you see how he talk on stage and all those video footage of him talking to the people, it's exactly the same. That's exactly how he talk to normal people. That's exactly how he talk on stage. He's just not a politician. That's all. And he know how to make deals. I think making deals is the most important thing. Not just political, internal US politics, but also making deals with other countries. And I think in his first term, he shows that he can make very good deals with North Korea, with Russia. He basically make all the deals and push things to happen. Even though he get demonized for it. Like for example, he pushed NATO to spend the money that they are supposed to spend. During those days, Russia was not a threat. Everybody ignore him, say that his threat about leaving NATO is so evil. He's an asshole, whatever. And in the end, what it turns out that he's correct. And it was also because Donald Trump pushed them to raise their budget to the 2% mark for military spending, and it was actually increasing year by year slowly. It's like they have to plan forward. So the 2% point was like many years ahead. And by then they were actually planning ahead to grow the budget, and as a result, they matched it just in time for this Ukraine war. So we can argue about how immature he seems, but immature person become a billionaire. If a mature person, not even a millionaire, I'd rather be an immature person. Correct? Upgrade, correct?
Give me that cash. I don't care.
Yeah, no. Who?
That's easy. That's easy. You have to be ruthless and lose any morality. That's very easy. So, depending on what you choose. So,
you have to remember he also said get rid of NATO, right?
He said if NATO don't play their part, then NATO should disintegrate, because no point. Because his complaint was that NATO is fully powered and funded and run by United States. He feel that is not correct. But however, that is exactly what the deep states want. The deep state wanted that because they can control Europe in that way. But that's not what Trump thinks. Trump thinks like, this is an alliance. Everybody should play their part. And that is a contradiction, you see, which is why they want to pull him down, because this is going against what the deep state wants.
Kennedy.
Anyway,
about that.
Yeah, I saw I am Jeffrey say that Donald Trump inherited his father's wealth and slept with porn stars and hookers and pay whatever hush money to keep quiet about the affair, and then say that I hug his nuts. He at least he get to sleep with porn stars.
yeah.
No, have you ever a chance to sleep with porn stars?
And is he a billionaire? Is he a
Donald
billionaire?
Trump?
I don't.
Yes.
He's not.
Guaranteed billionaire, 100% billionaire. He multi-billionaire. It's not even just 1 billion; it's multi-billion. And he don't even run his companies anymore. Actually, it's his children that is running the companies. So he don't have to run. That's why he have to wait until this point, because he need to wait for his children to grow up, and then now he's free from running the companies. He can actually go into presidency. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit. It's really unnecessary. If you think about it, you are a billionaire. Why do you want to subject yourself to this kind of a danger? You might die. You might actually die.
Well, I mean, a lot of people. Oh, go ahead, motherfucker.
Always get treated pretty nicely here. No, it was shocking to see what the American people show us as true. It's horrible. I mean, like, that's number one country in the world who decides the most important things, and they talk about golf, guys. Come on, man. Maybe in America this is possible, but I mean, like, if this will happen in Europe, at least we also have some nuts, but at least it's a little bit more presidential, and we talk about policies and things who, not just like he's a convicted felon, you're the most horrible president of the entire history of America. I mean, like, they prep their things, right? I think I heard like Biden had like 1 week, or okay, let's not talk about Biden because it's over for me, but also Trump, a little bit more substance, at least a little bit more substance to be welcomed, because that's not a lot of hope for the American people. You just say, oh, we're in a horrible situation. If you don't vote for me, then everything will go down, but at least give them a little bit hope, talk about the good things that America is doing and what the future could be with him. But just to say before was great and now it's shit and vote me again, like, it's pretty, yeah. Vanya, go on.
It's going to work, though. I mean, and
because he's a corpse,
really,
the other guy.
well, that's neither here nor there. I mean, it was a horrible debate. I mean, Biden, I don't even know what they were thinking. I mean, we were talking about it in the voice chat ahead of time, and he had like a week where he disappeared, and people are like, oh, well, that's when you do debate prep and stuff, and it's like, yeah, but he's not going to have a fake Donald Trump there like Trump's got a fake Biden, and they're running every possible insult and jab past him to make sure he learns how to react to being called a felon and all that shit. But with Biden, we were saying, and it was Marlon, I think, that said it, that they're probably sitting there for those 7 days mixing cocktails and trying to figure out just the right amount to give him so they could get 2 hours of him being functional to get him on the stage. And then, since they know all the questions ahead of time, the answers are programmed on the teleprompter. So you could see how the moderators were really strict in moving the time. Like, they knew that they had a window with him of functionality, and they made sure they moved it along. I think where they fucked up was they should have done it at 7 o'clock at night instead of 9 o'clock, because he may have been a little bit more lucid and had actually pulled it off a little better. But I think because they waited 9, he obviously has dementia or whatever else. It's just, they, no matter what they do, it would have had some problem. But I think that's what they do. I think they figure out what kind of cocktails to give him or what gives him the best result for the longest time, and then they send him out.
Yes, I think he's over. Also, he's just too old. It's if I would be this age, I would probably not even able to speak anymore. So it was a big mistake to let him run anyway, and now they have to face the consequences. He's not going to win. It's going to get even worse.
I think they did the debate.
He's going to lose.
I think they did the debate at 7 o'clock because they early defrosted him, so they had to do it, on time before melting fully. So
they did a big mistake.
However,
he's gonna lose against Trump. Also, I don't see him winning. He's not gonna. There's not gonna be a miracle. Yes, they may replace him, or he's gonna lose.
Well, still, anybody that's replace him is gonna lose. I mean, there's no chance, right, anymore to have any campaign with a new guy. So
I don't know. There are good, capable people, who can beat him, but time is running out. So, and he has to step back. He has to say, "Listen, I'm too old for that. This is the new guy. Get behind him." But maybe it's happening, but I don't see it coming.
The worst part was still the media 1 week before was telling everybody that all these videos, all these clips, which we clearly saw that he had dementia, it was deep fake, that was made by AI and stuff like that. I mean, like,
Out of
come
context.
on, guys, Jesus Christ. For me, they are dead. Even CNN did not so bad job, I thought, in the debate. They let people talk, and it was quite well. But their reputation is over, because if you go 1 week before and you say, "Yeah, behind the curtain, he is amazing. He is doing everything. He's debating. He's a Rocky Balboa. He's gonna come back and he's gonna kick his ass. And then the first thing he's doing after 10 minutes is exactly everybody's fear. It's like, and straight up, they change the topic. If you go back to the debate, they straight up go to abortion, because they know that he fucked it up, and now they need some comeback from this embarrassment. Yeah, Vaughn, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say also with the shit, what was it? I'll wait. I forgot.
But what Upgrade is saying though is right. I mean, it's really exposing not just the media but the Democratic Party to this sham. I mean, because they were going also all for the whole year saying, well, we don't need to replace. There doesn't have to be any primaries. There doesn't have to be any challenge to Biden because he's so good, and it really ripped the mask off pretty harshly. That as you were saying, like this Morning Joe guy that we have, who's apparently Joe Biden's favorite morning guy. Like 2 weeks ago, he was saying how he's met with Biden recently. He's the best Joe Biden he's ever seen. He's competent. And then the day after the debate, he's saying he's got to quit because he's toast. It's really exposing them for what kind of absolute hypocrites. And they're not news people. They're just basically paid liars. They're not. It's absolutely. It makes that so obvious that it's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
The crazy thing is that anyone with common sense seemed able to think for himself knew this about Biden. Now they are surprised, almost like Ukraine and MSM.
No, I was going to say, but a lot of people kind of think it was a setup too, because immediately afterwards, every single media outlet on the left was like, panicking. What happened? He's got to go. Maybe it's time to talk about the 25th. And it almost seems like that's the plan anyway. And they started that, and then they're getting it in everybody's mind, getting it prepped because, it looked bad. There's no way they can deny it. And the thing is they might, when Obama came out yesterday and backed Joe Biden, I took it more like he was telling everybody to calm the fuck down and quit running around like chickens with your heads cut off and acting like dipshits on TV and making us look bad. You all know there's a plan. The plan's in motion. Not saying it like it's implied. So calm down and quit running around on Morning Joe and all these other places. And that some of the people might be told to do that just to keep the hype up, but I kind of feel like that's what it was like, because it kind of went off the deep end right after the speech, and maybe that's why he came out and pulled everyone back in. Like, they already plan on replacing him. There's no need for this like psychotic panic on the news. He'll be, and I think it'll probably be Kamala Harris, because you get Kamala Harris in there, Pete Buttigieg. Let me finish. They're both going to lose against Trump. They're both not very good candidates. You get rid of dead weight like Kamala. You get rid of a useless guy like Buttigieg. You clear the deck for a real guy like Gavin Newsom after Trump's 4 years or something like that, or Hillary Clinton, or even Michelle Obama. But Kamala and Buttigieg or somebody else, that's a sacrificial lamb that you throw to the Trump altar. He wins. He gets his 4 years. They fuck around and do whatever. Then they try to take it after Trump with Newsom or somebody else. But yeah, it's a
Kamala definitely not. Harris is who's Harris? Who's Kamala Harris? She's nobody.
She's the vice president. She's automatically. It just makes it easy to give it to her. Then she gets chopped in the election, and bye bye. She goes off in the sunset.
Don't you think that would increase the chance of, for once, there will be an increased participation among third-party candidates? Be it, I don't know, because I'm thinking, like,
the
if
fact
you're
of the
elected
matter,
like
in the United States, third-party candidates are completely irrelevant. They do nothing. They might steal a few percentage points away from people in key places sometimes, but they are. This third-party shit does not matter.
But listen. Kamala Harris had like what 8% approval, maybe, or something like that when she came through the primaries. Like she had the lowest amount of votes of all of the candidates, right? So she ends up being the one that comes out now. Then maybe I imagine it wouldn't be surprising me that maybe not a cataclysmic amount, but a fairly increased amount of Democratic voters that would say like, you know what, I can't stand with this anymore. Hell, if I'm going to be voting for the Republicans, why not give this third party? Like, what do I have to lose? I might as well do that. Or I may be one of the half of the population, because isn't it like over a half of the population in the United States? They don't even vote, right? So the biggest voting bloc is the non-voters.
Yeah, but even the Libertarian Party of the United States endorsed Trump now. So, I mean, the idea that the third party, Robert F. Kennedy would have been better off running as a Democrat. The Democrats would have been smart to take him because he would have been a good replacement for Biden. But now, like I said, and Kamala Harris is the vice president, so she's naturally going to ascend to the presidency. If Biden dropped dead today, she'd be the president, and there wouldn't even be an argument about it. So if you know you're going to lose against Trump, put in the loser and her loser sidekick. They're gone. Then you can worry the next 4 years of getting your dream team together and getting ready for 2028.
Okay, but they don't have that long time before the elections are, like, it's this November, right? So
yeah, she steps up as the presidential candidate. They just changed the ads from Biden to her.
Hey, Wong, can he talk? You complained not to be interrupted. Now you're interrupting him 2-3
No,
times.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Because I was thinking, like, okay, look, what has Kamala Harris been? Mostly like a weird fluff piece, wandering around doing whatever. So if she now suddenly gets put into power and she has full power, right? Or not full power, right? But she is now the president. Now they can. I don't think it will be too inconceivable nor unreasonable of them to use her then to whitewash the image of the Democratic Party. Oh, but we had some issues with Biden, but look, I'm going to make some changes here, not just in foreign policy, of course, that's what I think about, but domestic policies. Maybe they will do, similar to what like African presidents and many other countries they do, right? During their election, that's when they actually do the changes, they build a well or something like that. Yeah, maybe they will do that. Maybe she will come in. It's like, okay, now we're actually decisively going to deal with Flint. Not the rest of the water problems in the United States, just that symbolic thing that's been going on since Obama's era. And this time, they're finally going to fix it.
That's not going to happen, and no one would give her any credibility. She doesn't have any credibility. The only reason she's in this position is because she's the vice president. And
no, she doesn't have any credibility. That's not my point. My point is that since they can switch her,
no one would believe it. No one would care. Flint. Nobody cares about Flint. I mean, if the Democrats don't care about it, now they do. I mean, the thing is, it's just fluff in the election year, so nobody would believe it, and they would believe it less because it's Kamala Harris.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's beneath the Democrats to try stunts like that, to try the most symbolic things that have been around. It's probably not going to change anything, but just look at the general ambivalence of how the Democratic Party is operating, because they keep they don't stand for anything really. Like they keep moving. According to what they watch on the media. They made fun of Trump watching Fox News and whatever, but yeah. But by the way, I don't want to be
clarify. Are you talking about having Biden quit the presidency and making her the president before the election? Is that what you're saying?
And then they do PR stunts with like, oh, but look, we are actually still capable of running this country. Look at the massive changes we've managed to happen now that we got Kamala on. And even though it's actually, it's probably just fluff and bullshit, that I wouldn't be surprised that is what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to get Kamala on, because Biden is an abject disaster, and so much so that he's even an excuse for doing so. So if they have wanted to get Kamala on right now, this would be a good time. It's like, well, obviously he's going to cognitive decline. And now, Wyatt, play the super chat, and then the word goes to Upgrade.
For the love of DPA Open Mic.
Thank you very much for the super chat. And for the rest of you who haven't pressed the like button, please kindly do so. And subscribe with the notification bell on. Upgrade, please.
Yeah, I don't believe in that that everything was planned and that they knew what's going to happen and they planified in a dark room. Oh, we're going to keep Biden until 5 months before the election and then we're going to kick him out and replace him with somebody else. I don't think that. I think they were really that stupid that they thought that with all their propaganda, they can just push him through, you know? They thought like, Trump is hated, you know, we're just going to keep him again in the basement and we're just going to try it out, right? And a couple of days ago, everybody saw that it's not possible. And then they all started to change. They all changed their jacket. And really everybody saw it, and it's ridiculous because for 3 years, we already knew that he started to get less and less good, healthy-wise, and also cognitive-wise. So I don't think that they had a plan. I think they just tried it out, didn't work out, and even himself, he said he will not drop out of the race, and nobody can kick him out besides him saying that he will drop out. So I don't see a change until he's really pushed by maybe his donors, right? Because in America, money is playing a big part of all of this. But I don't know. I don't think so. He said by himself he don't want to drop out, so nobody can force him.
Hey, Putin, thanks.
Yeah, the problem is his cabinet can do the 25th Amendment and get rid of him. And all those cabinet members are picked by the DNC. They're not picked by Biden. So if they get those people to go along and vote to remove him with the 25th Amendment, he's gone. It doesn't matter if he wants to leave or not. And they probably did have a plan. And like I'll agree with you, Upgrade, 5 months away. They thought they could keep him medicated enough to skate till election day, and it fell apart. They had a backup plan. Maybe they didn't have an exact candidate, but they probably already had a list. And that's why Obama came out and said, calm down. You know, this is all under, you know, it's may look out of control, but it's not. They already have something going on. We don't know what it is exactly. There's a short list of candidates. But yeah, I think that same thing. I think they had a plan, but I also think that they were seriously going to try and ride this guy into the second term. And if he's brain dead, it don't matter because he's not even calling the shots now. So it would just be somebody telling him what to say, or they would replace him once he's in there with Kamala, and then she does what she's told, and the vice president takes her place, does what he's told, you know, and mission continues. But they didn't make it to the election day, so now they got to pull somebody out.
How many of you guys keep track of the election betting odds on electionbettingodds.com? I keep very close track of it, and if you look at the numbers, Biden went from having a 36.4% chance of winning the election before the debate. He's down to 23.5% now, and Trump went from 55.2% to 57.5% now. And so the odds that the Democrats are going to choose someone who's not Biden, the odds that they're going to choose Biden as their candidate are currently at 69.8%, and the odds that he's going to resign before the end of his first term are 17.5%. So I think that with all of that in mind, I'm sure that as far as Biden goes as a candidate, he's never really had the sort of cult of personality around him in the Democratic Party that Trump had in the Republican Party. And so what I think that the Democrats are going to do is like they've just gone too far with Biden already to try and replace him like that. I just feel like they're sort of locked in now with him unless he just dies or just goes completely, just like has a heart attack or something. He just can't do anything. But if they do, the primaries are pretty much over by now. So for them to try and replace him would require so much unity in the Democratic Party that I just don't think it's going to happen.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a prediction and then
after finish.
Yeah, who was that? Oh, Drew.
Say Drew. Okay. I have a prediction and then I have a question. My prediction is that one of two things will happen. One is they'll keep Biden, because Biden at the end of the day is just their front guy, and they're just trying to pump him full of drugs and keep him around so that they can keep doing whatever they want to do. So the other option, since that the front guy is like literally dying in front of our eyes and having dementia, is they'll replace him with Michelle Obama. That's the other option. And I think if they replace him with Michelle, they can actually win, because Michelle is extremely charismatic, and so she can just brush past a lot of the nonsense they've been doing, and say, and basically win them over with her charm. So actually, if you put in Michelle, I think the Democrats actually still have a shot at winning the election. If they keep Biden, of course they lose. Yeah, but
Big Mike. Vote Big Mike 2024. Big Mike.
My question is, okay, these betting websites, right? Say right now the odds for whether Trump or Biden will win. Say you take a bet and say Trump will win. What happens if Biden doesn't make the ballot? There's somebody else. Well, like how do they pay out?
Well, they just won't pay you because they have people like RFK and Newsom on those betting odds. So they just won't pay out if
it's about who
Trump
wins,
loses.
basically.
Yeah, they pay out. You're betting if you buy a Trump. If you bet that Trump's going to win, you only get paid out if Trump wins. If anyone else wins, you don't get paid. That's how it works.
Okay, so it doesn't.
President Dr. Joe Biden.
Yeah, when you guys say that that there's nobody in control, but we can see all those betting switched at the same time when all the MSM started switching and talking about Biden as so it's obviously Democratic Party is in control in a lot of things, right? Even with the betting, telling their sponsors whom to bet for, to switch the bet, and for MSM what to talk about, right? So there's someone in control. It's the same time that they switched betting odds switched, and the same time when the MSM. You can claim that maybe because the MSN started talking against Biden, how devastating it is, that they just followed it. But I would say somebody's in control of the betting too. Telling their sponsors whom to bet for, to show the betting, because they know that many are watching those betting odds as they will say something smarter than anyone else. So it's not the case, right? But they know that they're watching, so they can tell their sponsors, "Oh, bet for us, bet for us, bet for us." That's what they do too. So who they have more rich people on their side, that's whose odds will be, right? Better.
Stormy Daniels for president.
I'm pretty sure if you're going to try and manipulate public opinion, though, there are more cost-efficient ways to do that than trying to manipulate betting markets, though. Like the amount of money you're going to have to spend to, increase, Biden's odds of winning, as opposed to just, compared to if you just spent that on, advertising or something, I don't really think it makes a whole lot of sense.
But if you're making money while betting, it's not that you tell them, "Oh, go and lose money." No, they can produce the odds that will win, right?
Yeah, but that's true. But let's say you
this
bet
is just
you
like
bet
the
a ton of
stock
money.
market. If you have money, you can make the market go. If you have
that's
enough
true, but
money and agreement, same.
But the way the odds work is that let's say Biden has a 30% chance of winning the election. If you wanted to, if you bet a bunch, start betting like a ton, like millions and millions of dollars on Biden, they're going to increase the odds that Biden's going to win. That way they don't have to pay out as much, so Biden's going to go up to say 40%. And of course, if you know that Biden really only has a 30% chance of winning, and you're just artificially manipulating that market, that's not cost efficient. That's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you money. And so it's just going to be more cost efficient to spend that money on, you know, advertising or propaganda or something, as opposed to trying to manipulate a market like that, you know, almost no one actually looks at.
25. Amendment. Gone as president, still candidate.
John Black.
Yes, two things. I think we think that companies, parties, organizations have a plan, a control as a deep state. I think there is less control, organization. There is more chaos. You see the Democratic Party, I think, is a prime example. What happened? They just fucked up. They have no plan. Now they're making it up on the way. Maybe not. So I think there's less plan and less people behind the scenes. We always think who's pulling the strings. I don't see that. And yes, we're gonna have. If we really are lucky, we're gonna have Trump, and this is not gonna good. This is gonna be bad for all of us. Because the question is, will he even go out of office when his term is finished? I'm not sure. He didn't want to leave last time, so God knows what he pulls off. So
he left last time, and if he doesn't want to leave this time, I'm fine with it. And I live here, so
okay, yeah. Well, then democracy, then bye-bye.
There's probably we're not a democracy; we're a republic. So
democracy means whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah.
Because I think
and the thing is, there's probably 70 million Americans that would be fine with him staying as long as things were good and things were running fine. I don't think most people would give a shit, other than people that didn't like Trump. Even if they were paying $1, even if you were paying $1 for gas, they would still hate Trump. So you know, it don't matter.
Legally, does he get 2 more terms or 1 more term?
Trump won. I think it's 1 because I think maximum is 2.
Yeah, he only gets 1 more term. He only gets 1 more term, so he gets 4 more years.
Yeah, he's limited to 2 terms, so he can't constitutionally stay longer than his next term.
Before I throw to upgrade, I want to say, because I saw on Twitter, right? I'm not sure if it's verified because I just simply read that Biden actually insisted that he wants to run. So even like there's a lot of calls for him to come down. Like Biden insists that he is okay to run. So I'm not sure if it's verified, but upgrade.
Yeah, he said by himself that he don't want to step down and he want to continue. And on the point of John Black, I disagree a little bit that there is no institution who actually try to block presidents to go in or out. So let's just remind ourselves the last election when there was the laptop from hell, and everybody was telling that that's Russian disinformation, and now it's used in a court case against Hunter Biden. So there is definitely institutions, deep state, and they're working very hard to keep the guy in which they want, and the media is also part of it, and the Democratic Party also. Doesn't mean that the Republicans don't do it as well, but for sure the Democratic Party is doing it much more obviously. And yeah, it's pretty simple. I don't think they had a plan. I think really it's just broke everything loose before yesterday, and that they're a little bit in a panic mode, and they're trying to, the Obama, like, let's calm down. Yeah, I don't think he just said it because he has a plan. I just think he says it because he put all his chips on Biden, and that's his like 3rd term, right? Like he said, he wants somebody with earpiece in his ear, and he controls him, and that's pretty much Biden, right? Because who believes that he's making any decisions right now with his states? He's pretty finished, I think. I mean, like, most of the policies or decisions are made by other people and not him.
Will Stormy Daniels be Trump VP picked? Banana, 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 banana.
Oh, and I have another question to the panel. What do you think about all the other countries who are like enemies of America, like Russia, China, and India, when they saw this debate, what do you think they thought about this, or who they prefer?
I think
Sure.
Putin doesn't prefer Trump. Putin doesn't like Trump because Trump is a wild card. You know, if Trump has a bad day, if Trump thinks Putin lied to him or betrayed to him, even if it's not true.
Yeah, Putin explicitly said that he preferred Biden to Trump.
Yes, because Biden is calculated. You can calculate. You know what he's doing. You know what he's not doing. But Trump is a wild card. So
I think most of the enemies prefer Biden. But it really depends on where are you. Like China and Russia will prefer Biden because you see they are winning right now. But I think other countries, smaller countries, which may be affected by Biden's wars, I think they are more afraid of Biden because Trump will not start war, but Trump will play very hard diplomacy. So Russia and China don't want the diplomacy, but countries like Saudi Arabia, they will be like, oh no more Biden, please. No, they will burn down the entire Middle East. That kind of thing. Paul?
Yeah, first, just to answer that question quickly, is I think most other countries that have half a sense of what's going on, new Biden is nothing but a figurehead, that other people are making decisions, and they've been doing that his whole presidency. And so that's also one of the reasons I think they want to keep Biden. They don't want to, I don't necessarily keep Biden, but they kind of know the neocon game that's been going on, so that they know what they're going to get. They're worried that Trump is too much of a loose cannon, that he might do something strange. But on the other issue that I think is a huge issue is the fact that Biden he's supposed to be the leader of the free world, and even in his stupid speeches, he touts how the fact that America's the ruler of the world. And it's being ruled by an incompetent senior citizen that has dementia. I mean, that should worry everybody. That should worry everybody in the United States, especially that you can't have somebody who's got supposedly the chief executive of the country who makes the decision, yes or no, to push the button and to start a nuclear war. It doesn't know if he's on foot or horseback. So I mean, I think that's the real. Before they really have to decide about what's going on with the election, whether or not he can continue to lead this country. I think that's got to be decided. That's it. Juan has the thing. Juan has the thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I said a long time ago when Biden got elected, if you got a beef, if you got moves you want to make, if you got scores to settle, you might as well do it right now. And you can see everybody's doing it. Everybody's making the moves they got to make. Everyone's taking the chances, taking the gambles, making the deals. And they're not really worried, and Biden's just flailing around in 20 different directions. I mean, they might prefer Trump in some ways because they know he's not going to start wars. And yeah, he's a hard guy. He's a hard dealer. But, in the end, they can make a deal with him. And in that sense, they might, they know all they got to do is stroke his ego. Like if there's whatever the peace deal is with Russia and Ukraine and all that, it'll probably be a deal that's beneficial to the United States, to Russia. Ukraine gets written off. Europe gets left holding the bag. If Trump goes back, I ended the war. This is why it's good for us. Russia, obviously is going to get whatever territory they want. That would just be one example where they might, because they know they're going to get what they want with Trump. They just have to make the deal with him. But I feel like right now, with BRICS in the multipolar world, it's better for them to have Biden in place because they can get away with more and do more unimpeded. Whereas Trump, they might have to make deals and negotiate and explain themselves. And he's obviously going to build up the military and talk tough and do tariffs. So I would think they would want another 4 years of Biden in the easy times.
Who's going next? Vaughn, who goes next?
It was Yura. Yura was next.
It was Copin. You go ahead.
All right. It was dark. Okay. I couldn't see the finger.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think, just to answer the question on who would other countries prefer. Hi, Ocean. If you are an ally of the United States, you may actually want to prefer Trump just because he's going to be a little bit less ambivalent with you. He's going to be demanding, but he's going to be consistent. Biden, he's very like all over the place on everything. So that's one thing. But when it comes to the Ukraine war, I don't have any conviction that it will matter if it's Trump or Biden. Well, it may matter for Trump, but it doesn't. It shouldn't really, right? It will be his last term anyways. What does he have to lose by not following up on his promises? This has been consistent with pretty much every single president on their last term. But now this is the time we're going to actually get it done. And then what happens? So they spectacularly make happen all these mistakes, right? So, and Biden, no, he's committed to staying to the Ukraine war. So I don't think that the dynamics of the election is going to matter on the Ukraine war. I think the realities on the ground is going to ultimately be defining it, because they've already kind of politically committed themselves. I guess, Vaughn, you want to respond to that before we hand it to Euro?
No, let Euro go. I can wait.
Well, I would want to ask Paul a personal question, if I may, if it's not a problem.
Sure.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, for my information wise, like, did you forever say nuclear, or you switched at some point from nuclear to nuclear? I mean, I'm just wondering.
Did I say nuclear?
Was it ever?
Did I say nuclear? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh. I think I say nuclear. I don't know. Is that wrong?
Yeah, it is wrong. Yeah.
What is
Nuclear.
it supposed to be? Oh, nuclear.
Nuclear.
What
Yeah.
is this? Grammar Central? Come on, move it along.
No, it's information. It's not. I'm not fixing. I just wanted to know if it's. I just wanted to show American competence. I just wanted to show American competency. That's
okay.
all.
I guess, Vaughn, you can take your point now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
No, I was going to say, I mean, and during the debate, Trump talked about the war and how devastating it was, how many casualties there were. He said twice, they were high, and then I think at one point he said that, if they told you the truth, they're probably 2-3 times what they're telling you. And he also said, look, the position that we're in Ukraine is bad, and he kind of conceded that they're going to be negotiating from a position of, not in a strong position because of what Russia's been able to do. So he's kind of already laying the groundwork that, they're going to have to give concessions to Russia because Russia's in the position they could do it. Because it's as simple for Russia. Either give us what we want or we just keep the war going, and Russia obviously is in a position to keep the war going. And no one in the United States is going to go for a nuke to save Ukraine, so Russia really doesn't have anything to worry about as long as the U.S. doesn't do anything stupid. I mean, in some kind of escalation that they would respond that way. So, I mean, it's win-win for Russia in the sense that, they either get what they want when they negotiate with Trump, or they get what they want because the war continues. And I think Trump kind of said that as much. And, I think he's just saying, whatever the deal is, it will be what it is. Like you said, nobody knows what's going to happen, but he's that kind of guy that can do crazy shit and pull something out of his ass that everybody somehow likes and signs off on. So who knows? Sorry.
I also noticed that. So let me add in a bit. I also find it a bit weird that it's not common to see someone at that level like Trump talking about Ukraine actually is losing the war on the ground. Like, if you don't see that being said by any of these Western politicians, like in Europe, like Trump is like one of the rare ones, which I was surprised. Maybe he watched DPA. So who is next? Sorry, Vaughn, what you say? Who's who?
Well, I'm gonna go with Voyan, and then I think it was Ryler, and then you're again. That works.
Yeah, Voyan.
I think Ryler was first, but I have just a short question. I have heard John talking about if Trump is going to leave once he takes office. I'm also questioning if he's ever take office, even if he's winning the election. There is a lot of talk that there are people who wouldn't want him to see there at any cost, and it's happened before that American presidents have been removed.
2024 is going to be a great, exciting, crazy, scary year. Just get your popcorn.
I was thinking, the way thinking about how Biden has handled the situation with Israel and in the Middle East so far, it really, like, thinking back to how Trump like responded to when like Iranian-backed groups attacked, U.S. targets and Israeli targets. Just thinking about, like, it's obvious Trump would just be so much more pro-Israel and so much more confrontational than Iran than Biden has been. And so I just think that, if Trump had, won in 2020 and he had been dealing with all this, I feel like we would have been at war with Iran months ago. And so it seems unlikely that the war in Gaza is going to end before Trump takes office. And now, they're talking about Israel potentially invading Lebanon again. And so with all that in mind, it really does seem like, if this stuff is still going on when Trump is in office, that things could escalate pretty quickly with Iran.
Yeah, it's possible that Israel will want to start a war with Hezbollah in the north before Trump takes office. That's probable too. But I was just wondering what you guys think about this Trump's plan for the peace in Ukraine. I mean, I read it from the Russian side that Trump has already some plan because he was also talking about, starting the peace in Ukraine even before he takes office. So he took two usual army generals that are just bad war hawks, just as Bolton was. So, and the plan is, if, Ukraine doesn't show results, we're not gonna give the weapons. And if if the Russia is, collapsing Ukraine army, then we're gonna help Ukraine. So it's like, what's the plan like that? I mean, that's kind of weird plan of carrot and stick and carrot. That's weird stick and carrot plan. So what do you guys think about that, if anyone?
I think that will be a misunderstanding or misanalysis of what Trump is. No, if anyone followed Trump very closely in the first term, he's very anti-war. He's willing to do assassination against very vital targets just to make sure that at the end there will be lesser fighting. That's why he took out the Iranian general, I think Soleimani. So he will take this kind of decisions, but he don't like war. So I don't think that he's going to put in more forces or more money into Ukraine war. It's basically impossible. The moment he is president, Ukraine war is over. But what he would do is probably make a very hard negotiation with Zelensky and Putin. Basically, he's going to force Zelensky to accept the territorial loss, like 100%. He's going to force them to give up, just to end the war. So because he has the power, because he can say that if you don't agree to this term, I would not give you any money. You can go and die. I don't care, because I'm not going to have American soldiers dying for you. And then Zelensky will have no choice. Of course, the Europeans may continue but how much can Europe do? To fund Ukraine? And of course, on the Putin side, Putin would realize that it's a chance to get recognition for Crimea. It may be more beneficial to have Crimea internationally recognized as Russian territory than to conquer half of Ukraine. So because for sure, I feel Putin's aim now is half of Ukraine. But if he can get recognition for Crimea and the 4 regions, maybe he may be willing to just cut his to prevent going into a place where they do not know what Trump is going to do, because so far Trump is very, very anti-war. So this is what I think is the case. And for Israel, it's the same. He will definitely threaten Israel with cutting off weaponry, 100%. But the thing is how he's going to deal with Lebanon, how he's just going to deal with Iran is going to be a problem, because from what I understood from a podcast that he was on just a few days ago, his point of view is that Iran should have never gotten this power and money to do all these things. The problem is now they have it. Now the problem is now here, and he I got a feeling that he's not sure what the solution is going to be yet, because now Iran have all this money. So I think he's going to wait further before he can have a better solution. I think at this moment, I don't think he have a clear solution what to do now with Iran, because you sanction Iran also no use, because Biden has already broken the whole global geopolitics. I think it's Paul. I go for Paul.
Yeah, I was just going to try to answer Voyan's question. Was there's a lot of people in the United States who think it's Trump's choice of his vice presidential candidate is critical, because they think if he chooses somebody that is too like Nikki Haley, like that he's signing his death warrant. They'll kill him so fast it won't be funny. So he's got to be careful in that regard. So there's certainly a lot of talk about his ability to be killed. I would just point out, as far as Israel and Iran goes, the rumor is, I'm not sure if it's been verified, is that Sheldon Adelson's wife, or his widow, just gave Trump, one of his PACs, $10 million for the sole purpose of taking the West Bank away from Palestinians and giving it to Israel. So that's where he is at. I think it was, I don't know, who was next? I don't know. Ryler, I think, maybe. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I think
just one.
I think if Trump wants to, if Trump really wants to deal with Iran, he'll just launch a Trident missile at Tehran. But I don't know. I don't know if he's crazy enough to do that. Although that's another point, though, because I feel like Trump's whole, like a big point of Trump's foreign policy was him adhering to the sort of madman theory that arose, like I think it was during Nixon's campaign, where basically he's so unpredictable that basically other countries can't really trust anything he says, and basically have to negotiate from a position where they deal with the United States from a position where they don't know what the U.S. is going to do, and just have to assume the worst most of the time. So I don't know. I guess that's what Trump's going to try and do with countries like Russia and China. Upgrade.
I think it was Vojin. I give it back from last time, Vojin. You can have it.
Thanks. I wanted to argue a bit against Wyatt's conclusion that Trump is totally anti-war. He seemed to be anti-American involvement in wars, not totally anti-war. I think he delivered a lot of weapons to Saudi Arabia when they fought against Yemen. So delivering weapons to Ukraine could be a beneficial point to him regarding business and stuff. He's a businessman. So maybe if he can make it different. Yeah, but if he
because
Saudi
pay cash. Yeah. Saudi pay cash.
Yeah, the Europeans.
Ukraine use loan. It's a different kind of delivery.
He will sell to Europeans, and probably
he will sell.
He would withdraw American support like ISR and satellite pictures and whatever. But the weapons deliveries are normal stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Trump is pro earning money for United States. It doesn't matter what kind of thing they sell. So he will sell the arms if they can pay for it. The problem with Ukraine is they have no money to pay for it. So that's why Ukraine is doomed. Israel had to say because Israel actually this war is costing them so much money. Their economy is heavily affected. I have no idea if they have the money to actually buy more from the United States. So Trump will sell if Israel can pay for it. But if they can't pay for it, then Trump will just tell them, no, you have no money to fight this war. Give it up. I think this is what he will do. So, but that's my opinion. No, from my observation of his first term, this seems to be his case. Yeah. So it's money, because for him, I think the main problem is that as a businessman, I think the key point is the financial balance, the financial balance sheet and everything, trying to earn the money, reduce the deficit and all these things. So getting United States finances to go in the positive direction. So selling stuff helps with the economy. He will sell. So that's what I think. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, he might sell some weapons and stuff, but he's not in the MIC. He's not in that club. That's not where he makes his money. His money's in real estate. His money's in business. And his legacy is always going to be that, you know, it's not going to be, oh, I sold 1,000 tanks to Germany or something like that. He's going to make the long-term deals, the business deals, the trade deals, the economic ties, the diplomatic ties, the legacy. You know, selling tanks and shit. Yeah, he didn't sell anything else that wasn't already in the pipeline for years already. It's not like Saudi Arabia ordered 20 M1 tanks in 2016 and got them. All that shit was already in the pipeline for years. He just continued orders and continued the stuff that was already being paid for and stuff. So, I mean, the idea that he's anti-war, he's going to stop the Ukraine war somehow. It'll probably be some crazy deal. Like I said, Russia's going to get what they want, and he's going to get a deal that makes him look good.
Just
and that's all that's going to matter.
Are we going to move on to Ukraine soon?
Just a short point. Didn't Trump go to Saudi Arabia to dance Arabic dance there to make a big deal?
He was invited there.
Yeah, he was invited there. He was friends with him, but Joe Biden doesn't get that treatment.
No, it reminds me of something. No, when the Saudi prince was in Washington, going to the White House or something. No, then the Donald Trump, right, just reveal how much money the Saudis spent on the weaponry. No, he spent this much money. You know, he just show off to the whole world, and the Saudi prince don't know what to do. It's like, no, he's transparent in that way, which is very interesting because usually they want to keep it quiet, but for Trump, it's like, no, they spent a few $100 billion. No, that's good money for United States. I think if I'm an American, I'll be very happy because at least I get to know what the hell is they decided in the back room. When they meet. Upgrade. So, oops, I think I should have said Gabriel.
I just wanted to come back to Ukraine. I just had a conversation not so long time ago with some relatives and friends who live in Russia, and they told me it's nice to have a peace deal, but they're gonna be on terms which the Russian also need to agree on. So they said that they must be on the reality of the ground. So more ground they take, more they will take. And they said that's what they believe, right? That's not what I believe. I just give the feedback what I heard from sources in Russia. Some of them are a little bit nuts, and they say they will fight to the last, and to win this war. It doesn't matter how much they need to sacrifice because they're Russians and so on. And some are a little bit more pragmatic and more think a little bit more, and they say, listen, if the peace plan would be like these 4 regions or these 5 regions with Crimea, and it will be officially Russian territory, they could live with it. So it depends totally on who you ask there. There is this hooray guys, and there is a little bit more thoughtful people. I don't know who was next. I will say Von.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we talked about, sorry, Gabriel, I'll be quick. We talked about this before after Putin's election, spring, the multiple offensives or pinning actions. I mean, I was saying, I think Putin's going to increase the tempo, or whether it's increased or just they pick up more land because there's no one there. They're going to try and get as much land under Russian control before the election, so that way if Trump wins, they can deal as much as possible with him with the land they already have. That way they don't have to really ask for anything else because they'll have what they could conceivably get. I mean, obviously they won't get to Odessa unless some crazy shit happens, but they should be able to get everything east of the Dnieper, either through negotiations or by the, fighting. So I just feel like that's where that's going to be. They're just going to take as much as they can this summer, and by November, we'll see where they're at as far as willing to negotiate.
Hey, guys.
Sorry, Gabriel, sorry.
No problem. Hey, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Oh, well, yeah, just wanted to say, woe unto the people that must choose between such candidates. But anyway, I do think that there's a good chance that Trump can avoid World War III, unless the guys that are hell-bent to World War III dispose of him somehow. But yeah, it's unreliable. Like, what I caught from the debate is like he doesn't really have a proposal. Like his main point throughout the whole debate was it was better when I was there, and but that was it. Like, oh, it was so much better. I was the best. It was so much better when I was there, and that was basically it. And so, but yeah, like hopefully he has enough of a protectionist, isolationist attitude to like withdraw America from like the brink of a nuclear exchange, which is a wonderful achievement on its own. Like if he manages to do that, hats off to him, absolutely. But yeah, like on the Iran question, why it was mentioning, like his whole point about Iran is basically to blame Biden of something, because yeah, like first of all, those 6 billion or whatever, they were Iranian funds that were frozen, and it's a drop in the sea. Like $6 billion is nothing for like a state budget of Iran, especially in military issues. So it's not a point. The only thing that's kind of weird for me is like his pro-Zionist attitude. I mean, he did move the embassy to Jerusalem, which is pretty significant. But he's really unreliable. I mean, he's like flip-flopping all around, because it's mostly like a posture of PR, everything he does. So I'm not sure if there's going to be, like, I hope that he grew some spine after getting like backstabbed throughout all his presidency, and after that. So hopefully he has certain precautions to the people he sets up around him. But yeah, on Putin's side, he seems like super clear on his like political agenda, and yeah, it doesn't seem like Russia's very interested in changing their plans. Though I have heard Russians say that like their worst fear is like an old saying, like when Russia starts to negotiate, that's like their worst fear. If they're not negotiating, if they're fighting, everything is good. But once they start negotiating, like they're gonna get screwed. That's kind of like the Russian perspective. So I wonder how that's gonna reflect on Russia's political / military agenda. So go on, whoever's next. Not really sure who.
I'll go. You know, I was thinking.
Taiko, I think you were lifting your finger long ago. So,
hey man, I just wanted to say, guys, I have some good news. I've just come back from heavy drinking in Krakow, here in Poland, and I'm a little bit wasted. But I have some good news about the war, because, man, I've been talking to Polish students in Krakow, and there's a lot of good opinions, I have to say. Like, a lot of people see through the bullshit. And what I'd say is that in regards to the expansion of the war, the best thing that's going on right now is that the people who would fight that war just are not interested. So, I mean, yeah, you have support for the war, but the support is all from the old people. It's all from older women. The younger population are completely against it. Even here in Poland, which is like the most pro-NATO country, really. I mean, it's one of the most pro-NATO countries. You know, they have good reason to be afraid of Russia. But when I talk to the students here in Krakow, I mean, yeah, they're totally against the war. They're questioning a lot of stuff. They're thinking for themselves. So, you know, I think we should be positive about the potential future. I really don't think this can expand. I don't think any of the NATO nations can actually join this conflict. I don't think it's possible. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay,
Ryla,
that's good
Ryla,
news.
Ryla.
What I was thinking was that basically what Russia's like, if you look at Russia's military spending right now, in real terms, they're spending something like $500 billion a year on their military, and the majority of that is on procurement. And so if you compare that, like their procurement of things like, cruise missiles, tanks, armored vehicles, that kind of thing, they're already probably buying more weapons than NATO is currently. And so what that basically means is that, at some point, Russia's like once they build up their defense industrial base so that it can meet their procurement spending, they're going to be basically making like consistent gains in Ukraine, like no matter how much aid the West sends to Ukraine. And so what I think they're going to try and do at that point, like what that means for NATO at that point is that they can't just it's not going to be efficient for them to just send more aid to Ukraine in order to stop the Russians from advancing. And so the only way they can effectively respond to an escalation with Russia at that point would be to send in their own troops and actually attack Russia directly. And so what I think Russia is going to do at that point is basically see that, okay, we can expand this conflict beyond Ukraine, and NATO will have to actually get itself involved, because if they just continue sending aid to Ukraine, that's not. Again, it's just not going to be efficient for them because NATO is going to need to, because they're not producing enough weapons. They're going to need to send troops into Ukraine in order to respond to an escalation at that point. So what that basically means is that Russia's escalation ladder becomes seamless at that point, because now what you basically have is it's not it can't just remain a war between Russia and Ukraine. NATO will have to get involved. And so I think at that point, Russia's going to basically try and do like more limited escalations with NATO, like maybe something like Iran's cruise missile attack on Israel, where they basically try and, do some, maybe just provoke even a minor response from NATO, just because, they want to, because obviously the Russian people perceive NATO as an existential threat to Russia, and being able to, consolidate support for the Russian government, and that they're now, fighting NATO and defending against NATO. I think that's something that the Russian government might see as advantageous, and they might see that as a good way to both consolidate their support and demonstrate to the West that they can't just keep crossing Russian red lines without some kind of response. So that's just what I think Russia might try and do, maybe in a year or so, once their defense production meets their procurement spending. Vaughn?
I think it was Euro, then me, and then Kopi.
Okay, Euro.
Yeah. I'm still wondering why Iran doesn't have a right to protect itself. Why it doesn't have a right for sovereignty? Like when you guys talk about Trump negotiating with Iran about something, to me it's really taking over and now needing to release the power over Iran, just like negotiating over the Ukraine giving away the piece of the Ukraine, forcing it. It's taking the right of the Ukraine to decide for itself. Yeah, I know the relationship. You providing it, but why would the United States have a right to do it for Ukraine? Why it's that normal in discussion? But I think that Putin won't discuss anything on Ukraine until they discuss the European security relationships. So that's the first order of negotiation with United States. Ukraine, the Crimea is not so important for Putin, because he knows that anytime referendum goes up in Crimea, they will all almost unanimously vote for the joining to Russia. So there's no question for him about that, and that's why he freely offered negotiation on Crimea, like after the peace. but Sevastopol is been independent city from Crimea, from Ukraine, legally, right? That's legally. Before 91, Sevastopol was independent city, not part of Crimea region. So they have just that legality of having Sevastopol as the naval center for Russia to control the Black Sea. But I don't believe that Putin will want to negotiate anything but about a European security framework, which is no NATO in Ukraine, no NATO missiles in the East Europe. Yeah, he can stay in West Europe, but not in the East, not in Poland, not in Finland, not in the Baltic states. That's, I think he's not going to back down. He doesn't care about territory. He cares about that. A European security framework. That's what they're going to negotiate. Everything else is, not so important, because this is the future. This is the, how to say, the Russia existential question for Russia. That's what it is. So, any other, who would like coping?
Yeah, sure. I think it was maybe Vaughn before me, but I had a question for Tycho. So, whatever, Vaughn, maybe say your piece, and then you pass the question to Tycho. It's still on Ukraine, and it's first of all, nice to see a new speaker come back, especially good old Jolly and Mood. Cheers. I was wondering, like you were talking about the students in Poland and their opinion of Ukraine. I wondered if you had like a general opinion, like of non-students as well, because like students would be, maybe a special class, shall we say, for lack of better wording. And a follow-up question to that is, does that actually correlate with the political landscape in Poland? Because I'm not sure about, like, it's Duda who is still the president or prime minister, right? So, like, would he still, like, does he benefit from the students having like a questionable opinion of Ukraine? I would imagine he wouldn't. Yeah, could you perhaps illuminate a little bit from what you have heard in Poland?
Yeah. So cool. I thought it was noteworthy to say, because Krakow is like the heart of the intellectual sphere in Poland. So it's like the sort of the elite place basically for students. And the fact that the students in Krakow are, I don't know if I would say majority, but a lot of them seem to be questioning the narrative. Some of them are kind of on the right, some of them are on the left, but a lot of them are questioning the narrative of Israel and Ukraine. I think the Israel situation has played a big role as well, but they seem to be questioning the narrative, and I think it could be considered a pretty important measuring stick for the young population, because it's a very influential group. So that's the only reason I mention it. As for the rest of the population, yeah, the older people are generally supporting the war, but they're not going to fight. The people who fight are the young people. So this is the fact. Yeah. Sorry.
Is the Duda, because he's the one who's still in power,
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's still in power. Yeah.
So, like, because I imagine since he's incumbent and been reigning while this whole Ukraine thing is going and Poland's involvement, if there's a questioning on the narrative, generally speaking, then it will be policies he has also been involved in, I suspect, right? So the Ukraine war, like he has been so long in power, I expect there to be an election soon, no? Or have they already had one recently?
No, there's going to be a new election soon. To be honest, I'm not that hopeful for the political situation. I think probably Donald Tusk's candidate is going to win. Probably, maybe Duda will win. But yeah, there's very little difference between the right-wing PIS party and the left, center. What are they called? Like coalition party. With
Can
Donald
you
Tusk.
expand on the
Very
idea that we're told here that everybody's in Poland hates the Russians? That's the reason that they're supporting.
Yeah,
Ukraine.
because I was going to say, because we get the impression that the whole political spectrum, like in Norway, that's also pretty much the case. Like whether it's left or right or whatever, you're probably they've already kind of announced their commitment to the Ukraine cause, so to speak. So, like, would you say that is the same in Poland, or is there like an
Absolutely,
opening?
but it's the two main parties, PIS and Donald Tusk's party, who, to be honest, I forget the name of their party. They're now in power, but they're kind of a centrist party. I think they're like, again, they're some kind of coalition, and they are in power, and those two parties form the majority of, the political system. However, the majority of the young population, especially the young male population, supports Konfederacja, which is a kind of right-wing party, which is the anti-foreign policy. They're against the war, basically. You have Lewica, which is the left wing. Some of them are in favor, some of them are against, and there's a big split within Lewica. I was talking to lots of young women who were, you would expect to be traditional kind of left-wing supporters. And they were saying how they've kind of abandoned the left-wing party because of their pro-war position. And yeah, I hear it everywhere, man. Like, I hear everywhere people saying they're against the mainstream political positions due to the war. And these are the people who will fight. These are the people who the government needs to fight. And I'm pretty sure it's the same in the UK. It's the same all over Europe. The people who have to fight are seeing through the bullshit. The people who are not going to have to fight are the biggest cheerleaders. So this is a huge problem for NATO. I mean, their recruiting is going down the shit everywhere. But the question is, who are they recruiting? Who are they recruiting into their militaries? That's a big question. Who? And I would say it's mostly people interested in money. It's people who don't have anything else to do. The people who you would usually expect to fight, like patriotic citizens, young citizens, are not interested. They're really not interested in this war, in my experience, majority. So that's just what I wanted to say. Vaughan, you wanted to talk, so you talk.
No, I just say, it was back to Ryler's point and kind of what you said, like, just as far as like the recruiting and stuff and Russia's military capabilities. I mean, they talked about how they started modernizing their MIC like over 10 years ago. And I remember reading some stories, and they were talking about, we've talked about the thousands of volunteers they get a month. But back then, they were, and it's probably more now, but they said that about every quarter the Russians were able to field one completely equipped, fully trained combat division. And that would increase based on the production numbers that they're seeing and the buildup and the investment. That by 2025, the end of 25, theoretically they would be able to put one fully equipped and trained combat division on the field per month. So and they said that was and they called it the Russian military would be monolithic, and that's not to say like they're supermen or superhero power or all power. It's just that they're in such a buildup, they're going to have such an advantage over NATO in just sheer combat power and men that they can put on the ground and systems that they'll have available, that literally they will be the monolithic power militarily on the European continent for the time being. And I mean, that can obviously change, but that's just based on their build out.
One more thing I wanted to say. There's a lot of hostility right now, actually, towards the Ukrainian students. Because apparently, I didn't know this, apparently there was some kind of policy which let Ukrainian students study at universities in Poland without having to pass the normal tests for free. So you've got a bunch of Ukrainian students studying at Polish universities who are unqualified, who basically are not, capable of doing the qualifications. And there's a lot of hostility building up towards this. I mean, you have to pass quite a difficult test here to go to university. And these Ukrainian kids are just kind of jumping the queue, getting in front. So people are not happy about that as well.
Are they taking like coveted slots then too?
Yeah.
Like in classes like engineering and stuff like that? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
because it's free here. It's free in Poland. University education is free. It's paid for by the state. It's not like America. This is completely free. So the taxpayers are paying for unqualified Ukrainian kids to come in and take young Polish kids' spots in the university. So people are quite annoyed about that.
see, and that's another angle, like you could say, similar to the Republicans and the immigration problem. And in Poland, they would say, oh, it's the right wing that's anti-immigrant or anti-education. When they're not anti-education, they just want their people educated first. It's like we have a line.
They have legit problems with it. It's not like just they hate Ukrainians. I mean, Ukrainians and Poles are almost the same, but like basically the same people. But it's kind of bullshit if you get a bunch of people who are unqualified taking your spot. Anyone else want to talk? I don't know.
One other thing I was thinking about
you wanted to go back to Ukraine, so if you were,
yeah. One other thing I was thinking about was that, like Russia's whole goal in this conflict has sort of been like a lot of people think that Russia's just like trying to take over all of Ukraine, and they've been doing that since day one. And I honestly just think that that's not true. Like if you look at their like right at the start of the war when they were actually negotiating with Ukraine, like they explicitly said that Zelensky could remain in power, and that ultimately what their terms for Ukraine were basically that they would recognize Crimea as part of Russia, recognize the Donbass republics as independent, agree to demilitarization and denazification, and they dropped that they dropped the denazification part of it in their later negotiations. But what I think Russia was basically trying to do at the start of this war was pretty much like what they did with Georgia after 2008. Like if you look at what happened in Georgia, like in 2008 you had Saakashvili leading Georgia. You had a really pro-Western government that basically tried to invade South Ossetia and Abkhazia and take them back into Georgia. And of course Russia responded to that by sending in their own troops and basically keeping them from doing that. And what happened after that was basically the Saakashvili government, Saakashvili left power in I think it was 2013, and after that the Georgian government became like a lot less pro-Western than it was before. Like it started being like I think like officially neutral and like moving more and more back into the Russian sphere of influence. And I think that's honestly what Russia was trying to do with Ukraine, because basically what Georgia had to like what I guess what the Georgian government realized was that okay, we're never realistically gonna get back Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and ultimately the only way we're gonna progress as a country and not just be in a war all the time is to basically try and like play both sides and not be super aggressive towards Russia. And I think that's kind of what Russia was trying to do with Ukraine. They were basically trying to get Ukraine to say, okay, we're never going to get back Crimea or the Donbass republics. We're never going to, if we try and keep moving towards NATO, we're ultimately going to keep constantly being in conflict with Russia and keep getting into wars like this. And that ultimately Ukraine would have to basically accept Russia's terms and move, like stop being so pro-Western and move back into neutral and eventually, more at least sympathetic towards Russia's positions, even if they're not explicitly allied with Russia. But I think what's ended up happening is that since the West has provided so much aid to Ukraine, it's become a lot more like it's become much more about than just about Ukraine for Russia. I feel like they really see this as like sort of existential conflict for them, and that if they don't get the terms they're asking for, what that basically says is that okay, NATO can beat Russia, whereas if they do get the terms they want from Ukraine, that they can display to the world that yeah, we can beat NATO. Like NATO is not all powerful. They can't just win any war they want to fight. That kind of thing. And I do think that them annexing Zaporizhia and Kherson, that was ultimately sort of scope creep for them, just because of the NATO aid and the need to demonstrate to the world that okay, if you try and back up the countries we're fighting, that's not going to they're not just going to automatically win. They're just going to end up losing even more than that. And so that's why you shouldn't try to confront us like this or be aggressive towards us like this. And so I think what Russia's going to try and do now is basically annex the regions that they've officially, like, take control of all of the regions they've officially annexed, have Ukraine recognize them as part of the peace deal, and basically sort of demilitarize and Finlandize Ukraine so that they can never be a true threat to Russia or anything like that, and never be truly pro NATO or anything. And once they do that, then they could basically, they have easier access to countries like Transnistria and Moldova. They can, get more trade deals with them and get more influence over Moldova. And eventually they can also get, start projecting power into other countries that might have all other populations sympathetic to Russia. So countries like Bulgaria, Slovakia, even Hungary, just doing things like that, where they, back up people like, back up countries like Slovakia or Serbia, and just countries that are willing to be sympathetic to Russia. And through that, they can weaken NATO, not through like trying to bring these countries into Russia's sphere of influence, but just, encouraging them to sort of be like neutral and not like forcibly, or just like making sure that they never like actually be hostile towards Russia, even if they're not completely aligned with Russia. Yeah. Vojin?
Thanks. You were moving already to the Ukraine itself. I apologize. I want to go back a bit to Tacho and his Polish experience of Ukrainian guys and Polish people talking about it. I live in Vienna, and there are quite a few Ukrainian refugees. There are a lot of very expensive cars with the Ukrainian registry tables on them. So probably I don't get the average view on them, but just people who can afford to live in Vienna. In Poland, I think there are very many Ukrainian refugees, and I'd like to know if you can see if there are a majority females and kids and dolls, or if they're also male. And what do the Polish say about sending them back? Is this a point of talking about, or is it not?
I can talk about that. There is definitely a majority females now. It's definitely a majority women and children. There are men. I actually I own a flat in Poland, actually, and I was renting it to a Ukrainian guy who was working for an American company. He was still living in my flat about a year ago, and he had to move out. And I remember talking to him, and he was basically dodging the war. Like, he was dodging the conscription. And he had a bunch of friends here in Poland. I'm not going to say where I am. I don't want to kind of like tell you exactly where I am. But yeah, he had a bunch of friends who were hanging out here. Some of them were Belarusian as well. They were like Belarusians, Ukrainians, all kinds. And yeah, they were dodging the war. But the majority of Ukrainians here are women and kids. And that is a big problem, actually, because they're a big drain on the social welfare system. And Poland is one of those European countries which still has a very strong social welfare system, where it's very difficult to cheat the system. It's not like the UK or France or whatever. You can't just come in and, steal shit. People aren't used to that. Here, they like you to pay for what you give back, so to speak. They're very protective of their welfare state. And they're not happy about what they consider to be freeloaders, essentially, taking money out of the system. And they were happy, they were okay with it in the beginning, but it's definitely getting a lot more long-term. And it's particularly noticeable in schools. Like, I know there are schools where you get even Ukrainian gangs, Polish gangs starting to have conflict. There is, especially among the younger population, conflict building, because it's mostly young Ukrainians who are here. So it will be interesting if, like, someone says they need to go fight Putin or something. I don't know if that's going to happen. But I think there's definitely hostility towards freeloaders. And as I said earlier, there's more and more skepticism towards this war among the younger Polish population. People are starting to question everything. You know, you kind of, I think you have to be reasonable with these people. I mean, they're a country which was invaded by Russia multiple times in their history. They've been invaded by Germany. They've been conquered by all kinds of countries. It's reasonable to expect them to have fear of Russia or whatever. It's totally expected. But even they can see through the bullshit, most of them. At least the young people. The older people, it's a different story. Okay. Vaughn, you've got your hand up. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like in the beginning of the war, they went in to try and bluff a negotiation and a settlement because they had, obviously they didn't have enough troops to take Kiev or anything like that, and it didn't work out. They got stopped and they had to pull back, and then ever since then it's been the ground and pound, doctrine. But they have offered off ramps. They had one in April. They've had different ones at different times. But then the Ukrainians always reject it, and then they do crazy shit like terror attacks on malls or the Belgrade attacks or some of this, hitting, strategic targets. And it just, it basically just justifies Russia to continue the war and not negotiate because they keep proving how dangerous they are and how much of a threat they are and how much you can't trust them and how we're going to have this space or neutral zone, like you said, demilitarized, no NATO, no anything. So, I mean, it's like they keep missing these chances to end the war. I mean, they're going to lose territory, and I don't know. I don't know why they don't get that and just accept it. But it's like the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to be. It's like you had a choice of getting bluffed into a negotiated settlement. Now you're in the position where you're going to have a settlement forced on you. Because you're taking bad advice or you're hard-headed. I don't know which one it is, combination of both. But, I mean, every day this goes on, it's going to be worse and worse for them. So, I mean, and I think Russia's fine with that by just the way they're acting. Like, they throw out negotiations, but they know Ukraine's always going to say no. And then the whole time they're waiting for an answer that they know they already got, they just keep going. And when they get the answer they want, which is no, they just keep going. So, I don't know why Ukraine hasn't figured that out yet.
I think it was Rattler.
Yeah. So if you look back at the scramble for Africa, like almost none of the countries that the Europeans colonized turned a profit. Almost none of those turned a profit. The only exceptions were South Africa and the Congo Free State. And so you have to ask yourself, like, why is it that countries like conquer each other? Like, and I think that ultimately pretty much the entire, like, almost all of it can be explained by, like, you just don't want other countries to have what you're conquering. Like, say, the British and French just let the Germans conquer all of Africa. Well, now the Germans they don't have to, like, garrison those colonies or anything like that because they don't have any competition. They're just going to get all of that profit for themselves. Whereas by colonizing part of Africa themselves, what the British and French can do is force the Germans to commit more resources to manning their colonies, ultimately make it unprofitable for them, even if it's also unprofitable for themselves. And so I think that can explain so much of how, like, international politics works. Just like with Ukraine, like what Russia sees is that basically NATO is trying to take Ukraine for itself and trying to make it so that Ukraine is basically like hostile towards Russia and trying to, confront Russia, like, and it's in NATO's sphere of influence. They're benefiting from Ukraine, but by like fighting Ukraine and trying to keep it neutral, like even if it's not in their sphere of influence, because NATO can't have it, NATO is not going to be able to use that against Russia. And so even if it's, unprofitable for Russia in the short term, but making sure that Ukraine's not in NATO and not aligned towards the West, they can keep it from being a threat to Russia and keep it from, like, actually prevent a bigger confrontation with NATO in the future. And so I think that, in terms of, I do think that just given how relatively few resources Russia has committed to this war, like they're spending only like 8% of their GDP on the military, they haven't done a total mobilization. I do think that they can continue fighting this war for like quite a while longer. And I do think that eventually we're going to get to a point where Ukraine's just drained so much of its resources compared to Russia that they are just going to have to accept Russia's terms. But I don't think Russia's going to try and take over all of Ukraine just because it's not what they need to do. Vaughn?
I was just gonna say real quick on your point to what drives it. Lindsey Graham said like last week that almost exact verbatim what you just said. He said, Ukraine has 10 to 15 trillion dollars worth of mineral wealth. We want that wealth. We want to share that wealth with Europe and NATO. We don't want Russia to get it and have it and share it with China. So, and I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, I know they got gas and oil, but I don't know if it's 10 to 15 trillion. But the way he carried on about it, like he was just, it makes you wonder, like, what you got some stocks in that shit or something? Because you sure are fucking like rubbing your hands together, ready to count that money. But he flat out said that, they basically want it so they can share it with their friends. They don't want Russia to have it and share it with their friends.
Yeah. One thing about the colonial, it's true that they like there's a chessboard of controlling positions. Real short, but like that trope that like colonial powers didn't take profit Africa is kind of misleading because it was the private enterprise, the private companies that went in that took the profits, not the governments. So like the lobbies would make the government to invest militarily in the conquest, and then the private companies would take the profits. So that's why it's like they didn't take profit, but they did.
Yeah, I think
that's really much to the point. Just briefly, I just want to underscore what Gabriel said here, really briefly. That's precisely what's happening right now, right? You have public taxpayer money being funneled as a subsidy to another state, which in turn pays what? Private arms industry and other services, big services, real estates, what have you, which is, who are they? Most of them, they are going either to the United States or other donors. Right, so it's pretty much exactly the same that you would see, because that was exactly what happened in, for example, Africa and also Latin America. These corporations, like one thing they first tried to do with the IMF was to make sure that you were not to be subsidizing your own industries, but at the same time open your borders to any multinational corporation who are subsidized by the wealthiest countries in the world. So they were given loan guarantees, which are often so low in interest that by the time they had to pay it back, the inflation had reduced the value of the debt. So they had in turn actually just been given money in addition to actual direct subsidies. And you see, this is pretty much Ukraine, right? Like it's like everything here is like very on the spot the same. Sorry, Paula.
Yeah. Look, I'll just say, never mind. I think Ryler makes some good points, and everybody makes some good points. But I mean, I think you're missing the big picture. I mean, it really is colonization that we're talking about. I mean, the United States, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, had a perfect opportunity to involve, and when the willing candidate to be part of the world community was the former Soviet Union states, and they wanted peace and prosperity like everybody else, and the United States was on purpose said, no, we want to colonize you, Russia. We do not want to be friends. We don't want to be partners. We want to make you a colony. And that's been their plan, and that's been their plan from the start. And they're using, and if you want to look at the genesis of the war with Ukraine, we knew that we had to put pressure on Russia, because what we hated was the fact that European countries, especially Germany, was making too good of friends with Russia and being supported in their industry with cheap energy, and it was creating an independent Europe, an independent from the United States. Because when you say NATO, Ryler, you mean the United States, because NATO is the United States. 90% of it is, at least. So that's why Russia has absolutely no choice but to continue to put pressure to continue this war, to keep America away from their borders, because America's not going to stop trying to colonize them. What Russia's got going for it is it's made friends with China. China's trying to make friends with Germany and everybody else. So the Asian half of the continent is moving in the direction of trying to take Europe away from the United States, and the United States is trying to keep Europe in its background, and that's where the big fight is. We've already lost. The United States has already lost pretty much a lot of Africa, so the fight there is just on the sidelines. But this is the huge fight. I mean, Europe is the same size as the United States when it comes to people, and we're determined to keep Europe in our orbit. And to do that, we figure that we have to destroy. Our goal is to destroy Russia one way or the other, and we won't quit until we do, or until we lose. And I think that's where we stand.
Can I just make a point? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Touch. I think you were next, anyhow.
Yeah, Ryla, man, excellent point about the European scramble for Africa. That is exactly what is driving this. It's just trying to prevent another power taking a territory. However, there is something we need to remember, guys. The American style of colonialism is not the same as the old European style of colonialism. It's ideological colonialism. It's cultural colonialism. It's very different. And it's not possible for America to actually go in with their troops, make a country American. They can't do that. The population won't accept it. They do it differently. They do it through opening up markets. They do it through various other cultural venues. They kind of dissolve a country's nationality. That's how they, and they have a universal ideology, which they push. So the people in Ukraine don't think they're joining the American empire. They think they're joining some kind of universal global identity, you know? So I think we have to remember that when we're talking about this, because the people on the ground don't see it this way. They don't see it as they're being colonized by America. They see it as I'm being freed from the evil Russians to become part of the global community. Anyway, I don't know who wants to talk next. Coping.
Thank you. I think, and then it's Rylar and then Upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. I have a little fact piece here. I wonder how you guys interpret it, because it pertains to like how long is NATO going to be committed to the war. Now, at the outset, Norway, at least, and I believe the rest of the European Union had committed an annual, thank you, Iranian Putin, who happens to incidentally be the best Putin around. So back in the day, when the early aid packages started coming out, the EU and Norway had committed like pretty significant sums as well. Nothing much compared to the Americans, individually by country, but still, it was a pledge for up until 2027. Which meant that they had already then kind of envisaged that this war was going to last for quite a while. Now, fast forward a few years, and today I saw on some of the stock news that I watch that Norway has the Norwegian government has bought from its own. Yeah, you can play a super chat if you want.
Intelligence says Ukraine is going to win.
Yeah, everyone. Anyways, so what I wanted to kind of post over here to the panel here is that because if you fast forward now, like I think it was today or yesterday, this came out from the biggest arms industry in Norway, which produces and sells the NASAM systems. Right now, these have been given quite good criteria. It's been helping that particular arms industry rise like triple in value actually since the outset of the Ukraine war. And half of it is owned by the Norwegian government. Now, Norwegian government has ordered to the tune of almost $5 billion, which is more or less the equivalent of the 5 years of annual support to Ukraine. I think it's maybe like 70%, $1.5 billion a year. That was what they started with in the beginning of the war. And it was going to be until 2027. Now, why do I mention 2027? Because the order that was made for the Norwegian government was to be fulfilled by 2027. And I'm pretty sure we kind of understand, like, if they can hold off until that time, it's because they're assuming they're going to be able to sell the weaponaries to their main client for at least a few more years. And they recently, I'm not sure if this is indicative, but they have also permitted a significant amount of stock buyback for their employees, where they gave the stock a 25% discount, which, predictably did plunge it down for a short while. But now it's already starting to rise up in tune of the orders that have been made, because it is, of course, the orders that actually make the value of the stock. So, considering Norway's heavy involvement in one of the most involved weapons industry in Europe, right, having committed from various points that they're going to be into this until 2027, right? Norway is not going to need the NASAMS before 2027. This to me suggests that at least some NATO countries, and particular countries who have a stake in it, like Norway, do kind of imagine this war proceeding for more than just 1 or 2 or 3 years. Though, I guess, Void, you having your finger up, or are you just kind of musing? Okay.
I had mine up first.
All right, it was upgrade. Sorry, it was no, Ryler and then upgrade, right?
Yeah. So going back to Tycho's point, I think that ultimately it's just sort of semantics in terms of like why countries don't actually just usually don't just annex countries they conquer anymore. I think just because of the Enlightenment and sort of Enlightenment values, that kind of thing is sort of like just if you just annex say you invade a country and set up a puppet state, obviously puppet states have existed all throughout history, but now if you just invade a country and just annex it into your territory, the way everyone sort of has learned about universal natural law and just international law, just basic values and morality, I just think that that's sort of unpalatable to the international just to the human race in general. And so what you end up having to do instead is just sort of skirt around that by creating puppet states and just gaining influence over countries even if you don't outright annex them. But ultimately, again, it's just semantics. The dynamic is the exact same as it was 100, 200 years ago. And so I think going back to Paul's point, Paul left, but I'll respond just as in terms of why the US and the West and try and integrate Russia into their own system or anything like that. I ultimately think it just goes back to my point earlier about how countries the only reason they want to conquer other countries by and large is just almost all of that can be explained by just they don't want other powers to have them. They don't want other powers to have that that country, their resources, and that includes the country itself. That includes their people, and the threat that they could potentially pose to the country that's conquering them. And so I think that ultimately just explains why the U.S. just said, okay, we're the single world power now. We have that, and we need to exploit that power. We need to do that by trying to gain as much influence as we can over countries that, over smaller powers like, China, Iraq, Russia, whatever it may be. And ultimately that just, you just keep having that dynamic of, countries basically trying to colonize each other and making sure that one country can't get an advantage over the other, even if it's detrimental for themselves. And of course you can make a normative argument that, okay, you think of the game theory optimum of what the US could do in that situation. Maybe you just sort of focus on itself. The US would just sort of focus on itself and not try and not try and compete with other countries in that way, and just sort of let countries like the Baltic states or Poland adopt spend 10-15% of their GDP on the military if they want to defend themselves. But ultimately that's not what ends up happening in reality, just because of the decisions that the different countries end up making. Vaughn?
Can I say something real quick?
Oh yeah, Gabriel, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize because I'm kind of working, so I'm jumping in and out, but I'm listening to you guys, so I can't cue with a finger, so I'm going to try to be really short and concise with my comments. But it's an interesting subject to what's the purpose of occupying another territory. But yeah, there's usually a material interest. I mean, what you say about the Enlightenment, the Enlightenment was at the gates of the greatest colonial expansion in history. So it's not like it's Enlightenment values that stop people from colonizing each other. As a matter of fact, I'd say that Enlightenment values are a religious dogma that impulse like the moral justification for conquest, just like religions before that. And the reason it's changed from like actual colonization to this sort of puppet regime style of colonialism is for two reasons. First, the financial system, and how it's a lot cheaper to just occupy the economics of a nation than to actually have a colony. You know, you don't have them on your budget. You don't have to carry the weight of maintaining an occupation. And the other reason I'd say is like the cultural colonization is much more effective because you have massive media. You have forms of mass spreading information and cultural content. You know, like United States, for example, is or was the main cultural exporter of the world, and that's precisely one of its main assets in establishing colonial rule, because there's this concept like the peace force that Kennedy created was much more effective than all the expeditionary forces of the world, because it went around the world teaching English. And so then you can, through movies and music and etc., you spread your cultural values, and so you can have people support your colonization.
I believe it was Upgrade's turn, but if not, then I think it was Vojin. Or no, Baum then maybe.
No, I was just going to say, in relation to what you were saying about the weapons being bought, you know, and paid for, and they're supposed to be delivered in 2027. I think a lot of these countries are just saying 2027, and they know damn well Ukraine's not going to be around. I mean, think about it. You know, it's probably hard for these countries to justify a military buildup, even though they all are afraid of Russia and say Russia's coming with these liberal governments. But if we're building NASAMS for Ukraine, and then conveniently Ukraine's not there when the delivery comes, well, we'll take them. So they can kind of build them for themselves, promise them to Ukraine to get them through the budget, and then conveniently when Ukraine's not there, all of a sudden they have NASAMS or maybe some HIMARS and stuff. You know, all this stuff that they're promised to be built. Yeah, it'll be great, but realistically, most of it's not even going to ever be online before Ukraine is over with. So it'll just be convenient for Europe to have this stuff coming online.
So are you saying like it will be more of an initiative to like, because my take from it was that since they were holding off that order for the Norwegian government, because the Norwegian government buying for itself through its own company, right, that it has like more or less 50% share in, and then the reason is because, you know, the annual support that is already pledged to Ukraine, like the aid money going to Ukraine annually, much of it is just like with the Americans, we are funneling it back through our own arms industry.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're saying that they're buying this extra stuff that they would probably like to have for themselves. I'm pretty sure everyone realizes they need shitloads of air defense, so they're getting extra air defense built, promising it for Ukraine, but they have no intention to give it to Ukraine. It's just like I mean, think about it. At this point in the war, all these guys know Ukraine's losing, but they're setting these production dates you'll get this in 2027 or this in 2028, or, you know, look how they slow roll the F-16s, the M1s. I mean, if they wanted to give them F-16s, they could have given them F-16s 2 years ago. If they want to give them M1s, there's 5 M1 variants for foreign export that are in storage. They could have gave them. They didn't have to go take some from somewhere and rebuild.
So
I'm just saying.
Correct
I think
me
it's
if I'm
kind
wrong.
of a scam.
So they're doing this for bulk discount. You know, like, you know, the self-made bulk discount.
Yeah, I mean, they're paying for it all, but they're going to make sure they get most of it back. I mean, yeah, some of it's going to end up in Ukraine and lost, but think about it. If they can keep 90% of this build out for themselves, plus they pay themselves and they have all this new equipment, that's great for them.
Right,
I don't think they have any intention of delivering half this shit to anybody, you know, as far as Ukraine goes.
Right, I mean, they don't need that like 3 years to be. They don't need 3 years to be supplying Ukraine with NASAMS. They're already producing. As far as I recall, it was like a little bit less than like they will be able to supply every 6 months or something like that.
Yeah, and I mean they explicitly say that the whole point of having that order backlog that goes out to 2027 is to like demonstrate to Russia that that NATO is not just going to give up and stop helping Ukraine. Like they explicitly say that the point of that is to prolong the war.
Right. So you're saying that we are going to be, because that's how I understood it too. Like we are going to be committed to fight this war with you until 2027, and then it's like maybe not that important for us anymore. Then we're kind of more doing our own thing, leaving Ukraine to die. Or
yeah, but my question would be like, how many NASAM systems do they produce a month or whatever? That because they have to produce the ones for themselves, the ones for their other customers, plus Ukraine. And they have these long out, post-dated orders for Ukraine. I mean, I'm sure Ukraine's getting a cut of the production, every month or whatever, if that's possible. If they produce 3, maybe it's 1 for Norway, 1 for NATO, and 1 for Ukraine. But I'm just saying, it seems like they're, it's kind of just blowing smoke up Ukraine's ass about stuff they're going to get down the road to show their support. I mean, yeah, they're probably still getting missiles, and they probably get a replacement system here and there, but they need like truckloads of those systems coming in, and that's obviously not going to happen because nobody's going to give away everything unless you're Denmark, I guess. But most other
how
countries.
is the European? Maybe Voye may want to answer this one, or someone else on the European arms industry, because in Norway's case, it's just mostly been an expansion, but we're kind of peculiarly well suited. We have most of our energy is already from renewables, and then we sell the rest of our oil and gas. We have tremendous revenue for then expanding our arms industry, which we are also making big bang of, right? So it's like we love the money glitch, right? Everybody knows that Norway is best on that part, right? So and I also recognize,
man. You steal our fish and you steal our gas as well. Don't forget.
You got Poland is buying our gas right now.
No, Britain. You steal the UK's fish and you steal our gas.
No, it's just you guys are just clumsy. We just happen to take what's rightfully ours. But
like the old days.
Yeah, we got to keep traditions, right? You call yourself conservative, so you must appreciate it, I assume, no?
Ripping off Brits is like a
we should really just come on longboats. Come on our longboats and start going at your churches and your cities and fetch some ladies, and we are having a population decline as well. And since you guys are fucked anyways, we might as well take your ladies.
Take them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want the ladies. No, maybe, who knows? But I don't know.
Well, I mean, if we took a bunch of Ukrainians, I get. Well, I don't actually know. Brits are actually quite peculiar. I noticed that when I lived in Scotland. So, yeah. Let's talk about something else. I started getting scared.
Okay, guys, 3 points. 3 points. First of all, on this arms industry stuff. I mean, come on. Like the main issue for Ukraine is manpower. That's like the number one issue. That should be the main topic, really, for Ukrainian limitations and whatever. Like, they don't have enough people. That's the number one problem. And on the colonization issue, I think I have to remind you that, like, it's very important to remember when we talk about American colonization, it's not American. It's not really American colonization. America itself is being colonized. It's a universalist, globalist sort of bullshit colonization. It doesn't really have a nation behind it. The people at its heart may have a base in some area of the planet, but they may have some material strategic interest in certain areas, but there's no real connection to America or the American people or any people. It's really just universalist. And the people behind it 100% believe that. They are not connected to America, really. So I feel like that has to be said. And it plays a role also in the way this colonization manifests in other countries. No one who is being colonized by the system thinks that they're being colonized by America. 0 people. 0. They don't think. It wasn't like the old days with the Brits. When we came to Singapore, every Singaporean knew that they were being colonized by the Brits. They knew that they were being turned into some kind of former British people. They were being given British culture in various ways. It's not the same in this new system. America is not knowingly colonizing anyone. It's completely
people want it.
Different.
Yeah, people want it. You see, Ukrainians are dying for it. It's like, we want to be part of the West. Come
I
colonize
have
us.
one more question. So on this new Biden-Trump stuff, kind of connected, but I just wanted to ask, do we think that like clever people are like back in control? Is Trump about to win? Is it have they decided that this war is not worth it? Have they decided, is that why they let Biden do that terrible debate? Are they trying to sort of pull the plug on this whole operation? Like we have different leaders gaining power in Europe. Is everything about to change? What do people think? Foyen.
I'd like to give another point regarding this colonization issue. Probably the Americans should answer the question regarding Trump and Biden after me. I don't think it's just some global elite who is doing these colonization moves. Both the philanthropists in the West and the oligarchs in the East, they still strongly depend on the state power, in my opinion. You could see that with the Russian oligarchs, they have been taken yachts away and property in the West. So they strongly depend on the power of the states. And I think regarding the question, why does the West want to colonize Russia or something, I don't think it's explicitly that they want to colonize Russia. I agree here with John Mersheimer. The state systems or the collection of states is basically an anarchy, and everybody has to look for himself. The international law is a fig leaf kind of way, because there is no executive who will enforce the law, especially against the big ones who have veto rights. And the Americans are kind of forced to look into weakening all the other powers, just like all the others, just to make sure that they themselves will not be kind of colonized, after that. So Vaughn or Ryla, would you like to answer Daihu's question?
Repeat the question.
The question is Trump being sort of foisted upon us by the elites in order to save the regime? Are they trying to save the regime and end the war in Ukraine, pivot to China? Is that what's going on right now? Is this whole thing planned?
No, not with Trump. They're trying to kill the guy, literally. I mean, the only thing they haven't literally done yet is had a guy fly at him, shoot at him. I mean, they've had guys run at him before. They had cars crash near the motorcade. I mean, I don't. He's not part of that system, and he might end the war, but if he ends it, like I said, it'll be some great deal that makes him look good. Because that's what he wants his legacy to be. Think about it. I'm the guy that made peace, and this is a great deal for everybody. Look how happy everybody is. What a great guy I am. So I don't know. I mean, that's kind of how I see it. I don't know.
Today is wholly victim of predator. Has Poland never invaded another? There is no legitimate reason for Russophobia, none.
I mean, I don't know. I sort of feel like to a large extent that every like a lot of the things that the Republicans and Democrats do on a certain level are just the same, and they're ultimately determined by people that aren't elected, and are ultimately just businesses and lobbyists that just influence the government to do certain things. So I don't really know if how much of a difference it's going to make with Biden versus Trump, and they're just going to keep doing the things they've already done. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I mean,
about
what Trump would get in and he could set the agenda, and then he's obviously got to replace right off the bat. There's about 500 people, which they supposedly have that lined up. It's not 4,000 like people talk. That's over time. But if they can get 500 people in there on the first week, because you got to get all these department heads in there and stuff like that, then you really got to, do some draconian measures to clean out the administration. But it also depends a lot on the makeup of the Congress too, as for what he can do. Because if it's closer, the Democrats have a majority. I mean, think about it. He could come up with the best, greatest most perfect fucking peace deal ever, and they won't go for it because it's Trump. You know, so you know they'd rather have another 200,000 guys die before Ukraine just loses outright, and it doesn't. You know, there's no one left to negotiate, rather than take the deal and just to make Trump look good. So I mean, I don't think it's planned on their side. I think they want to keep Biden in there and milk it for all it's worth. Because think about it, Biden dies in his second term. Kamala takes over. She's a puppet. Her vice president's a puppet. You know, and whoever's really calling the shots is still calling all the shots.
Yeah, that makes sense. What Von's saying. I'd add to that it seems to me that there is a certain level of backtrack, especially after the situation of the debate, but it doesn't really seem planned to me. It seems like a sort of panic mode.
Well,
and
I mean,
thing I'd say about
just real quick. Also in the debate, Trump did say, he talked about the casualties, how high they were and how they lied to you, and they were probably 2 or 3 times higher than what they were saying. And he said because of the conditions on the ground and how they will probably be by the time he gets in, that they will be negotiating from, a position of weakness against Russia. So, I mean, that right there is completely against the narrative. And like White said earlier, there's no big-time mainstream politicians in the U.S. saying that at all. It's all like sidetracked generals like Scott Ritter or McGregor or Mersheimer, people that they can shit on. It's not, if Lindsey Graham was saying it, people would be tripping balls. If Sean Hannity was saying it, here's Trump saying it. I mean, I'm curious to see what these war hawks like Hannity and stuff want to say, but I guarantee you they won't even talk about those few points because it was 30 seconds in the debate, but it was pretty devastating that he said that publicly. And he's going to be the president of the United States most likely. And he just admitted that casualties are 2 to 3 times higher than are being reported, and that Ukraine is losing, and that whatever peace deal is made will be made from a position of weakness on their side. So that's why I don't think he's part of that plan.
Yeah, and what I'd like to add to that is that it really gives me the impression, like looking at it from outside, that there's a lot of infighting there. Like it's not a monolith. The deep state and the levers of power in Congress and the executive and all that shit, it's really not unified. They're really scrambling for their, it seems to me, scrambling for their own priorities and their own personal interests and special interests and all that shit. And they're kind of fighting it out to see which one comes out on top. And so that's where I kind of explain certain level of backtracking, but it's like wavering more than a concerted plan.
I think there's a lot of elites who realize that this is not worth the pain, and they've decided, shit, this is not working, guys. We need Plan B. Trump is Plan B. Trump is Plan B. Let's get out of this war. Let's make America patriotic again. Let's build up against China. I think that might be the Plan B. I think they might be switching.
That might be the case there, but I as far as the Ukraine thing goes, I don't think so. I think they've already invested so much. There's so much money to make and everything else that they wouldn't give it up willingly. Like if they could keep Trump out and keep their guys in and keep this money laundering scheme going, they would. Like they said, to the last Ukrainian, they don't care.
This is the upgrade. Go first. Upgrade has his fingers up. I can go first. So so I did mention before in I think many open mics before, my belief of the deep state is just a lot of people just happen to have their own self-interest, and everybody is just doing the thing that happen to go in one direction. And civil servants, government workers, they are just there to protect their own job. And especially, let's say you are in the military, or you are in certain departments that allow you to have some power and influence, getting more and more budget by having a Syrian war. If the war is going in Syria, as long as there's an operation going on, you get more power, more manpower, more resources, and then you will want to continue that, because if that stops, then maybe you lose your job. So there is always all this self-interest that is pushing all these things. This is also why you need a president, because the president will set the priorities, the decisions, and make the hard decisions that civil servants will never make. No civil servant, no government officials in the world will cut their own budget. No one. Every That's why in every government in the world, governments always get bigger. Always get bigger and bigger and bigger. The budget always get more and more bloated, more and more bloated. Taxes will just keep increasing because the leadership, the elected leaders, don't have the guts to just chop and cut the budget and destroy certain government bodies or departments, which is what Milei is doing in Argentina. Is such a big thing because he's willing to do the hard thing, and there will be a lot of pain, a lot of hatred, but it sometimes is necessary. If not, the government will just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Upgrade.
Yeah, but he still lifts his own wages.
Yeah, but I agree with that Trump can appoint whoever he wants and fire the people. But shouldn't there be also check and balances? Because imagine somebody crazy comes in, he just fires everybody and start to make some crazy shit with it, So I think there should be also a balance between firing people and people inside the government.
But you have checks and balances. And the thing is you have the three branches, and the executive branch is what he's in. And they have a lot of leeway. They can pick who they want, and obviously, if it's someone bad, they'll get rid of them. Somebody that's a problem. And I mean, what if Biden wins and picks a bunch of crazy people? I mean, we can what if that all day. But I mean, they supposedly have a plan to replace 500 people within the first week, and these are all key positions. These are all people that have been vetted. These are supposedly all people that are Trump loyalists. And then after that 500, they'll build out from that. But obviously that depends, like I said, on the makeup of the Congress, because they'll interfere, if it's close or the Democrats have an advantage. And you got to worry about, stupid ass hearings and, how many times are they going to try to impeach him and shit like that? It all depends on how the election goes. I mean, he has to win big time, get a mandate. The Republicans got to maintain a majority in both houses. And then maybe they can actually work and get some stuff done. But, until that all happens.
So is this going on since yesterday, or the surrounding Russia with problems just happened now, or last 30 years? What do you guys think? I mean,
may I finish
surrounding
just depends. It just
surrounding
depends.
Russia, it's a long-term plan. They providing long-term plan, and many from the administration just using it to enrich, to get some donations, to offer, compromises to get some money. It's a long-term plan. They're following it. Nothing new.
The way the American system works is they have people who have a personal interest. There are people with a personal interest who hate Russia. Plus, there's the financial interest as well. And they kind of go together. You get like a combination of people who just hate Russia. Maybe they came from Russia originally and they've got power in America now. And then you have the big industry or whatever, which will support whatever is going to make them money. And they kind of work together. And that's what we have now. We have
they hate just that Russia is resisting them.
No,
they hate Russia per se.
They literally hate Russia. There are people who literally hate Russia.
Think about it. An example of what he's saying. An example.
Hate resistance.
Just real quick, an example of what he's saying is, think about it. You have a guy like Bill Gates, a billionaire, and then you have Victoria Nuland, the diplomat. They work hand in hand because they both hate Russia.
Cookie, why did you run away from chat? Who hurt you?
Well, it is so. Hold on. We got a super chat here. Hold on. Sorry for interrupting, but we got a super chat here referencing me. And it's so nice that Slef will be contributing directly to the open mic. Always appreciated. Of course, it is even more appreciated that you miss me in the lounge. Don't worry, I will return at some point. But you see, it's kind of for the same reason I miss you to come on the open mic. Because you see, the lounge has so many speakers, shall we say, who have maybe been on once, tops twice, not really saying much, not having much remarkable to say, and never to return to the open mic, despite seemingly spending day in, day out in the lounge. And it doesn't seem like any of those conversations really come out in the open mic either. So if you want to make a recording on a certain topic, you can always reach out to me. I haven't left Telegram or anything like that. But the lounge for me, it became simply, since I don't go there so often, it became too much scrolling and for too little that would be pertaining to what I really want to commit to. So, but yeah, at some point I'll probably have more time. I just come back into the lounge and, you know, shit talk and whatever. So but then nice of you to talk, to ask that question, because it's you know, yeah.
So Copin, do you want us to garden
Victoria,
that jungle in
Victoria
voice chat
Newland
a little bit, maybe?
Sorry, I couldn't make out
do you want us to garden that jungle that's voice chat?
That's not important.
No,
So you can
no, that
lounge
is irrelevant. No, that is irrelevant. It is like, because I can come back into the lounge whenever, right? So for me, the conversations that I care about, they are those that will be pertaining to open mic discussions, or like either it is very directly related to here, and it will be open mic speakers, because like I remember you guys are cool and fun and all that kind of jazz, but you know, I cannot give myself the time nor inclination to be hanging out in chat groups just to hang out in chat groups. Like I really can't do that. So, and the thing with the lounge, it is that like if you first enter, you get dragged in and there you stay there for like, boom, there was 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 hours, you know, and then you ask yourself at the end, why? Okay, like maybe those of you who are very Ukraine centric, you'll definitely get a lot from it. I do recommend people who like the Ukraine war to be in the lounge. For there, you will be having a lot of talks of it. You will have other stuff, but do keep in mind, it is a social place, right? Like people are not obliged to do anything. Like I have my preference, but I do not spend so much time in the lounge that I can dictate the standards, right? I just have to take care of my own time. But for anyone there, like, you know, you can have a lot of fun, and, you know, whatever, those people who spend time there, they are the ones who set the standard of how things are done. You fraternize, you know, yeah, I mean, keep the super chats going. For those of you, I don't want to be like, oh, those of you in the lounge who don't come back to the open mic, you should fuck off or something. No, that's not what I'm saying. You know, if you just come and you give one of those opinions you have so often in the lounge, and maybe once in a while super chat it in here, or maybe you just engage with those in the live chat just to kind of keep things lively, because that's good for the algorithm, you know, then, you know, cool, whatever, right? But I don't see the lounge being that. It seems to be a lot more personal than I care to be myself. So I hope that kind of like sufficiently answers the question. Like I will come back, don't you worry. But it's nice of you to hear that. Nice to hear that you guys are missing this so much.
You guys are okay, but not that much. No, but back to Victoria Nuland. She's of Russian descent. Her grandfather was of certain ethnicity that I will not mention, that was expelled from Russia, and she has a very personal grudge against the Russian state.
Yeah, and then she goes and finds some rich guy to bankroll her psychotic agenda.
There's another one here in Poland who's married to a very important Polish politician. I'm not going to name names, but there's a very important lady here in Poland who's exactly the same. And she is like, it's kind of funny because the Polish politician in question was previously part of the previous government, and he suddenly switched to the new government when they won the election. So he's kind of like a permanent politician. You can't get rid of him.
Come on, drop the names, man. Drop the names. What the hell?
Yeah,
the lady is Anne. The lady is
drop
Anne
the
Applebaum,
names.
so you can Google her. Anne Applebaum is the lady. You can Google what.
And to Coping's point, you know, if you're going to go to the voice chat, bring the soap, because it's dirty, and damn sure don't drop it.
Man, that was intense. That escalated.
Silence.
I just want to point out that I spent very little time in the voice chat, so I know that sometimes it can get wild, but I am not very up to date. I never was, and now I think I'm glad I wasn't.
So yeah, I think I will try to finish my point.
I'll watch your back, Kopi. I'll wash your back, Kopi.
I will try to finish my point from before. I thought also very interesting that like said before, that Trump actually brought up the Ukraine war in the debate and actually said what most of the people maybe don't know, you know, because they just watch normal cable news and they think Ukraine is winning, and that we just need to send them a little bit more, and it will help them, and they will win the war, right? So I think that maybe with this perspective, also some people will start to think a little bit differently about this war, and try to a little bit question the legacy media about this, because like I said, nobody asks these pundits on their TV shows, what do you say about the opposite side, right? About the pro-Russian side, who say that the Ukrainian getting destroyed, right, on the battlefield, and that they have big problems, right? It comes out slowly and slowly and slowly, but I think it could be already done much quicker, the peace settlement, if we actually knew the facts and on the ground, because it's devastating how they get
people don't
how
have
they
a
drop
say.
bombs on their how they drops bombs on the battlefield, you know. Yeah, we see it because we are here in the DPA. That's something else, but I'm talking about the irregular people who like Tijo said, the older people, right, the old women's who support the war, right?
People don't have a say.
These guys, they don't see it, right? They don't see it. They believe. Like I had a discussion not so long time ago with the elderly woman, like
Old
Tijo,
bitches, the
I like
old
to say.
bitches, man. Old bitches.
Yeah, and she was convinced that Zelensky and Ukraine is not corrupt at all, and that all this money is really going to the front line, and that we are helping these poor Ukrainians, you know, and then there is no mass mobilization where they actually put people in trunks, you know, just from the streets, you know. It's very, very sad, but it's kind of true, yeah. So I think Arrows Smash was the next, I think.
No, Vaughn was next.
Just real quick on the debate. Another thing Trump said pretty forcefully
Vaughn,
too
I
is
think
he
you were
said,
next.
yeah, another thing Trump said in the debate pretty forcefully too was that this war was completely unnecessary. It was completely avoidable, and he got kind of heated when he said that people were getting killed because of idiotic decisions, dangerous decisions, stupid decisions. I mean, for the short amount of time that he brought up Ukraine, he really laid into it. And, you know, I don't know how many people saw it, you know, because it was, you know, I know CNN has their numbers, and then it was simulcast on probably 20 different people. So I'm sure over, you know, millions of people saw it. You know, granted, maybe half, 3/4 of those people, you know, as far as the alternative media are already in the know as far as how it's going. But the people on like Fox and MSNBC, that was probably, you know, pretty rude awakening, you know, as long as it wasn't like, you know, kind of distorted or covered up by the same media. Because, I mean, that was pretty hard hitting. I mean, he really went into it pretty hard, and it was quick, and he was out. And Biden really didn't have shit to say about it.
But my worry is that people may not understand what he's trying to say. Like people on the open mic, you know, all of you guys the speakers are watching this. We know this because we talked about this every week. But you know, people who are just watching, you know, casual, they just live their life, then suddenly just watch this, you know, hyper event, and then it's like, what is he talking about? Like making stupid decisions. Most people wouldn't understand. Because if you don't have the information, you just don't have the information. AG.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually still haven't watched the entire debate with Trump yet. I saw a couple clips, but yeah, with the point he made about Ukraine, Nigel Farage made that point too, pretty forcefully. And it's funny watching the fucking tabloids go off on Nigel Farage is infected with the Putin mind virus. And it's just laughable. Like, yeah. But no, I was going to say it with, most normies who get their news from CBC, CNN, legacy media, they're clueless. They don't realize how close we are to big red button press, and you know, your city's getting nuked.
And think about this. Think of all the normie Trump voters that are patriotic, anti-Russian because you know they think the Russians, the Soviet Union. They got exposed to their man saying that, so that might have some effect too. I mean, it may not affect people that watched Rachel Maddow or like Biden, but maybe that was the first time they heard it. But it might have more effect on the Trump voters that think
Hey,
fighting
Vaughn,
Russia's
how
a good
many
idea.
how many Rachel Maddow fans are going to fight in the war coming soon?
Well, that's like you said. That's like you said earlier. They're all for fighting in the war as long as it's not them. They're all for the war as long as they can sit at home and critique it.
The soldiers are all coming from the Trump country. The Trump countries are the ones that, all the states in the middle of the United States are the one that are contributing the soldiers. It's never the coastal ones.
Middle
It's
America.
the same as in Ukraine as well. It's always the rural folks that is going thrown to the front line and die. It's not the city folks that in Kiev, in Lviv. No, those are having fun partying and
Same here in Canada. It's always the prairie boys and the East Coasters who all go to war. Except nobody wants to anymore.
When you mentioned Anne Applebaum, I recently watched her interview by Bill Kristol of her, and it's totally weird. It's like he's her professor, and she's presenting her project doctorate as talking points, right? And he would be correcting her whenever she gives a wrong idea, and approve her when she's giving good talking points.
Yeah.
It was really weird.
Europe, it's a cult.
Yeah,
It's
it's crazy.
It's literal
yeah.
cult.
Yeah, but they have talking points and they have teachers. You see, these ideological leaders like Bill Kristol, right? That they follow, and they just blindly follow them as a cult leaders, and they do whatever they want. Like as I'm saying, he was acting as her professor, correcting her and approving whatever she would say. It was weird stuff, and there was no the option to comment on it at all. So of course, very understandable why, but it's a weird video on YouTube. Yeah.
What's really funny is you guys brought up last week the Canadian Special Forces going into Ukraine. It's about 300 guys, and they're supposed to be right up there in Sumy, and I think along the Belarusian border. And you know how the states made the mandatory conscription for 18 to 26? Talk to a guy who used to do CAF recruiting. We're getting that too, apparently, in a couple months. And the thing people keep saying, oh, who's going to win, Trump or Biden, Trump or Biden? I still don't think there's going to be an election at all. Because I think we got maybe 3 or 4 months before China and Taiwan kick off. Hezbollah and Iran is going to kick off very soon. And Russia apparently is putting on the final touches for a strategic partnership with Iran. So Israel goes to war with Hezbollah, Iran backs Hezbollah, and Russia's going to be along for that ride. So, yeah, I don't see elections taking place at all. They're going to pull a wartime president bullshit. Kamala Hamas is going to take over for Biden. And, yeah, I see something going like that. I don't even think there's going to be an election.
No. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. That's crazy. They'd be insane to do that. They'd be insane.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't see.
There's got to be some smart people there. There's got to be a few clever people there. Come on.
They are insane, but that's kind of far-fetched.
It's a good idea, but it's gonna stretch. It's gonna stretch for a little bit, few years, maybe within 3 years, but not that fast. Not within this year.
They might delay the election for a couple of years. I mean, look at Ukraine. Ukraine was supposed to have elections how long ago? And there's one party in Ukraine now.
Yeah, but it's a test case.
U.S. has the precedent of having elections during wartime, so it's not gonna cut it very well. But they have been stretching the U.S. population, so it's not completely impossible. Though it is kind of far-fetched.
I don't think that. Oh yeah, Copen.
I don't think the people in charge, the regime, wants to do that, man. I think they want to bring back patriotism. They want to re-energize the American people. They want to get boots on the ground. They want to get people signing up to fight. They want Trump. The regime wants Trump back. They want like a patriotic Republican to re-energize the American system. That's what I think. That's what I think is going on.
Well, I see your point there, but I also I don't see anybody really making up the recruiting numbers that
There's no real
Western
appetite
militaries need to meet.
Not for boots on the ground by Americans, no way.
Well, technically, there's already American boots on the ground and Canadian.
Yeah, technically, but not obviously.
And French.
You know, there's a big difference between technically and actually.
Yeah,
but imagine
legalistically.
But I can totally imagine, if Donald Trump becomes the president, then after that he start to get all the reports of how many US soldiers is actually killed in Ukraine and whatnot, and then he revealed it all. Oh my God, it will be like haywire.
What if he announces it publicly?
100% he will do it, man. 100% he's going to do it. No, Donald Trump have no self-control. When you come to this kind of things, he's just going to spill all the beans. He already promised that he's going to throw out put out everything about the Kennedy assassination. So he knows all the details, but it's just that he's now going to so he's going to do that already. So no.
He used to see Trump as. I think he's going to freaking toe the, establishment line on Israel and Ukraine. And no, I don't think there's going to be any stopping this war. Israel's the big one right now, though, because,
Imagine you're an American elite. Do you really give a fuck about Ukraine? Like, come on. You live in California. Do these people really care? I mean, they can sacrifice it, man. They can sacrifice it.
They don't even care about Americans.
They don't even care about
people that don't even know this war is going on. They don't even
care about Texas, Arizona. Yeah, he don't even care about the southern border states. No, why would he care about Ukraine?
The smart elites want to sacrifice Ukraine. They want to. I wouldn't say surrender, but they want to deal with Putin. They want to end this war. They want to focus on China. They want to focus on Iran, shit like that. That's what I think the smart elites want to do right now.
No. The smart elites will want to make a deal to make sure that all their investment are intact, and then they can continue to get the investment, even if maybe the company is in Donbass that is already conquered. Maybe they can make a deal so that their business can continue to operate in Donbass. I think that is the deal. I think that's what they want. Real elites don't give a damn about geopolitics. They only care about money and interest.
Money.
Yeah, geopolitics only patriots care.
You see, what elites care about is actually because a lot of pensions are invested in BlackRock. They want BlackRock to buy up all the investments by Monsanto, the other big companies that invested in Ukraine pre-Russian invasion, so that later on United States have to bail out BlackRock and your pensions. That's what they want to do. That's what Sanjay was talking about. Yes, because BlackRock uses a lot of our pensions. They will sacrifice just like CalPERS did it. When the shares were falling, they were buying up. CalPERS was buying up all the falling, collapsing shares. That's what they do. That's when they manage our pensions. You see,
Canada is really bad for that.
That's what they do. That's the big plan. That's what Sanjay meant by it.
By the RCMP got leaked. No, I was gonna say, your point about BlackRock owning most of the retirement funds. yeah, Canada, we invested all our retirement funds in China. And now we're having to toe the line of putting in sanctions and tariffs on Chinese EVs of 100%, like the US. So, yeah, there was an internal RCMP report that came out a little while ago that in 5 years, this is the RCMP saying it, there will be civil unrest and civil war in Canada in 5 years, once the population realizes how fucked we are.
Has there ever been in human history worse elites than the West elites right now? Can anyone tell me? Like, has there ever been worse?
Before First World War,
Caligula was better.
They use World War to call rebellious population. They have to call us because we became rebellious against them. We are reading what they're doing. That's what they do.
By
Because
worse,
the
I
war
mean
is
incompetent.
they start to
I
war
mean
to
incompetent.
call
I mean
population.
incompetent.
Maybe the
Has there been
Caliph
a
of
point?
They're not
Baghdad.
incompetent. They will
Maybe
always
maybe
come
the
out
Caliph of Baghdad, when he insulted the Mongol Khan that sent them ultimatums, and he said that you're a dog, go fuck yourself, and well then Baghdad got slaughtered. Maybe that was this level of incompetence.
Can I chime in here? Because my hand is getting tired. So I kind of didn't want to interrupt because the conversation kind of goes well along with my question. So but put it a little bit more concretely, it goes a little bit back to what Tycho was talking about here. You know, the guys are not willing. And then we've also had several times discussions on, well, guys are not even fit. They've been military dude. Like the last open mic, there was a dude who said like, you know, it's even among the military, it's not really that impressive. As you have exceptions, but it's not really, you know, if you get to war, it's going to be really hard. Now, that is one thing aside. What quality? We have kind of already seen a lot of like low expectations, to put it, you know, politely. What I wondered, because are there any updates regarding the talks of, it's a dual question that actually kind of goes in tandem. More specifically, how the Ukrainians are having higher losses because they don't have parity in a lot of weapon systems, right? So I was talking about Norway, and like I think it was Vaughn correctly pointed out, like Norway by itself at least won't matter, even though we have expanded and we are slated to expand even more. You know, we are a very small country ultimately. So I was wondering, with this talks of conscription, right, mandatory service, being increasingly in the air in the political spheres, how, let's say that does happen, let's say 1 year down the line, like regardless of Ukraine, though it may be like it's of course relevant in that regard, but how has the weapon industry, the arms industry, because I know a lot of the money that has been going through has been to provide for the social services in Ukraine, paying the bureaucracy and what have you, but still a fair amount of money. You know, I don't think it can just go to the arms industry and buy orders that are pre-existing. I would assume that the Americans were to be expanding their arms industry as well. So I was just wondering, like, let's say, like you said, manpower is what you're lacking. You cannot convince them through propaganda, but you can use you can coerce them still into the army, just like Ukraine is doing. How would then the composition of such an army be? Like if they have a conscription army and they have their own arms industry, like how would that look like, especially compared to Ukraine? And really, anyone willing to answer that one, take it.
I just want to say one thing about the arms industry. It's the bureaucracy in Europe does not allow it. The bureaucracy in Europe, I don't know about America, but in Europe, there's too many regulations, which makes it too difficult to produce armaments en masse in the same way Russia does or China. So that is the fundamental problem with the arms industry in Europe. I don't know about America. Historically, they've been more kind of free market, so I'm not sure. But in Europe, too many regulations, basically. Impossible.
America is fucked. The arms industry is. I can kind of feel that for the arms industry. The defense industry in the West is fucked. Like I'll drop a link from CSIS about the arms industry. There's no production capacity at all. No surge capacity. You know those factories that they were supposed to make? yeah, they don't have the personnel or the tooling to actually make those.
You know,
I think if they see business,
this military guy from South Africa, he pointed out that Rheinmetall
arms production.
Rheinmetall has a larger production of 155 shells in South Africa than in Germany. So they produce a lot of ammunition in different countries. So yes, Europe itself is not, but wherever they can, they have their own. That can be cut off. Yes, that's a danger. That
It's
can
not
be cut
reliable.
off to
It's not
supply.
reliable,
Yeah,
Euro.
it's not reliable, but they still can produce a lot.
China can also cut off certain systems, but China also recently sanctioned Lockheed Martin again, and Raytheon, and all those other countries or companies. And you know who controls 97% of the rare earth metals that you need to make chips for guidance systems? Fucking gunpowder is controlled by China, largely. We don't have the fucking mines. We don't have the fucking production or refining facilities at all. And we don't.
Do you want it? Do you want to be strong
to make that stuff?
But do you want to be strong? Do you want to be the strong, powerful to be able to destroy Russia and China? Do you want to? That's my question. Do you want to be so strong and powerful? Do you want to have
you want
power?
nuclear war?
Yes.
Do you want to have that power to be able to destroy China? It's crazy thinking. Don't complain that you don't have enough armament. Please don't complain.
Yeah.
Your belligerent countries shouldn't have that much power, because it will be much worse for everyone else.
No.
So I'm very glad that you don't have any power to produce.
It's,
Canada's sending bloody asbestos to India by fucking metric tons. Still, that thing that was banned years ago. So,
Canada does.
Canada
fucking still exports tons of fucking asbestos. Yeah.
You're on the subject of that you don't want belligerent nations to have increased armaments. I think the fundamental point you're missing is that because of how pathetic and incompetent the leadership of the West is, I firmly believe if you got more competent people,
and insane,
more people who thought rationally, who could create a system where you produce more armaments, that in turn would create a more rational foreign policy as well. I think that it goes together. The crazy foreign policy goes with the crazy domestic policy because they're crazy. They're delusional. They're morons. So we just need competent people,
crazy
rational
and
people, sane people
and they're
back in power.
psychopaths.
Yeah, on the topic of manpower.
There's another question. There's another question.
Every fucking politician.
When hang them. When you talk about your leadership as such, what gives
Dr.
you
Guillotine entered the chat.
When you talk about your leadership as such incompetent and disillusioned and creating their own reality, what gives you thinking that you guys are immune from it? That's I started wondering about it recently, and why you guys think that you're immune from it. Yes, we do have extra knowledge. We here on DPA chats, we do have many point of views, and we share many more informations. But
no one is immune, including you.
Yeah.
Everyone is capable of insanity.
Yeah.
That's your point.
Well, just wanted more thinking. Yeah. More philosophical
from the
thinking.
Simpsons movie. Have you ever tried going insane without power? It's boring. No one listens to you.
However, I think smaller nations should also be able to defend themselves. So, just to say that nobody should get any arms or something like that besides the big powers, and we should all be
I didn't
slaves
say
of
any.
the big ours. Huh?
I didn't say any. I didn't say any weapons. I just glad that there is not belligerent. The West is not
Yeah.
so powerful as it believes.
Implying of that we
Not
shouldn't
anymore.
have any.
No,
So that
no,
we
it
should
doesn't.
just it
It doesn't
implies.
imply that, man. Come on.
Guys, come on, man. Don't be like that.
I would
I'm
suggest.
just saying, and besides, Tifo said that.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
So
No, I'm just.
so wait.
Man.
The
Come on,
idea.
man.
Wait. Let me talk. Okay, first I want to some housekeeping. AG, you are lagging by 2 seconds, so you cannot react like instantly, with all this small reaction, because if you do all this short reaction, it's always 2 seconds late, so that everybody get confused, and then listeners will get very like disrupted, like what the hell is happening, So you try to keep it to like one big chunk of words together.
Gotcha.
And so
It's been a long
okay.
week, man. Freaking
I don't know why you are lagging.
reservations and
So
shit.
anyway. 1,
Probably
2,
because freaking
upgrade.
CIA.
Okay, I will just go. And Tifo, I wanted to answer your question. We had many elites who are incompetent. Look at the French. The French Revolution just started because of incompetent elites who said, just go bake a cake, just go bake a cake. And
I'm pretty sure they had more concepts. I think they had better idea of power, though. I mean, I agree they were very incompetent, the French elites at that time.
They were
But I
very
still think they
incompetent because
understood
they
power.
had all the money to save the Americans from the British, and then they starved their own population so much that they revolted against a sun king, the king of God. So I mean, like, if this is not more incompetent than you can get, it is totally.
I think the difference, Upgrade,
and
is
it
that
was
was one
revolution
nation.
on planet Earth. And second, because of armaments, why we don't produce more weapons in the West is because if we want to have like arms who are actually useful right now on the battlefield, like in Ukraine, we should produce FPV drones, and FPV drones are not lucrative for big corporations. They are not lucrative. They don't make any money. We produce big tanks, precise rockets who are used with a lot of technology, but that's not what people need in war. We need things to kill, and a lot of it. More you have, more you can deal damage. So that's exactly what the Russians have, and they've always been like this. They always had more than the other part. Even if the other part had better equipment, they just destroyed them and smashed them. And that's what's happening right now on the battlefield. I give it to Vorgin, because Vorgin hit his finger up.
Yeah, Vorgin, yeah.
I think Halfcast had his finger up long ago. He almost gave up. Will you go first?
Oh, thanks. I was just going to respond to Upgrade. I don't think Russia's been trying to take over the whole world. So, I think they're just like every other country, just trying to make sure that they don't get taken over. That's why there's always a nuclear race. And as soon as someone gets a nuclear bomb, they say the things seem to settle down. Once Iran gets a couple of nukes and stuff like that, they won't be so paranoid about, Israeli nuking them, or there'll be the Third World War and stuff like this. It's just even North Korea. That's why they all go for nuclear bombs, because they know if they've got them in their back pocket, they can always have a, like a war what's going on now, which is like, it's a proxy war. It's a controlled war. It's very, I think Russia's being quite fair. They could be really nasty and take out bridges, airports, and all sorts of stuff, and stop anything coming in if they tried. It'll cost a lot of money, but they could devastate Ukraine. And I just don't see the point in trying to keep ramping up and trying to keep up. It's just greed. That's all it is. It's just people wanting more money and greed, and around the arms industry. It's the arms industry, Big Pharma, all these, imagine all the money Big Pharma gets from all these wounded soldiers and stuff like that, and it's massive, must be huge. And then all the other companies all behind the scenes, all the logistics and food, and American companies must be creaming it, but the economy's not. But some of these companies must be just making huge amounts of money. But I don't know who was next. Bjorn.
Can I just say something? Yeah,
Okay,
Bojan,
let me
go
go
ahead.
then. Regarding the military industry, Europe, at least what I can see, is not ramping up fast. It's a good thing from my standpoint, and most of the ramping is.
Oh, he's frozen. Bjorn, you're frozen.
CIA.
Freeze. Yeah, I wanted to say,
CIA
answering
and no
to
such
Coping,
agency.
like what, because he asked also not only about the arms industry, but about the how are they going to force manpower into a hot war against Russia? And yeah, well, Richie Sunak had a good idea. He wants to sort of volunteer all the youth of UK to either military service or communal service. And if they don't comply, he's gonna like remove their social benefits. I don't know if you guys saw that one, but that was like one of like the final nail.
He didn't say that. He said he wanted to take away the opportunity to get a loan or something like that. I mean, look, man, you saw for yourself.
Yeah, social benefits.
It was complete failure. Like,
yeah, and it was like the final nail in the coffin of the Tories.
Trudeau did with the truckers.
So basically, like the idea that he threw out, which of course is going to destroy, but he doesn't give a fuck, but it destroyed his political career. But like if push comes to shove, I think that's kind of like the template that they're working on.
yeah,
So,
but can
like-
I just say, like in the UK, what you need to watch is what the Labour Party, the incoming government, is going to do. Are they going to try and adopt this idea? But I honestly believe that if you want to adopt national service,
They will.
you need to change the culture. You need to introduce some type of patriotism amongst the youth. I mean, I know we hate the Nazis, guys, but there is a reason why Ukraine has such a strong far right, right? It's because they're at war.
Yeah.
You need warriors, and the Europe does not have warriors. It doesn't have fighters. You need people who are prepared to die. You need people who are extreme, and they don't have it.
Yeah.
They don't have those types of
But
people.
you change the culture at the same time as you implement service, civil
It's
service.
hard. That's really hard.
No,
Yeah,
but
that's why
uh,
you do it gradually.
They
right?
fucked
It's a
Ukraine
feedback
is
loop.
a process. It
In
didn't
Ukraine,
just switch on when Russia
Ukraine
started
is a test bed. Ukraine is a test
Yeah,
bed
but Ukraine
for
is
so
a
many
process of
examples that
decades.
you did. A lot of brainwashing in the Western Ukraine. Yeah, it was happening since 90s. Yes, and even before that. But
Western
what I
brainwashing
wanted
has
to
been
say-
totally opposite. It's been the opposite brainwashing in the West. It's been like, you know, who gives a fuck about your country? Doesn't matter. Like that's the brainwashing in the West. How are you going to
Opposite,
switch?
you mean what? Like
I just don't think the West want a war.
Like anti-patriotic.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like
yeah,
your country is bad. Generally, that's the main focus.
You are
like,
bad.
did bad shit. You are bad for liking your country.
You are
and
bad for
should
being
feel
of
bad.
that country.
Yeah.
You are
So
bad
how
for
are you gonna
being
suddenly-
Yeah, but that's
ethnically of
part
your
of.
country.
But that's a part of creating EU, right? You have to demolish nationality in order to create a new one, a new identity as European identity. You cannot have, strong nationality, right? You have to have one united. So it's they
Supranationality.
creating, which is new identity, right? So you
I
have
have
to
an-
destroy
I-
all
I-
identity.
If Le Pen,
I'm
I think
having
if Le Pen gets in
an idea right now
to leave the EU.
because. Okay, go ahead.
Coping.
Thank you. I mean, Gabriel, maybe you can finish because my question was kind of following up on my previous one. I guess I can just interlude that what I've interpreted so far is on both sides, be it the military or the manpower side. the projections don't look good. In fact, it sounds very much like you can here use the rule of thumb of projection. Right, so at the beginning of the Ukraine war, the media was spotting, oh, the Russian army is so corrupt, like, sure, maybe they have like that and that, but even that is not enough for all that. And also, simultaneously, we were given the news that, news or whatever, opinions you can call it, that the Russian army was not only so incompetent and corrupt and what have you, but they were simultaneously somehow still going to pose a major threat to Europe. And if it was now Ukraine, then later they would just move all the way into Germany. Well, seeing that one of their projections, about corruption, for example, because that's pretty much what I would call this through and through, right? Like you have a tremendous, like 3 to 4 times the annual budget of Russia, which is in this special military operation and declared and whatever. Then you have NATO and the United States with that's the amount, three times the amount, but they are only showing to crumbs, and they're not showing to industrial expansion nor preparation in any regard. Like even for the media they will be saying like, oh, Russia is a big threat, but as people here are also pointing out, you like be ashamed of your country, right? Like you should not be viciously, should no violence or anything, be inclusive for everything. Which is, one can understand where either side is coming from, but it's a very conflicting message when, you're dramatizing things. It's a big spectacle. So I was then wondering, coming to the second part here, if it is so that they haven't expanded anything, they haven't prepared their manpower in any regard, right? And they have projected this against the Russians of being totally incompetent 3 years ago. Well, is it so that if Russia chose to, how would it be for Europe then to fight, actually, if they were actually forced to do so? Russia forced a hand and said, you know what? Actually, you guys look pretty weak, and I think this is our best time to just go at you. How would that look? And I guess, Gabriel, you can say it was actually your turn. Gabriel held his finger, so let him go first.
Yeah, I wanted. It's an interesting thought, and I was just thinking about it, and I had this idea. Because we see a current of propaganda that moves the population towards a certain paradigm, okay? But there's also counter currents to that same propaganda. And if they want to go like really conspiracy theorists, I'd say that like as they sort of try to deconstruct masculinity and nationalism and patriotism and pride in your own ethnicity, you're going to probably cause the opposite effect in a certain level of the population. And there's this trend of like society as a whole, we could call it neo-feudalism, or neo-medievalism, where the nation state starts to lose protagonism as a geopolitical player, and we have more private interests that are like multinational or transnational, and they're really in charge. And that's like the neo-feudalism in the sense that you have private interests that are really running the show, much more powerful than actually the nation state. So one of the basic premises of democracy, at least in its enlightened historical context, is the idea of the citizen warrior, okay? Because the firearm equalized the playing field and made of every man a potential military threat. So the only way for a nation to have like a military force was to gain its own population, and so they exchanged their service for the vote, which was like the concept of democracy. So before that, in the feudal era, we had special forces, the knights, and you did have like conscript armies of peasants that would go with their pole arms and just cannon fodder. But the main bulk of the army was the knights, the expensive units of well-armed, well-trained, well-armored personnel, usually mounted, that could actually change the fate of a battle, and they could sweep through hundreds of peasants with polearms. So that's why you had a centralized power in the feudal lord who could sort of control all of the population, because with a small amount of very specialized units, you could destroy any opposition. And the gunpowder, the firearm, destroyed that concept. So, like, long story short, what we might be seeing in a conspiracy theory territory is that there's like maybe a voluntary movement away from the nation state. That's why we see the European states collapsing and the USA collapsing, and the focus is on, because I've seen this in like interviews with volunteers fighting in Ukraine, and it's really interesting their perspective, because they're warriors, you know. Even if I don't want to agree with them, they have a certain urge, you know, like for battle. They're brave men, and they're fighting to defend the global homo and the LGBTQ and all the deconstructionist bullshit. But they're still warriors, you know. So it's like, and I see this along the right in general, that they're like super critical of their own system and whatnot, but they're still willing to die to defend their liberal Western values.
Gabriel,
you know, and
Gabriel.
their main criticism, let me finish with this. Their main criticism is that, like, for example, oh, the Russians are homophobic, and oh, look, in Gaza, they kill homosexuals, so why are you defending them? So it's like they're super conservative and shit, but they actually internalized their own position to a certain point that, yeah, they can criticize the global homo, but they still are willing to fight to defend it. So maybe they're raising a small population of warriors that they're going to specialize with like high technology. I'm not saying it's going to work, but maybe that's their idea. They want to like have a small elite of very technological warriors, and the rest of the population can just be cattle. So yeah, sorry.
So Gabriel, I just wanted to say, you're right. There are a lot of people like that, but you have to differentiate between conservative people and right-wing people, because there is a population of people who just want to keep things the same. Yeah, there's a lot of people who just want to keep the system going, and they are what I would call conservative. Like, they just want to keep everything the same, and there are people like that, but that's those people are dying out. Those people are disappearing in the West. There are less and less of them, especially among the young people. And a lot of these people who fight in Ukraine, I wouldn't trust what they say, to be honest. I think a lot of them are just there for money or bullshit like that.
Ego. That's what most of them are there for.
Yeah.
Money. It's not. It's
I
not
don't trust what they say, but they're saying stuff.
Really fight. Half of them don't even know what they're fighting for. Because I've seen some of the Willie AM's. He's done a few interviews with them, and it's very obvious that these guys that are going over there, and they'll just say, "Look, I saw this girl crying on TV," and I was thinking, "Oh, well, that's cool." But then, you know, there's girls crying on TV in bloody Gaza and Africa, all sorts of places. But they go to Ukraine. Why do they go to Ukraine? Because they think it's basically they're going to be covered by the U.S. Air Force, or there's going to be this. It's going to be the same as every other NATO war they've entered, and it's not. And then as soon as they find out that the man next to them's gone, disappeared in pieces, they're out of there. That's why half of the volunteers, or most of the volunteers that turn up, either dead or gone. They went there for the wrong reasons, and they didn't even know why they went there, to be honest. But there are hardcore warriors that go there for sure, and that's just their lifestyle. But you know, you can't tell me that they're really there for the reasons that they're supposed to be there for, like what the Ukrainians are trying to fight for. It's easier to sit next to a man and go, okay, you know, I love you, brother, and I'll die for you. And if you're in the middle of it, of course you're going to be tied forever. But, you know, I don't know. And just to note on the other thing, getting people to go to war. Do you really want to get your nations all worked up to go to war to fight Russia? Who wants to, you know, you got this big nuclear power. You know, all these countries I just noticed Australia signed a deal with China, which is a big deal, and I'm pretty sure America's not happy with that, but it's good to see, because that way you sort of know Australia's sort of not leaning towards chucking soldiers and willy-nilly into some stupid war, hopefully anyway. But I don't know, to me, what's going on in Europe, it's all just being driven by bullshit, and I think people are just
motivated soldiers.
Incompetent. Do you really think Russia's coming?
Did you wanna?
Is he coming to get England? Tycho, is he coming to get Upgrade? Is Putin coming?
Okay, when Wyatt was talking about how majority of soldiers are from the outside, from the country, not from the cities, right? It's point to one important question, actually, explanation that you, Gabriel, was starting to talk about, but you went into the I don't know where. It's about manual labor are the warriors. Manual laborers are macho. The city office workers are destroying that masculinity. They're constructing the masculinity and all of that because of the nature of the manual labor that are physical, simplistic, and easy to go to war, easy to adjust to the trenches, easy to fight to show their machismo. That's what it is about. The West is collapsing its manual labor. It's reducing its military potential through that conscription, right? That's where it comes from. You have less manual laborers. I mean, those that work with their hands. That's what I meant. That are can work hard and be tired physically. Not stupid thinking how to talk while you're in office with your next table over.
PR.
That's what you mostly think about.
That's true.
You don't think about how to work hard, how to exhaust. That's where all that comes from. Yeah,
it is
manual laborers.
But can I just say, the mercenaries in Ukraine, the best ones, like the most hardcore ones, who are they? They're mostly from Estonia. They're mostly from the countries nearest to Ukraine. These are people who are very motivated because they have an existential fear of Russia. It's not the West. The people from America.
They created that fear. They created that fear.
I'm saying you need that fear to create soldiers. You need that fear.
Yeah. Can I answer real quick to what Psycho was saying? And I'm not calling them conservatives. I'm talking about the people who call themselves conservative. And also, it's not that I believe what they say about themselves. I just compare what they say with what they do. And that kind of describes me, the mindset of, and I'm not saying it's going to work, but my point is that maybe the thinking behind the social engineering is to, just as they destroyed the manual labor in those first world countries, they also want to change the focus of their military forces, to highly motivated ideological, bro culture, right wingers. Also, one distinction: right wing doesn't mean conservative. It's totally true, because most of the extreme right of the 20th century was actually a super progressive movement, like the fascists and the Nazis. That's very progressive. It's not at all conservative. But my point is that maybe the plan is to, with their military industrial complex focused on high tech shit, they want to create a new class of armed forces that is basically elites, bro culture elites, highly equipped with high technology, and so they can maintain their population in a non-democratic system. They want to reduce their combat capability of most of their own population, so they don't have the problem of a internal response to their policy, and just reduce their armed forces to a minimal, highly motivated, highly trained. I don't think it's going to work, but maybe that's the plan, and that's why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, it's not
just a
going to
theory.
work. It's not going to work. That's the problem.
They want to switch it over to automation.
But can I respond to Gabriel like a little
plan
bit
is
briefly
to
because
have
he has
to have a remote war. That's a plan.
wait.
People.
Yeah,
but
except
the
we don't
machines
control
fighting
any
each
of the resources needed to make the automation.
Can I just finish off Gabriel's point, because there's a historical precedence to actually give some basis for what Gabriel is saying, right? If you think, what was most of human history structured by? The tribe, right? And then by extension, the clans. It was still tribal. It was still by bloodline or something like that. This is why hereditary rule, for example, was important in monarchy. And so these royal families, bunch of duds along the way, but you will have a lot of lineages remaining from those times as well, right? So, but then something started happening as a result of capitalism and all these the market dynamics of things. It grew on a life of its own that would surpass borders to a large extent. It would start being the object of interest. It would drive how people would necessarily have to change their prior convictions. So it wasn't like a sudden, swift change, and certainly not it was bloody as hell when the process of coercing these previous structures of significant tribalism because tribalism and nationhood are diametrically opposed, right? Nationhood, many in modern states, and especially in the West, for example, we are so accustomed to nation that it's like taken for a given very often by many people. But this is not normal. This is a very new concept.
Yeah, you go to the Middle East and it's not like that.
Through empires or something like that, there will be it will be significantly different, right? Now, what Gabriel was saying that you would try to, during the times, especially during World War II, was to then reinvent the concept of nationhood yet again. So now you're going to restructure from not just tribalism, but supranationalism. And here, you see the mentality of tribalism reemerge as a form of nationalism, right? So like a nativism becomes very automatically linked. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to add here. So yeah, Euro, if there was anything else.
The speed of communication increases the size of your tribe. Yeah, it started first with a family, then with a tribe, then with a city, then with a nation. Then it's gonna grow bigger, and it seems like the way to do it, to cross the borders, is through corporations that cross the borders, right? So now that globalization is actually promoting the corporatism, right? The corporations that cross the borders, that are covering the large multinational markets and advertise as that. So this is the next larger size of than the nation, let's say, because there's still so many small countries, and that's what's uniting Europe also, right? Coal and iron corporations are uniting Europe. This is the first tracks. So as the First World War was actually when the majority of the world created that sense of the nationality. Previously, there was just few large nations, but then Italy became what it is now, the size from the by Jordan. Bismarck united Germany. So there's that, enlargement of the nations, and that's World War I is the clash and understanding of the power of the nation. This is what Toby Stewart was pointing out to once, more than once actually. So now it's the corporations that's gonna fight. The people are realizing that corporations are stronger than nations. Okay, because creating nationality is
corporations are stronger.
Yes, true. But that's thinking. What's more important is people believing that corporations are stronger than nations. and that's the one of the trick for the future. Trick
The
for
point,
that.
I want to say the point Gabriel made about the conspiratorial point about aristocracies and family bloodlines going back very, very far. It's pretty much like van der Leyen is related to people who were related to German royal blood, and they were buddy with Hitler. And it's funny how she won her second term already. And here we got Freeland in Canada. I think even Biden or somebody in that realm is related to aristocracy from the UK.
Every single U.S. president. Every single U.S. president, even Barack Obama.
Guys, this is such a cold take. This is really
it's the
weird.
same people
This is terrible.
running
This is terrible. This is terrible.
Yeah, and to add to that, I just want to emphasize my point, because beyond all the theory, like my point basically is that democracy is an emergent situation of technological advance. It has nothing to do with Enlightenment values or all that rhetoric. Democracy is a material circumstance of the social, cultural, technological development. And it only came to be because of the equalization of power among the population, the capacity of having a peasant destroy a knight easily gave people the right to vote. And when we see that changing, both spontaneously or intentionally, democracy is going to go. And right now I have the impression that democracy is becoming a problem due to the proportion of population, and they're like literally trying to dismantle it.
Yeah, no.
If I may respond to
Thank you,
actually
Iranian Putin.
with my view of how democracy appeared, it was in the kingdom's times when the king is killed or died. The new king will forgive the debts to all population. All the debts will be forgiven. Okay. So when the kings will go into debt and then not being able to pay it, they will go to war to steal, to loot from other places to be able to repay the debt. But if they're not able to do it, if they fail in looting, then they have to put higher taxes on the population in order to pay the debts back to the banks, right? That they borrow from in the gold. So the brother will kill the king just so that he can forgive the debt. Okay, the debts will be forgiven. Well, the capitalism appeared as the fiat currency appeared, as the banks started to print money and allowed the cheaper debt. Previously, debt was so high, so expensive. The minimum was 20% interest rate, so that only way it will be paid off is if you borrow only to go and steal something or fund the shipping to the colonies, to the new lands, bring the spices, bring the gold, and that's where you can repay the debt.
Guys,
okay.
Euro.
But with, okay.
Wait. Euro. Which era are you talking about? I'm which
before
Iron Age.
Renaissance.
Talking
So
about
that will be
Iron
like
Age.
1800s. 1800s.
Guys, this is a major rabbit hole.
That's
We're
when
going down a crazy rabbit hole right now.
Banking started the fiat hole. The gold-based banking was erased thanks to the double entry accounting. Double entry accounting was created in Italy in 1600s, somewhere in the middle 1600s, and adopted slowly. In 2 centuries, it was very common, and now it's a must. right? That's how we calculate all the accounting, by double entry accounting. That's how the money is created to the bank, from the banks, right? So by allowing cheaper loans to the entrepreneurs, now it's not too risky. You can have a loan for 10% interest rate. So now you can invest in a new production, in something new, risky, that you don't know if you're gonna sell it, right? So that's how capitalism as a debt-based economy is created. Now democracy is created by banks, so that kings cannot forgive the debts. Okay, there's no more debt forgiveness. The debt nation carries the debt over forever. Corporations also carry the debts forever, never paying it off. Corporations in countries never pay off the debt.
I actually recall, I have to stop you there.
forever.
I recall actually once you talked about this, because Wyatt had asked you, we were in a conversation on this, and Wyatt asked you the question, like, can't they just forgive the, hi, shall we? Couldn't they just forgive the debt? And you said, no, only a bankruptcy court can actually destroy a debt. And the state was meant to actually prevent that from happening, right? Like and compel the corporations to do so. But that's not what they have done. They have instead started printing money and putting out or finding other ways to kind of, or no, you're muted.
Printing money was happening a long time ago. Like what happened in the frontier, in the American frontier, where there's no regulation of the banks. So the banks will issue, you had every bank their own money, issuing their document. So let's say a person will bring in the gold, right, and deposit it, and they will get a certificate.
Face listening to Euro grinning.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
the
forgot to
Tang
mute
Dynasty
when I was
started
generating the text.
printing money.
So every bank would, after a while, when they get a reputation, good reputation, they will start printing more those certificates without having received the gold deposits. And after a while, they will order the looters to go and rob the bank to hide how much gold there is.
But
and they will just skedaddle. They will skedaddle with the money.
But hold on.
So that what I'm saying is, bank always used to print money before
No.
this happened.
Okay, please don't fix that on the money printing part. It was more like you said debts, where are not to be forgiven, right? You have to actually pay them back because otherwise you skew the economy. But then the debts are artificially fed, right? In not just money printing, but a variety of other ways, right? So when you were saying like, are you saying basically that we are because I've heard this mentioned a few times that the whole world, if you took that combined, it had a debt that was like twice or three times bigger. It's an all national economy, like the whole world is in debt basically to a very, very large extent. And so I wonder, like, right? No, everyone to each other, but of course the most powerful one, right? But the point is that a total debt, because it was corporate debt, it was bureaucrat, like a state debt, I mean, public service, everything, like across the board, you would have a debt of unaccounted numbers, right? So would that be linked in why you would have, for example, a large amount of do we because how do you end up in a position where you had debts going on until the point that it's many times more than anyone can owe and anyone can pay, right? Because I can Hey, and guys, but so the thing is, I want because the one mechanism I can see here that would actually create something like that, because you need to create an incentive that supersedes the political, right? And it's so financially tied because it comes to the point where you can make money out of debt. You can invest in a debt by itself. It's not just a figment. It's not just a concept and an instrument. You can keep on feeding and selling as long as there's right?
Well, but I don't see the problem in bigger and bigger numbers because it works. That's what, to me, it's important that it works. I see it completely immoral and everything, but I see it works. You see, it just numbers are piling on numbers because computers can take any size numbers, right? Previously, it was have to be written, so the money was smaller, the prices were smaller and everything. Now computers can take any size number, and it doesn't matter. It's just how much
You know what stops that?
learn to it.
Guns. Guns stop
Great
that.
faith. It's like WTF. It's you talking about rolling.
Before we go
Yeah.
too far, I want to hit upon the nationalism question because we're going all over the place, and my finger's been up for like 10 minutes. Okay, so I want to say that John Mearsheimer points out that nationalism is the most powerful ideology in the world, and I think a good way to look at that is, like maybe like the Soviet Union and the European Union right now is finding out. Well, it's not so easy to just tell the Hungarians, well, you're part of the European Union. They have their own national interests, and it takes a lot of work to try to undo people's nationality. People's nationalism. All right. So, and I think that World War I was. Nationalism played a role, of course, but I think World War I was more about the clash of empires and the security dilemma and the Thucydides problem, because you had the British Empire, which was threatened by Germany's imperial ambitions, and Germany was feeling threatened by the British trying to control their access to I think it was still coal, and then they discovered and then they discovered coal is the way of the past. The way of the future is going to be, I guess coal is still a fossil fuel, but the way of the future.
Can I just say, Bradley, this is all very great, but the topic is about, can the regime create a new form of nationalism to keep the war going in the population of Europe and America?
Right.
I would argue it's impossible. They literally cannot do it. There's no chance.
I think you're right, because I think that maybe they can in some timeline, some time frame in a long time, but they can't do so in the medium to short term. Like they can't do that to fight the Russians in the next 10 years. I don't think. Sorry, go ahead. I just had to say before we went way off to a way different.
Can I just say one thing too? I suppose you can get nationalistic pretty fast.
Nationalism.
All of a sudden, a bomb just goes and hits France, or a bomb from Russia just hits England or whatever. Your nationalism is going to jump up pretty fast, especially if it hit America or something like that. Americans are just big on nationalism. But unless that happens, a lot of people in the West, I don't see them wanting to get into the war thing and recruiting just to start getting ready to take on like Russia or anyone like that. Maybe up in the northern hemisphere, but in the southern hemisphere, I doubt if we're going to be that stupid to win the war.
Banana.
I'm so for real. Let Upgrade go. He's been waiting to speak as long as I have.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you. Euros, we have disagreement about financial policies and how you see the world financially. To say that, okay, I will give you that. Now you can easily take debt on as an entrepreneur than before, because before you didn't have any rights. Before, just the kings were there and they decided everything and had all the power. That's true. I will not go too much in this because after it's going to go too far. So I will just go on to the topic which we were talking about before. I think nationalism can go up and is going up. Why? Because the people see that their culture is changing and they're scared that the nationality is disappearing a little bit because of mass immigration, especially in Europe. And that's why you have a rise also in right-wing parties all around Europe. That's a pretty simple cause and effect thing, right? You look around and you see, oh, it's changing, right? It's changing for the bad. Oh, before we were like this, we need to group together. It's a pretty tribal thing. It's a pretty human thing to do. And it's always been like this, and it will always be like this until the robots take over and we're all screwed. Because when the robots take over, they don't care about our feelings
Which
or
might be
how we
sooner
look
rather
like.
than
They're
later.
just gonna kill us all. They're gonna be like this lazy, dumb humans. We can all take them over and just make them slaves, and not even make them slaves because we are useless as slaves as well. Because we get tired, so then we'll just
Are you voting for Le Pen?
Come back to the planet Earth. Come back to Ukraine.
Yeah, upgrade. You voting for Le Pen?
Exactly. So to come back to say exactly to nationalism and stuff like that, we can get I think people to go to war, but not for other countries. If you like, let's say Russia invades Poland, right, Ticho? I think the Polish people will go fight, right? They will go fight.
Yeah,
right?
but that's totally
Yeah, they
different
will go fight,
situation.
but we will not go fight for Donbass. In France, French people will not go fight for Donbass, and it's pretty normal because we don't have any stakes. We don't have anything to do
When
with it.
when the British entered World War One, you have to remember this was after about 50 years of education.
Exactly.
Every
Exactly.
single man who went to school, especially the officer class, like the elite,
Was a
were
soldier.
trained from birth to think of themselves as part of the British Empire, part of a tribe, part of a nation who was fighting for its survival. We think that nationalism is... We don't understand nationalism today. It was
We
so
do.
off the charts in the past. People were completely... It was their number one focus. Everyone. Most people.
I think Ukrainians are very
Nationalism,
nationalistic.
I disagree with that,
How?
Ticho. We had examples in history of nationalism, and some went great and some went pretty bad. Pretty bad.
I'm saying you can't recreate that.
I just want to
today.
say
You can't.
historical facts.
Who's in charge?
And you can just open a history book, and then you will see that there's some
No,
good
you can't
parts of
recreate it.
nationalism and there's
you
some bad
can.
parts.
You can definitely recreate it.
If you make it go too
It takes
far,
a long time.
and
It
you
takes
just
20
and you
years.
start, guys,
No.
just let me finish my sentence, and
can.
then I give you the word. I
Russia's
promise
fucking
you.
nationalism.
I promise you, guys. Really, there's bad parts, right? There's good parts to keep the culture and the society, so we have something we are unified and we fight for, and we go and live the life we actually want as a society. But there's also the extreme part where you exorcise people, where you start to look at other people and want to kill them all, eradicate them all, put them in concentration camps, burn them, put them in different kind of hierarchy just because they look different, and that's
Re-education
not
camps.
good. Second World War, Nazis. I don't know. That's an example. Just pretty
Western
simple
Ukraine.
example, right? And
Croatia and the
I mean,
Nazis-
there's the opposite also, right? There is also the opposite. You can have a very, very fragmented society, but they still have one common goal, and can go together to this goal without killing nobody.
I think Tycho said about the British Empire is true. You have the British
example?
Empire have soldiers from all around the world fighting for the British Empire. You have Australia, New Zealand, the NZ were fighting. You have the Indians, they are fighting. Then you have Egyptians all over the place. So and Canadians, Canadians was fighting for the British Empire then as well. So so there is of course the flip side to nationalism as well. I don't know who is next. Coping.
It's Euro first and then me.
Yeah, I would like to switch the topic, but I would just shortly. Do you want to stay on the topic? I want to go back to Ukraine. It's an important thing, I think, to talk about this.
Well, I'd like to tie the nationalism thing in with Ukraine, because I think that you can see even in today's modern day, yes, it was a long time coming, right? It was a lot of hard work. It's been a lot of they've invented myths, right? Every nations are built on, national myths that everybody kind of agrees on. They've built up these myths, like for example, the Holodomor myth, right? That's take a famine that struck the southern Soviet Union and try to say that this was an intentional genocide. So yeah, not just that. We could see a lot of these. There's a lot of a lot of these.
So since you're touching on what I
myths-
was gonna since you're touching on what I was gonna say and was actually Euro's turn before me, I might just add, like if you see a function in like you say nationalism, right? But nationalism doesn't express itself similarly. But you may have a very exclusionary form of nationalism, but that doesn't mean you're extroverted. This tends to need some functions such as martyrdom, for example, that will encourage you people to die in battle. Right, that gives, like, if that's a part of your national identity, you're also going to have a culture that is actually encouraging that. So that's going to be, and of course, that is also going to increase the likelihood of your country being at odds with your neighbors or somewhere else. You can take, for example, the British Empire. Here, this wasn't martyrdom necessarily. Here, you just had an overt, like, you have the right of might. Basically, it's an honorable thing. You're spreading the light, but you kind of mixed a little bit of this Christianity of saving the souls, but here you're going to civilize them first in the process. How convenient, right? But you see, like this thing about the
called the
Live in America.
Right, because if you look at the United States, for example, it was the world police role that was natural, the part of the national identity. That one's significantly challenged now, not at all, right? So how are you going to encourage, like, oh, more war, when you're going to be putting in all this inclusivity and hipsters, right?
Exactly.
Hippies. This is a very conflicting message for people. So if you're going to have an attribute of nationalism or supranationalism, like it's kind of irrelevant if you have nationalism or supranationalism. If you're operating against a greater bloc or a smaller bloc, you know, the nationalism part, it comes in with the function. It expresses itself from how these people are. And I think that's kind of like, if you get into Ukraine, what has that location been? That area has suffered disaster after disaster after disaster, massive famines, like horrid stories of people eating each other alive, like Holodomor, for example, right? You know, whether you want to blame it as an intentional one or not, if you can consider, like, what is the difference between a famine and war? Like a war is brutal and it's painful, but it's over. A famine, it just grinds on and on and on, and you just see increased amount of insanity as people are brought away. Every culture that has ever been subjected to famine, they have a long-lasting impact. Now, this is a region that has also been subjected to multiple rounds of genocide, multiple times that the population gets wiped out in order. Everyone is persecuted. Everyone is a divide and conquer. They are always shuffled in between the greater powers, typically Russia, of course, but also like whatever that props up in Europe for thousands of years, right? Of course, that's going to affect, like, what type of nationalism are you going to have. So maybe not so surprising with Ukraine, but do you see the same incentive structures on the same ground, like that period for Europe, like France and Germany and the UK? That's kind of over with. Like, you don't have that fervor of nationalistic. You might have it, but you don't have the same warlike expression. Right? You might have it, but you don't have the same. So I'm hearing an echo. Someone needs to mute here. So I'm hearing echo. Someone needs to mute here.
Oh.
Hey, thank you. I forgot my train of thought. Like, you got the incentive that nationalism in Europe used to have. It's no longer present yet. So what are you actually pushing here, right?
But why is not why the national sense of nation?
The cultural value, the cultural values. So you don't have the strength to acquire your wealth. Like, it's naturally
but where it comes from?
So think about the United
communication. You travel a lot. You watch different channels, different nation channels, right, on TV. You communicate over the YouTube. It's interacting. Speed of communication is reducing the sense of nation, sense of the nationality. That's what it's happening. And as I see it, because of that communication, travel, everything, interacting between different races and nations and all of that, this is actually, as everything comes to an end, the strongest reaction is at the end, just before collapse. When you watch Bitcoin, you see the goes up, you feel it the strongest, and then it collapses. The Roman Empire,
Okay,
everything is doing that way. So this is
Because stick into nationalism.
even though it
wait,
might,
stick to nationalism.
Last for a little bit. Yes, I'm talking about nationalism. Yeah,
Right,
even though this is the reaction to the weakening of the sense of it.
Well, you're talking about
It's much
communication.
stronger.
Let's take one at a time because it gets difficult to respond. Like you said, interaction. We have broader interaction with people over the internet, right? So it becomes
and travel
values. Wait. So you have it's like the values. What kind of the political sphere are you on? Like that tends to actually overlap surprisingly often with various nations, right? And inclinations. And how different can it then become compared to religion, right? Religions tend to be, like, for the longest time, be it kingdoms and whatnot, alliances were brought on them. They were supernatural entities, like either explicitly or rather implicitly. So you had the Pope for a longer period. They've had quite a lot of sway, right? You have this is not the same, of course, but what I'm saying here, like, you may have a drop in religion, for example, but you will still have the sway of the population, especially through all these interactions, because people are not rational, right? They're social first and foremost, right? So you get back into the tribalistic modes across nation using both nationalism or just values. And we're talking just values.
I don't understand. I cannot comprehend anything you say. You
If it's
so
not- if it's-
convoluted.
No,
so
you-
convoluted. Sorry.
Take wokeism, right? This is not
Yeah.
explicitly a North American phenomenon. It's also in the West, and it is in various forms expressing itself. This is a part of dissemination. Now, whether you like it or not, whether it's a small number or not, is actually irrelevant. The point is, as it pertains to the question of nationalism, tribalism, and supranationalism, here you can actually have a synchronicity with all of them, because the interaction, it can surpass a nation, right? It can be a matter of value, because internally in the nation, it's also divided. The same division lines, like, let's say, be it wokeism, let's say it be, pro-war or whatever. These, or people here who generally do not think pro-Ukraine, for example, right? This is an own tribe in a sense. Just to make a simplistic answer. I think that has a lot to do with the nationalism being very blurred, because you have such contradictions openly displayed. Right, like it goes hand in hand, right? So what happens then if the concept of nationhood has so many contradictions, you cannot really kind of find a real belonging to it? Well, then it devolves, of course, into tribalness, no? But if that tribalness goes across borders, isn't it then a supranational entity?
But
right? Like
that's been happening. This process has been happening all the time, like from the family growing into the tribe, right? The sense of the tribe, and then growing from the sense of the tribe to the sense of the city, and we still feel it. We're all proud of our family, of our tribe, of our city,
Sorry
of
to
our
interrupt.
nation.
It's all
So
guys, we went over
that's
this
always
during
been
this-
mixed.
We already
been
went over this.
doing
We
this.
had the communist revolution, the Soviet Union. They tried to eliminate the family. They tried to eliminate the tribe, whatever.
Not the family, but the tribe.
Didn't work. No,
Not
they
the
tried
family.
to eliminate everything.
No.
They tried, yes,
No.
they did.
It's working pretty good. The family's been pretty
Nationalism-
much.
Guys, nationalism will exist so long as we need warriors. So long as we need people to fight, there will still be nationalism. It's just as simple as that. It's the best system for creating warriors we have. So as soon as it's no longer required, to have men fight war, nationalism will be finished. Nationalism will be finished. That's it. Toby.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
What up?
Hi guys.
I've got
What up?
freaking good talk. And yeah, upgrade. What is it with fucking French women and not shaving their pits?
It was Toby's turn to talk.
Wait, let's give Toby the word first.
Yeah. I don't know. I have a different view on this issue of nationalism, especially with regard to Ukraine. Like, I think there was like a lot of war around before nationalism. And I'm not convinced that nationalism makes the best warriors either. One of the interesting things about Ukraine is how many of the people fighting there really don't care about nationalism at all. And I'm including most of the Ukrainian army. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever met Ukrainians, but they would sell their own mother for a chocolate bar. Like, they have no sense of of great pride in the glorious nation of Ukraine.
That's great.
They really don't. It was created by the Soviet Union in living memory. Most of them have got an axe to grind according to one ethnicity or another. There's like 4 major ethnicities in Odessa that have been enduring for hundreds of years. At the end of the day, war is more about money than nation. And I really think that if you can get a cheap army, you can go off to war. And that's pretty much what Ukraine was for NATO, right? They got a cheap army together that was prepared to go off to war. And you know, the thing is, Ukraine is still being rented by the hour. They openly admit it. I saw one of the Ukrainian ministers yesterday say that all of their people are being paid by foreign donations and that their economy is entirely devoted to the war effort. This is not a functioning nation. There's no national pride there. They're just being rented out by the hour to attack Russia and generate weapons sales. So yeah, the other thing is like this whole idea of nationalism. Historically, it's not a huge thing. It's like there have been large periods of time where the nation state was largely absent and people identified with other things. So I don't know. I think that maybe they were being a little bit nostalgic to appeal to the nation state. If anything, I kind of agree with what I think Jura was saying, that because of the internet, because of travel and exposure to other cultures, you know, this forum being a prime example, there are new opportunities to break away from national identity. And I don't see any of the kind of nationalism that I've seen in the past, like when I was a kid. And frankly, it's a good thing too, because a lot of nationalism is basically based on ignorance. Like, we're the best because I've never been anywhere else. And I'm not talking about micronations either, Wyatt. Like, micronations don't count, because to me that's just like the city-state thing. And I can get behind a city-state, you know, because it's cute, you know. Anyway, I'll shut up and I'll hand it
From my
over
experience,
to someone
from my
civilized.
experience.
Nice one, Toby. Yeah, I
Thank
agree
you.
with you.
Yeah, from my experience in war, okay, those that you see calling on a nation that carrying the flag, waving the flag, are usually those that go behind the front lines, in the rear of the lines, and kill civilians. They're not fighters. They're cowards. They're looters, small-time crooks that got into war, use it as a cover that they're highly nationalized. Okay, and they go kill and loot civilians. That's what they do. Real fighters don't show it, don't pay attention to it. They really worry how to survive and to kill. Okay, that's what those nationalists do. They're cowards that will run away as soon as the fighting come close to them. That's examples on both. Yeah, on both sides, in Croatian war, in Serbian side and the Croatian side. That's
okay, how many
of
the Russian soldiers would say that they are fighting for Russia? How many of the Russian how many of the people fighting in Ukraine would say they are defending their nation? All of them.
100%. That's what they say. But that's what they will show you on TV. But what our mind is centered on when we fight is our family and our city. That's it.
Yeah, that's what
we need to
nationalism
protect.
is.
Survival.
Nationalism is an extension of your family.
They talk about it.
Your family.
They talk about it, but thinking is about family and the city that they live in. That's what it is about. That's what thinking is centered on while you fight.
Or you can just make them poor enough to want to be easy to pay, right? Because you need an incentive, just like before. But now it's not from a position of might; it's a position of necessity.
Yeah.
There was this video of a Russian commander talking to his platoon. He was telling them, "You're all gonna die, but the motherland is gonna remember you forever. Your memorial will be forever decorated with flowers. The eternal flame will always burn for you." That was his like pep talk to rally them up for battle. And so, like, yeah, there's all types of reasons to fight, and nationalism has been one of them throughout time. But like, it's interesting to observe, for example, the phenomenon of why the Ukrainians fight. You know, what's pushing them to fight? beyond like the stopping troops and the drones from their own side that are threatening to blow them up if they retreat. And one interesting analysis about that is like the level of global protagonism that they got throughout this war. Like at the beginning, they passed from being a backward, unknown, uneventful nationlet. They passed to being like the protagonists of the world, the saviors, the fighters for democracy, the saviors of the civilized world and the collective Western ideals and all that. And I wouldn't underestimate the effect that had on them, like to motivate them to fight, like to suddenly become a protagonist of history, like as a nation, like all the Ukrainians receiving praise, seeing the whole world
like
waving your little flag.
That sounds like fucking nationalism.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what nationalism is. It's this like religious fervor for an idea, and it's true. Like religions have all sorts of shapes and forms. It doesn't have to be a god or a spiritual belief. Wokeism is a religion, and I'm pretty sure that the wars of the future are going to be fought like for this artificial god created by, real or not, an AI super intelligence that they're going to say is going to lead us into the future, glorious, whatever. But it's just a matter of pumping people's egos to a certain thing that is not their own, like making them bigger than themselves, whatever it is. But as long as you can make people feel that they have a greater self than whatever, like what Schopenhauer was saying, like nationalism is like the last, I'm paraphrasing, but the last resort of the most miserable and pathetic fool that has nothing to be prideful of except the nation where he was born by chance. That's really true. Like, I'm not talking about patriotism or about feeling strongly about like your territory and your people. I'm talking about like this religious fervor. It's a replacement of your own pride, and I've seen it countless times how they do that to conscripts, to soldiers. People who are socially would be worthless, and then they go to the military and they tell them that they're worse than worthless, and their only value is going to be by belonging to this entity. And that pumps them up, and then they become prideful again. So they destroy their ego, and then they replace that ego with something better than them, which is the nation or God or the feudal lord or the Roman Empire, whatever.
Okay, so we're talking about nationalism. I'm gonna choose you next upgrade. I had my figure up as long as you have. So I want to say that nationalism is a powerful ideology. Ukrainians, especially Western Ukrainians, are actually, I think, a good case in point. It's a great example of how ultranationalism helped drive Ukraine off a cliff. Those nationalists are Ukrainian supremacists. They aren't happy to sell Ukrainian land to BlackRock and Vanguard, but they, a lot of them think that this is like necessary evil. Like if you look at Yerevan Karas, the C-14 founder, he touched on this in his famous 9% of hardcore fascists at Maidan turned it into a coup instead of a gay parade speech. He said that not just Russia should fear Ukraine, but the whole world should fear Ukraine, because if we get up off our, if we get up on our feet, we'll, show the whole world what's up. I think Toby does hit on an important point that Ukraine is a young nation in a very artificial kind of nationalistic nationalism. But there's a lot of like ethnic groups like Hungarians and the Tatars, right? And especially the Russians, obviously. But if you pay attention to like younger Western Ukrainians, it's been a project to brainwash them, and they have been extremely brainwashed, and brainwashing works. You can see that, like, look at World War II, right? Ukraine, it's like was hijacked by a mind virus, and nationalism, ultra-nationalism especially, right? It is a part of that toxic mix. And you can't discount that. You can create that artificial national identity in a generation, as we can see with both the example of Nazi Germany as well as modern day Western Ukraine. Go ahead, Upgrade.
I will fight for the DPA nation. Higher wires.
Yeah, many points made, so I will try to summarize a little bit. So, Toby, to say that Ukrainians will sell their mothers off, I know some Ukrainians, they're good people, you know, they are people like everybody else. To brush them like this, come on, man, you know better. And Euro, to also say that people who wave the flag of cowards and who rape and do that, both of my grandfathers died at the first one died in the First World War, and the other one died in the Second World War defending France against Nazi Germany. And my wife's grandpa, they fought in the Soviet Union and died also, in the front line against Nazis. So to say that people who defend their country against aggression are some kind of cowards, and that's ridiculous. I don't even know where to get this from. But
how did you twist into that?
Point,
I didn't say that at all. Hello, I didn't say that at all. How did you twist that?
I didn't twist
what I said. Yes, you
twisted completely.
I said those that you see on TV waving the flags, calling on nation. Okay, those are the guys, not the ones that are fighting. The fighting don't get the chance to show that, right?
Toby said that.
They're too busy. They're too busy. But those that are presenting themselves, that are shown on TV, that are presented to you as that are talking the most fervor nationalism, I'm talking about those guys, not about fighters. You're talking about fighters.
People who fight also can wave flags and can go to war. You know, I don't see the thing just because they're waving their flag, and they saying that's not the people who actually go to war. They're just behind it. Don't wave the flag at all. They're just there and just say that you need to go, but they don't wave flags. I mean, my grandpa, my mother, my father, myself, we wave our flags when there is the remember of the Second World War, and we are not some kind of cowards. If the Nazis will come again or the Germans will also take the arms again and go fight, So, okay, misunderstood you maybe there, Euro. Sorry. I don't know who was first. Toby.
Yeah, I was going to respond to that. I think, you might have misunderstood what I'm saying. It's not that nationalism doesn't exist. It's just that, there is truth to the saying that it's the last refuge of the scoundrel. At the end of the day, not everybody who is telling the truth about their motivations. I should know. I've been in the army. I know why I joined. It was the best gig going at the time. And that's largely true for everybody. But if you give me a platform to stand up and preen myself in front of everybody and talk about what a glorious person I am, well, I'll take that too, right? And so we shouldn't overestimate the reality of the situation. And when I said that Ukraine was cheap, I know exactly what I'm talking about, Upgrade. It's like if you know some Ukrainians, then you know about the corruption in that country. It's pretty hard to love a country that you think is utterly corrupt and broken. And all of the Ukrainians I've met, it's no reflection on them as individuals. In fact, it speaks to their intelligence and their honesty, that they were able to recognize that country wasn't worth anything. It was totally corrupt. I've never seen corruption like I heard about in Ukraine. It's just unbelievable. And so any claim of nationalism and make glory the corrupt nation of Ukraine, it's probably just a front. And at the end of the day, a lot of soldiers go to war because it's the best job they can get at the time, or because they think it's going to be a grand adventure, right? And as for this idea that giving a big speech about the nation is a good way to get soldiers to fight for each other, I don't know what universe that comes from. That sounds like Marvel Comics. At the end of the day, you don't have to be in a modern war very long before you realize it's an enterprise. And the only way you can really get troops to fight well is that they fight for the guy next to them. If you start preaching on about nationalism or these other, political concepts, it's not going to go very far. At the end of the day, soldiers end up fighting because they're there, and they fight for their friends, and they become very jaded with ideas of nationalism. War is a great big global enterprise, and a lot of soldiers know this. And nationalism, yeah, it's a nice thing that people in the UK and Switzerland tell themselves, I guess, as they wave their little flags. By the way, Hop Schweiz, good to see Italy go down in the Euro. See, that's what nationalism is good for. It's good for the football. Yeah, good for the football.
Yeah.
Sorry, an upgrade. Germans already there. The EU.
Yeah, guess it's time to fight the Nazis. Upgrade. Got them
we need
there.
to go fight the Nazis, man. Fuck them.
No. They're right at the doorstep. They're sitting in the couch.
Unfortunately, we cannot remove them from there.
Guys, talking about nationalism is like talking about religion. I mean, it's different for every people. It's, it's very complicated. It's powerful. It's always going to exist. I mean, you can't just talk about it. I mean, you'll talk about it forever. I mean, the point is that it exists in Ukraine. It's very powerful. And can they produce a new nationalism in Europe to continue the war? I say no. I don't know if any people disagree with that. I say it's completely impossible because they've been pushing the opposite. But I don't know if anyone thinks they can, but I don't see how it's possible. Does anyone think it's possible?
No, I'd actually agree with that.
As I said
They've
before,
been pushing the opposite, as you say. Yeah.
I think they're
It would
gonna
be very
they're gonna
strange
create,
about place.
I think
Well, okay.
they're creating an external ideal that is like a feudalism. You're gonna have fanatics fighting for Elon Musk and for Jeff Bezos, and like he's God, he's the God King. But something similar is happening.
Swear
actually.
oath of loyalty to Twitter X.
Yeah, exactly. Something similar is happening with like the Western values. This idea of Western values is a transnational nationalism, and the guys that are fighting, they say they're fighting for that, and they might be lying, but they're still defending that with their life, literally. Like they can think they're doing it for the money or for the adventure or whatever, but they're still literally doing that with their actions. And so that's kind of like the point of my whole idea is that they're destroying their population. The Western nations are destroying their own populations, but they're also cultivating this cult, this sect that's gonna defend the idea of Western supremacy. Like I've had the discussion with smart people, with like philosophical types, that have a super strong critique against their own nation, but they're still gonna fight to the death against the Russians or the Chinese because they're the adversary. Even though like the Russians and the Chinese defend like their conservative values, they defend the traditional family and the masculine ideals much better than their own nations, but they're still gonna like reject anything from over there and defend their own bullshit because it's theirs and period. And the last thing I want to say about that is that I'm pretty sure that these guys are betting on like tying to what I was saying before about like the advanced technology that is going to be able to separate the elite force from the population and be able to crumble finally democracy is not going to be a kinetic thing. It's going to be like the informational technology, the capacity to process data. It's going to be like automated systems, AI intelligence targeting, and net-centric processing is going to be like, and maybe robots, who knows, probably, but that's going to be what finally separates like the elite fighting force from the citizen warrior of the traditional democracy. And that's going to separate them, and but it's failing. Because it's still based on this idea of the Wunderwaffen, and we're seeing it fail in Gaza, for example, where they have like the highest technology. They're the poster child of the high-tech army, and they're still failing in Gaza, and they failed like fantastically with the October 7th incursion.
CNN said Ukraine is defending freedom and democracy.
Yeah, I know.
And I also
So I
want
just
to add. Wait. I just want to add also. In the current Europe, I don't think there's any leaders that in Europe that is like that will bring their country greater, like to build up their nationalism, to conquer outwards. I think the closest is Putin, maybe Lukashenko. I'm not sure. I think the few of the politicians seems to be trying, but like Macron and I think the Polish president, but I think no one is able to bring that warring nation up. I don't think so. No, that doesn't feel like it. Maybe Turkey, but if is Turkey a European country, I'm actually not sure. Bradley.
Just to bring it back to Ukraine, I think that Toby is right. Ukraine is an insanely corrupt place, and the more that you know about Ukraine and you get to know Ukrainians, and I've known Ukrainians since way before the war, way before Maidan, right? And there's a lot of what Toby says is true, but also you have to realize that there's been a lot of work done to try to undo that, right? Because there are proud Western Ukrainians who view themselves as like Galicians and stuff, right? There's been a desire and an effort to try to undo that, to try to not be that, right? And that's part of the issue, is that not everybody is going to be on board with that. You go to places where there's Romanians and you go to places where there's Russians, and those people identify more with their sort of a more ethnic kind of background, right? So there's definitely a bit of truth to the fact that the post 2014 Maidan Ukraine has been turbocharged. The nationalism has been turbocharged. If you look at all the bunch of events and parades that they would have, and like everybody's holding a massive Ukrainian flag and they're like waving it around, right? There's been a lot of work that the West has tried to do to create kind of an artificial, particularly anti-Russia Ukraine. The new Ukrainian identity, Russians like to point this out all the time. They're like, well, what is it? Like the Ukrainian language that we gave you, right? That is basically Russian mixed with Polish. And no, right? It's a lot of it is just F Russia, right? And we're European. That's kind of what a lot of it comes down to, and it's because that's that shallow kind of idea that you give to people that have like almost nothing else to hold on to, right? You tell them, okay, well, you're genetically superior to the Russians, right? And you're kind of like us, and we're cool. That it does produce its fruits with time, with years, and with money, and with all this stuff, right? It does end up producing stuff. Like you have these ultra nationalist organizations that, instead of being shut down by the government, young people were encouraged to go into them, like it's the Boy Scouts or something, right? Where they took these hardcore ideals, right? These we are definitely not the Russians ideals, right? And built that national identity on top of that. These people were the ones that were the first to sign up to go fight the Russians, the ones that are, in the Azov brigades and stuff, the ones that are in the blocking detachments that shoot the territorial brigades that don't want to have anything to do with this, right? Because they were around when the Soviet Union was around, before Ukraine was even a country. They don't share that kind of idea, and the Western Ukrainians are really they hate those people, right? They despise those people because they're undoing their whole. They're not agreeing. They're going all in on this new artificial kind of Ukrainian identity that has been, slipped to them by, the Western powers that have always viewed Ukraine as a vector to try to destabilize, to weaken.
If you look around the world, Bradley, the worst types of nationalism are based on a sense of trauma. Every people right now who's engaged in war, if you look at Israel, if you look at Ukraine, a shared trauma, sort of myth is
a shared victimhood.
That's how they kind of do this. They create this sense of trauma, and
But what I'm saying is that it's our
psychopaths.
What I'm saying is that a lot of it can be given to you, right? A lot of this myth, a lot of these nationalistic myths, they can be just taught to you, right? Like, it just made out of whole cloth. You know, you take something and you make it into something completely different, and then from there, yeah, you can build it. Then it becomes emotional for people. Then it becomes personal for these people, right? Then they believe, like, yeah, really, the Russians have tried to genocide us for centuries. We are like 1,000-year-old nation, right? All this kind of stuff. You're not going to convince that of the 55-year-old dude who's getting forced conscripted into the Ukrainian, because he knows better than that. But you know what? The 19-year-old kid who signed up for to join right sector or something, you best believe that he believes a lot of that. Maybe he doesn't have anything else in his life to believe or to hold on to. There's nothing else that's going on for him. He's living in a super corrupt country, and he's looking around. He's like, everything is fucked, right? And then you just tell him it's all fucked because of the Russians, right? It's like demagogues are great at doing this kind of stuff. I don't know who is going to go first, Upgrade or Toby. Toby, I guess.
It's actually me.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
I thought it was Upgrade, then Coping, then me, but
Really?
Yeah, go on Coping, and then after
I just want to take what Gabriel said, because he was. Thank you, by the way, and sorry for those I interrupted. Gabriel, you kind of went very futuristically there with the super soldiers and stuff. I thought I would try to bring that very technological stuff a little bit down to like our time, where it's not really so hard to imagine. What I'm talking about here is how technology is used for societal control, right? Think about this. Leaders throughout all time and pretty much any form of ideology that ever formed any society have always loved technocracy. Like if you have an automatic rule, a system, one way or the other, and it can change, of course, with sophistication. But consider this, with AI, where you have the people interacting with it, so it learns exactly how people are thinking, what kind of groupings, and they're tracking us right through what our preferences are. They know our echo chambers. They have already been practicing this for quite a while, because divide and conquer, right? This doesn't have to be territorial or military wise. This applies very much so, especially in a democracy, right? Where you cannot censor necessarily. You have to do your model actually have to rely on distraction, right? But if you have, for example, an AI, then you can tailor exactly the information you need to control people in a certain direction of, oh, are these getting too radicalized? Or maybe it's a good thing, because then we can have people be on that one. Because keep in mind, technocratic, while it can be optimized with, for example, AI, the self-serving function is going to be decided by those who have most to benefit from it, right? And so the form of technocracy, sure, this can be utopian, and many are likely to sell us that. Look, our AI model, whatever, so forth. I mean, they already had like a candidate, I think it was the UK, or Australia, whatever, was an AI of a representative of the guy himself, a politician. I'm not sure if you guys picked that up. But the point is that AI is going to be, I think, a lot more significant on the impact of society before it even matters on the battlefield. Because you can accumulate information in tremendous speed, right? That you can have an entity that can answer, like, what would it take? Not just like answer a question about like facts. You can ask this: what would it take to get these people to be going in this political direction, or embracing this ideology, right? So you see all the trends that have been before when it comes to convincing people, they can be greatly exacerbated. So tying this back to nationalism, tying this to nationalism. Here you can use nationalism against supranationalism and with tribalism, and you can have the perfect balancing act and give the illusion of freedom for everyone is expressing themselves. Yeah.
Listen, we're talking about nationalism. There's one thing I really want to know, actually. It's what's happening in China, because China is totally well, it's not totally closed, but they have a lot of control over their population. Is China becoming very nationalistic? I have no idea, to be honest. What's life like in China?
China is very nationalistic.
Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? What's going on right now?
It has always been high. No, it's a Chinese thing. It's a Chinese thing. If you look at the Taiwanese I can tell you they are very nationalistic. Although they are a bit confused. Are they Chinese or are they Taiwanese? Because they are officially Republic of China. So that is a bit confusing for them. So I think China is very nationalistic. Like, because it's a communist system, it's a mono-party kind of system. Clearly, it's going to be very nationalistic as well. I mean, Singapore is very nationalistic as well. No, we are a very, very, very tiny country, but no, we are very, very nationalistic as well. So if you can talk you can talk a lot of shit about all sorts of things, but about Singapore and whatnot. But if you insult Singapore, you see Singaporeans all defending Singapore. It's a very natural thing. You see Drew as well. You can talk shit about China, Drew will come up and then he'll argue with you. But then or you talk shit about America, Drew will join you and talk shit about America. But if you talk shit about Singapore, he will fight you. 100% fight you. So but it's not a bad thing. The problem is, like, I think I forgot who use it, is the extremism part of it. Once nationalism is go into supremacies, that's the problem, because anything that you push it to the extreme is bad. Even feminism, you push it to the extreme, is horrible, right? It's like now man is woman now. It's very confusing now. Because of all these extremists, feminist supremacists. Because ultimately these people are not doing whatever they are doing for the real interest of that movement. They are doing it for themselves. The same thing for all the Nazis and everything is for their own. They feel shook. If not shook, you don't understand. It's a English word. They feel very good about it. They feel like very superior. But the thing is that this is the same for all. I would say even football, ultra movements is the same. One example, like in Singapore football is very bad. We play very badly. We are a footballing country, so as a result, people always complain. Then you have these ultras that will not always go to the national team matches. They will always support the national team. Then they will complain about all these fair-weather fans. They only appear when we go into the semi-finals and finals in football tournaments. Then it's that they'll complain. They will keep on ranting, because when everybody comes, they're not special. You understand what I mean? They lost what it meant to do what they're doing, because they want to be special. But then they get confused, because what you want to do is to show people you love the team, and then you want people to come and join you. But when people actually comes, they hate it. They hate it. If the whole of Ukraine is Nazis, like these ultra Nazis will hate it. It's like they're not special anymore. They will have to go to the next level of extremism. It's just how it goes. Like, just like feminism or whatever movement, the gay movement, the gay rights movement, is all the same. Black rights movement is all the same. The moment you achieve the objective, everybody have that right. You can't accept it. You go to the next level. I think nationalists are the same.
Is China trying to increase the level of nationalism? Are they trying to, I don't know, use AI to try and boost the nationalistic?
Yeah.
No, I say they tune it up and down, depending on the situation that they need. For example, when tensions are high, they will tune it up. But when all these little pinks, all these very nationalistic, crazy young people start to cause a lot of problems for them diplomatically, they were like, hey, they'll calm them down, because sometimes China need to appear softer, but these little pinks, they will just go out and pick up a fight. Like some of these Chinese people, when they go overseas, they go to the airport. Then they thought that wow, we are from a big strong country, you must let us board the plane, despite we are late. Then after that, they make a lot of trouble, that sort of thing. There is this kind of problems, and then they actually reprimand these people when they back to China, because they are creating a bad image for China. But these people are they love China so much, they think that they are the superpower and everybody must listen to them and respect them. Just because I'm Chinese, so I have better rights. And this kind of extremism do happens. It is unavoidable, because just like anything, if you try to push an agenda, there will be people who will become more fanatic, unfortunately. But generally, it's a Chinese thing to be nationalistic. I think throughout history, that's what we do, like throughout different empires. But that is me. But it could be the same in Europe actually. No, it's just that no. Yeah, I'm not so versed with European history.
I think Upgrade was next.
Yeah.
Upgrade, go.
Yeah, I go. Yeah, firstly, I have to apologize again to Euro and Toby. I didn't understand your points, so maybe it's my bad. I had a Biden moment, maybe. So I misunderstood you guys. Sorry. And Bradley, I agree with you. This victimhood mentality is also bringing up some of these nationalistic things, right? Sometimes they are founded, sometimes not, right? The Germans, after the First World War, when they lost, they also had to pay back a lot of things, had a lot of debts, and then some crazy dude came and he said, "You're all, you know, in a bad shape, you know," and go on, push it.
I can summon Drew. China sucks, DPA chat.
Yeah, and sometimes in history it is also founded, right? Like the Jews have a little bit of paranoia because they almost got wiped out, and the Ukrainians also. We know about Stalin's gold, right, and so on. So it doesn't mean that it's all unfounded, right? But it's true that some people they really go like, oh, everything is lost, I don't have a purpose anymore, so let's just go with the full nationalistic point of view and just go crazy. It's totally true. Toby was next, right? Yeah.
I would just want to add one more point. Sorry, Toby. I just want to add one more point. It's not just China. Actually, the whole of freaking Asia is nationalistic. So if Europe if you lose your identity, you lose your culture, I tell you, you're going to be doomed, man. Because the rest of the world is super nationalistic. Everybody is freaking proud of their country. They would die for their country. Like, from Bangladesh to India to China, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, South Korea, North Korea, Japan, everyone is nationalistic. So if you lose your identity, you're going to die, man. Like, you can't fight back. You can't have this counterbalance. It's bad. Toby.
Yeah, well, to continue right on with that point, I was going to bring that up. It's something Tycho said earlier, which I thought was interesting. He asked the question, can Europe actually muster a fighting force? And I think he makes a good point that Europe is like this hotbed of globalism. The whole European project is very anti-nationalistic. In a matter of practical legal fact, too, it takes power away from national governments and gives it to a supranational organization. And so, it's almost like the globalists are stuck between a rock and a hard place, because their whole agenda is to dismantle nationalism inside Europe to try and build this supranational entity. But at the same time, the world, as White points out, is nationalistic. And I think that the whole idea of a multipolar world and the rise of the global south, you can see countries like Russia and China are pushing nationalism a great deal, and with good effect too. Europe is really hamstrung. If any leader in Europe tries to push nationalism, they come into conflict with the EU and its core values as well. So it's an interesting point Tycho raised. It's no simple thing for Europe to suddenly turn on the taps of nationalism. Europe can't do what Ukraine did and start pushing a virulent form of nationalism and this idea of us against the rest. It goes against the whole core principles of Europe. And I actually think that it goes against globalism. And so the West itself, the OECD nations, they're kind of stuck, right? Because if they start promoting their own nationalism, they're going to go against the globalist system which supports their economies. By contrast, if Russia and China start supporting nationalist movements across the globe, in Africa and Central America, in Europe, then they are going to break apart the OECD globalist hegemony, and they're going to bolster their own position. So nationalism is kind of like a poison chalice for Europe. I think it's very difficult for Europe. But another point that I just want to make very quickly, I'm surprised Shadowy hasn't chipped in, because France has a lot to say about the emergence of nationalism. If you have a look at the way Napoleon motivated his armies and the rest of it, France had come out of a period of extreme trauma, but Napoleon was selling a new idea at that stage. He was selling this idea of nationalism to a Europe that had largely been fighting along religious lines and ethnic lines. And nationalism became extremely popular, for example, in Switzerland, and led to the creation of the Swiss state and unified all the Swiss people. And so I think that we may be looking at a similar situation as well, where you have a bunch of disenchanted people, and they may turn to nationalism in order to Jesus Christ, that dog. But we may see like a revival of nationalism as almost like a rebellion against globalism, and that certainly plays to the global South more than it plays to the OECD nations. And I think that, like as I say, I think Tycho hit on an interesting question. Can Europe even muster a force if they're going to abandon nationalism as a motivator? What have they got? Like, is everybody going to go and fight for BlackRock? Is everybody going to go and fight for the banks? I don't see it. They're going to have to do a much better job of selling globalism.
Toby, just to, I won't speak long. Just to say, in addition to what you said, I was trying to say it earlier. When the British joined World War One, they didn't do so just randomly. They had an entire education system, an entire culture built around creating a warrior class, built around creating love for the nation, love for your people, your tribe. I mean, that was a crazy war, right? But they managed to convince people it's not the same anymore. We haven't had decades of education, of brainwashing in this direction. We've had the opposite. So I really think it's totally wrong to think.
Yeah, I think that's right. And a strange thing is, a lot of the Australian troops that went over there to fight, this is historically documented. They went over to fight for Mother England. It's this idea that England and Britain was something special. That was a real idea, because patriotism for the British Empire was a real thing. People actually believed it. Whereas now, good luck finding anyone who believes that nonsense.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just wanted to say real quick that there's a level of nationalism that's absolutely indispensable for the survival of a nation, but I'd call that patriotism. And I would talk about nationalism because we have a lot of it in Latin America too. Like every country, they're all tiny countries that are totally insignificant, on the world stage and amongst themselves. And they're all super nationalistic, like, oh yeah, Argentina's the best, or Chile's the best, or Bolivia's the best. And they're obviously not. I mean, there's no way to spin it for it to look good. It's just pathetic. But the thing is that in this case, like in Latin America, we see nationalism, like we, the enlightened intellectual class, see nationalism as a super blunt form of indoctrination and manipulation of the population. Like, it's like you have nothing to be proud about, and your country is shit, and it's super corrupt, and it works like shit, and whatever. It's totally sold out. But no, you have to believe in the nation. And yeah, well, at least Argentina has a couple of World Cups, to brag about it. But that's about it. I mean, like, if you're a Chilean, what the fuck do you do? Like, oh, last year we classified to the World Cup. It's like, wow. And the thing is that in many cases, nationalism is only expressed as the way to sugarcoat the bullshit of your own nation. It's just and so it's a super roundabout way to say that if it works, it's good, and like if a nation can rally together its forces and say, oh yeah, I'm a proud British, or a proud Singaporean, and that makes you improve your country, then it's great. But as long as it's just a cover up for a dysfunction. But in the case of Europe, it's super weird, and in the States, because the loss of that nationalism, even the dysfunctional one, is really telling, because even dysfunctional countries have nationalism. And of course, there's a population in Europe and in America that are nationalistic, and of course, there's totally nationalistic about their ideals. But when it comes to their own nation and their own cultural heritage, they're super ashamed. And it's the opposite of what nationalism usually is. And so what I'd say is that probably the Western world has like a collective trauma of like all the atrocities they committed in the past, and so they're like like unconsciously suiciding themselves as a nation, you know, and it's like kind of inevitable in a way. Like, I don't know if you guys can do something about it, hopefully, but it would be a super sad for it to be lost. And so, like, to take it back to reality, to like the situation, and I was like watching this interview of Putin with another Russian businessman that was really hard on him. I've seen him before. I can't remember the name. It's complicated, but it starts with K. Like this bald guy that looks like a villain, and he was really grinding Putin down with like what was his geopolitical strategy to counteract the West. You know, like they've been in power for 500 years, and like they've drained the world of resources and whatever, and like we stopped them for a while in the Soviet Union, but then we stumbled. He said we stumbled, and they got the power back, but now we're stopping them again. So what are you gonna do to change the world system so that they stop? And he even said to Putin, he grind the Chinese as well. He said like everyone's afraid of China, so they're not gonna listen to them. And India, but like we the Russians, we are trusted by everyone. We can build it. Like, what are you doing to build the new system that's gonna replace the West? And Putin is like, no, we're working really hard. You know, we've done a bunch of things, but we want multilateral because we don't want to be the central of power. Because, and the other guy says, yeah, but it's been like 10 years that you've been talking about that. And where are the results? And Putin is like, no, yeah, there are results. Like 90% of our exchange with China is out of the dollar. And so it was super fun. But like I see behind that posture of like nationalism, there's a concrete plan of success. There's like this pressing idea that we want to grow, we want to expand, and guess that's why they're kicking the butts of NATO in Ukraine. And Ukraine is like, what's going on in New York and Torres? That shit is super crazy. Like, it's a super defended line, and suddenly they're just passed through. And how come they're stuck in a bunch of lines for like decades? They're stuck there, and then suddenly they just break through one of the most defended lines. Like, what can you tell us about that? Why? What do you think is going on there?
You mean in terms of how nationalism is doing that, or you mean in terms of the actual battlefield updates?
No, like the actual battlefield. Like, why are they suddenly breaking through in places like Avdiivka? How? Because it's like so weird that they're so stagnant in a bunch of places, and then suddenly they just break through the strongest point, the strongest points.
Maybe
So,
they took
like what can
maybe it's not the strongest point.
It's like Shadowy wants to answer that, and I'd like to hear what Wyatt has to say about that too.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was not very interested by the nationalism and things like that. But for Ukraine, I think you could have the best defense line in the world if there is no troop inside. It's just an empty shell.
Exactly.
And I'm sure that most of the real soldiers, I'm going to say, who was in this trench line, had just gone to Kharkiv. And today, all there is in the trench line are not really soldiers. Very badly trained troops, and Russian just crush them.
Interesting. So you're saying
what
that you think the diversion, the Kherson diversion, is working very well.
And don't forget the main Ukrainian tactics was to use bad quality troops at the front line and to use high quality troops as a reserve to basically coming to help the bad quality troops to plug the hole and to and to block the advance of the Russian. But all the reserve are today in Kharkiv. The elite reserve at least.
So I personally I agree like largely what Shadowy is talking about. Because in my reports I already did say, you know, right before Kharkiv offensive even started. If Kharkiv offensive actually happened, it's just going to be a diversion, and nobody believed me. Or actually, a lot of people don't believe me. I'm quite sure some people believe me, but you can see some of the reporting by other channels. I didn't watch the videos, but clearly and clearly, it's all went to shit, because like the lines don't change because it's never meant to move. It's just a diversion. There's no reason, strategically don't make sense. Similarly to Chasiv, as well, it's the same thing. I don't believe, honestly, even my source on the ground, the foreign fighter for the Ukraine, he believed that the Chasiv is going to fall in 2 weeks. And that was like 2 months ago. So I told him I don't think so. I think there's no reasons to take Chasiv. And Chasiv still holds until today because there's no reason to do that. The New York front is exactly the same problem. This strategically, it don't make sense to capture it. However, I did also mention before, if Ukraine don't defend it, Russia will take it. It's free, it's free food, right? And I think this is the problem with the diversions. These diversions are drawing forces away from all these fronts. And New York front, like I mentioned, is such a stupid front. It's so heavily defended, but it's such a useless place. So probably Ukrainians think exactly that way, and then they drew a lot of forces probably from the New York front all the way to Kharkiv, and that created a huge hole in that position where the Russians start to think maybe we can try, and then you start to see that there's a lot of losses of grounds in the New York front. It's like to my brain can't comprehend. It's like, what the hell, why would they push that direction? And if they capture these few cities around there, it will be a calamity for the Ukrainians because these cities is as heavily defended as Avdiivka, but much bigger. They're much bigger than Avdiivka. So, they are just as heavily defended. And the fall of Avdiivka is already like, what a disaster, in terms of PR. So, but I still don't believe the Russians are going to seriously push in. I think it's just going to be like a diversion again. Then the Ukrainians have limited combat effective troops. They have a lot of troops, but most of them is not that well trained. Like the ones that can fight, is limited, and they have to conserve these people. And many of these are actually fighting in Kharkiv, which is why Kharkiv the fighting is very fierce, and they are not. So if they know they have Avdiivka front, they need to worry. Then they have Kharkiv, which they because of PR purposes, they don't want the Russians to have a huge Kharkiv success. Then the Russians will start to push other places, which is what we are seeing now. So much ground is being lost every day. When I use the word massive, people complain about the word. Like, come on, you try to run that distance. It's still a lot of distance to run through. And if a sniper is aiming at you, there's a lot of ground, to lose. Shadow V, you're muted.
I think it's upgrade turn first.
Upgrade first, okay.
Okay, I will go first. Yeah, I totally agree with Shadowy and White's analysis of the battlefield. It's obvious that the best troops, like Shadowy said, they're just here to fight if there is some really big problem with the less good trained troops. And obviously the Kharkiv front was a diversion. But the problem is with the Ukrainian, they cannot lose any ground. That's the big problem, right? Any ground they lose is a big failure for them because their goal is to get all the land back, right? So every time they lose ground, they know they will be very difficult to get it back. So that's also one point, right? And like mentioned in the New York front, it's totally useless, right? It's very well defended, but it's useless. Strategically, it's useless. And the Russians just see, oh, okay, they just took some troops from here to there, so let's try it out. Let's try it out. And if it works, it works. If it don't work, then we just pummel them and do the same what we're doing for almost 2.5 years, 3 years right now. So there is no change in strategy. It's just that the Ukrainians cannot, from a PR perspective, lose ground, even if they lose ground every day, but they cannot lose ground. It's very important to them. That's why they all the time defend useless places, and they just send like over and over in chunks in the Kharkiv region. This northern part, why you don't defend where is the river? It would be much more sense instead of sending troops there without mechanical support, nothing, and they get pummeled by FAB bombs and die for no reason. for zero reason, just because they don't want to lose this, because it will be PR disaster for them. That's the only reason. I will give it to Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the Kharkiv offensive. I think Russian headquarters had several plans for this offensive. The first one is obviously what we see, the kind of decoy to attract elite Ukrainian troops. But I'm sure that if Ukrainian troops didn't take the bait, they would have activated another plan, basically send more elite troops to put even more pressures. And at a point, they would have said to the Ukrainian headquarters, hey, if you don't defend Kharkiv, you are going to have a serious issue. And they were ready to increase pressure more and more. I'm sure they had already 1 or 2 or 3 divisions of veteran troops ready to go to the Kharkiv area to fight if needed. But Ukrainian headquarters takes the bait, so they don't need it. But I'm sure it was ready. So if Ukrainian did nothing, it would have been a full scale. It could have been a full-scale offensive.
Who's next?
I think it was Rio after me.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm like, because we see a bunch of mistakes or a bunch of like situations in which the Russians get ambushed and shit like that. Like the Ukrainians are posting them all the time, and we don't see that much from the Russian side. It's weird. From the Russian side, like if I analyze, I don't have a statistic, but I observe like what fills the feed more, and there's a bunch of like direct hits from Ukrainians, especially against infantry or vehicles. And from the Russian side, we don't see that much of that. There is, but it's a lot less. But what we see more from the Russians is like massive bombs. You know, like we see a lot of like long distance footage of something big hitting something big. You know, it's much less what we see of like the first person view of, and yeah, it's like one could think a lot of Russians are dying because we see a lot of videos. But then again, of course, in the Russian videos, we don't see the damage because it's a massive explosion. But it's like, I suppose there's certain criteria that you have to meet for a deployment of that caliber, that weight, all that expenditure to be assigned to a location. It's not like you're Israel that has limitless bombs from the USA to throw on a tiny piece of ground. They have a massive territory that they have to, like, if Russia wanted to do what Israel is doing in Gaza, it would be impossible because you'd have to throw like gazillion tons of bombs across the whole territory. Gaza is small, so you can just like carpet bomb it, but you can't do that in Ukraine. So one must assume that the big deployments are for a priority target, you know, and you see a huge building collapse. How much people were in that building? What material was there? You know, and so that's like super devastating. And so if you look at it from that point of view, you really don't need territory. You just need the guys to go to that place and you wait for them to go there, and then you throw a huge thing and you do it over and over again. And so eventually the guys start collapsing. And what I see is that probably like whenever you see a lack of resistance, when the guys stop coming, then you go and call them. So you go and step in, go to the place, you know, wait for them to come because, oh no, they're coming. And once they come, you can even move back and just bomb them all over again. So that's why we see a bunch of fluctuations in the front line. Like, oh, Russians claim that they got here, but then the Ukrainians are here. Like in Chasiv Yar, like at the north of Chasiv Yar in the Canal region, we're constant, like every day I see on one map says, oh, they're there, and here there's geolocation, but then there's another geolocation of the Ukrainians on the other side, and then there's another geolocation of Russians on the Ukrainian side. And so like, where the fuck is the front line? And it's like, you just go until they come, and then you move back and throw stuff at them, and then you go again until they come back, and so on. But I do see a pattern. What do you guys think about this? I do see a pattern, like very concentrated in Donbass. Maybe because it's a sensible place, but maybe they want to make sure that they hold that when the negotiations time come. What do you think about that? Is it like a weak spot, or is it the place where they want to invest more troops, or is it that they like really want to secure that area? It is kind of the heart of the conflict. What do you guys think?
Yeah, if I can go next. Yeah, I've been waiting, but to answer what Rio is saying, I don't think we should get too caught up in this idea that there's going to be a sudden ceasefire along the battle lines, and then that's going to be the peace agreement. I mean, that's the NATO desire at this stage, but NATO's looking for an off-ramp. If you have a look at the Russian proposal, they want the whole oblasts. You know, that they want the Ukrainians to vacate the territory that they currently have, to leave the oblasts intact. Russia is playing an attritional long game, and I have to say they're doing it fairly well. They're conserving their own power. They're keeping their supply lines short. They've been doing this from the beginning, by the way. And they're just whittling down the Ukrainian capacity to wage war. And another thing that we talk about in VC that shouldn't be forgotten is that the Russians have an incredible advantage in terms of battlefield intelligence. Just think about the fact that every piece of communications in the Ukrainian army can be understood by Russians listening to it. Everyone in Ukraine has got relatives in Russia. There's a massive advantage for Russian intelligence gathering. And every time Ukraine is forced to move to plug a gap, they have to move all their material. They have to move their air defense, right, to try and counter the FABs and everything else. Basically, in infantry terms, Ukraine has no initiative. They've lost the initiative. They're having to react. Now, that puts a lot of stress on your army. You can't organize offensive operations because you're constantly having to go around and plug gaps. You've got different commanders all making tests for limited resources, such as air defense, right? Such as reserves. Your elite units are having to cross really large areas of territory. Ukraine's not a small country. It's no small thing to move like a whole regiment or a whole division, 500 kilometers across the front. Yeah, right. And with all of their heavy weapons, with all of their logistical support, this puts it's a huge workload, right, on the Ukrainian army. And the Ukrainian army don't get to do anything of their own initiative. So the way that Russia is fighting this war, it's pretty much a textbook way of waging war. The Russians have the initiative. The Ukrainians are having to react all the time. And I think the Ukrainians are being ground down. The other thing is it's worth looking at Israel. Israel's going in and carpet bombing Highborn, large areas of territory and destroying a lot of stuff. Russia really isn't. Russia is keeping the conflict away from built-up areas. They're not just slaughtering the easiest targets available. I think that the Russian strategy is probably going to pay dividends. I don't see any reason why they would change. And so that's why I agree with what Wyatt was saying earlier. It's really whack-a-mole at the moment. It's just like provoke, get the Ukrainians to show their ass and then give it a good beating and then just rinse and repeat. Sooner or later, that is going to win this conflict.
I just want to add one more thing. Vaughn, I can hear audio feedback from your side. But anyway, so imagine the foreign fighter that came on Open Mic. He was among the elite troops for the Ukrainian side, and then he's in Chasivia. And then I said Chasivia. No, they thought that would be the main push, and then it didn't happen. So imagine this happens across all the different fronts where they put all the strong troops in places that they thought the Russians are going to penetrate through, but then end up the Russians never came. They just bombard them. Taiko.
Yeah, I have to sleep, so let me just say this one thing and then I'll sleep. I think it's a great discussion on the military side of things. But there is one question I wanted to ask you guys. I don't know if it's been discussed yet, but there has been an increase in terrorism recently in Russia. Wahhabi, kind of jihadist stuff in Dagestan. You had the terror attack as well, and I think it was in Moscow, right? What's going on? Is this a serious problem for Russia? And also, is there some weird connection between Wahhabism, like that kind of stuff, and globalism? Because I've been around a lot of Muslims growing up. I'm from the UK. I'm from London. And it was something I noticed, growing up. Like I had a lot of friends who were Muslim. Some of them were very religious, and they would try and talk to you. And it is a very kind of globalist ideology that they have. It's kind of like we need to bring all the nations of the world together under one umbrella a lot of the time. And so I just think it kind of goes with, in a weird way, it kind of goes with the Western internationalism and stuff like that. So I just wanted to ask you guys what you think about the terrorism right now, and if it's going to become a bigger problem. So I have to sleep. So bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
it is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that the terrorism is part of a hybrid war.
Before we move, I want to ask one question regarding Ukraine, please, if I may. And this battlefield thing, and this is something that Wyatt probably can answer better than any one of us. So before we move out, from what I've noticed, you have fairly clearly in your reporting, and also it should be noted because Wyatt spent a god awful amount on these fucking reports, right? So for people, there's information worth gold here. So I would like to just, since we were talking about Ukraine, since he was talking about military stuff, I want to ask this question regarding, I recall many months ago, as the Russian lines were being demarcated, the defense in depth for Ukraine was not as clearly defined. You would have the pre-war lines, and it was ascertained quite a while back that, the pre-war lines, they took years to create, to become what they are, right? So if you lose them, right, I think it was Upgrade was talking about, why would you fight for that ground if it's just PR? Well, sure, probably sometimes they are PR, but I wondered, now that the Russians have advanced as much as they do have, right? A lot of the pre-war lines are starting to, it's not a lot of pre-war lines left, let's put it like that, compared to what it was just half a year ago, right? So what is the implications for Ukraine here? What I'm basically asking is, how is the defense in depth developed for them compared to what the situation was 6 to 12 months ago? Are those lines as shoddy, or are they more, do they have more lines where they can take a more significant pounding? Because that's basically what it kind of looks like. It's how much of a beating can you take before you have to move? And the more fortified you are, the more of a beating you can take. But ultimately, it may take years, maybe, but you will crumble, right? So the lines that took years are lines that took years to also make, right? Now they have been going some years. Now, what is the status for the lines behind? Have them been going in a steady pace and becoming better? So when they do inevitably fall back, because that seems to be the tide of war, right? So how are those defensive lines for them? Can they take people are talking about things are going to go rapidly, but how rapidly can we expect based on if it's only the defensive lines? Because this is something I haven't seen reporting, so I figured I'd just ask this here and we can have
like Avdiivka.
Wyatt, I want Wyatt to answer this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
No idea, man. Because the problem is not okay. A lot of people who are watching, following the war, especially on the pro-Ukrainian side, or people who are just very superficial, they think that the Russians are constantly trying to conquer more ground. They're not realizing that the Russians are not trying to conquer the ground. They are holding the line and they're just hammering the Ukrainians only in specific spot that they are pushing. So you can see that the pro-Ukrainian side, they always like to argue, after 2 years, can't even capture one small little village. Yeah, exactly. Have you think about it? Why? They can conquer Avdiivka, they cannot conquer your small little village. The logic, the problem. So the thing is, you can't predict how fast the Russians are going to conquer grounds, because we don't even know if the Russians want to conquer the grounds or not. I would have never imagined a New York offensive, the Torres offensive, but they did it anyway. The Russians are extremely unpredictable. So and then they will do it and then they will stop. And then they'll just keep making you make wrong analysis. Now people will start to get very excited about the Torres offensive. I tell you, in a week's time they will stop. Then they just stop the front line and keep it there, and then they withdraw. They probably will just withdraw into a more comfortable line, where all the PS5 is installed. Then they go back to their old bunkers, and then they just go back there. And the Ukrainians were like, "What the fuck?" Then they will just waste another 1 month trying to slowly move their recon troops up front to find, and then they will retake their old trenches, and then they got booby trapped and die. So the Russians are doing this kind of thing. These are actual stories I got also from my source that in the Zerbianki, Petikaki region in the Zaporizhia front, that's exactly what they encountered. According to the stories he's heard, that when the Russians conquered with trenches, when they left booby traps as well. So when the Ukrainian forces come and retake the trenches, they die, or they will meet with booby traps. The Russians are playing this kind of game with the Ukrainians. So and the Ukrainians they are very poor thing because they are being forced to keep retaking the trenches that they have lost. This, instead of fighting maneuver warfare that we all talk about, where you retreat a lot, force the enemy to move forward, and then they become weakened because they are now in open ground. They are not in the defensive area, so you can whack them. So that's maneuver warfare. But what we end up seeing is that the Ukrainians went World War I style. So the Russians have to play along World War I style, because you can't fight maneuver warfare against trenches. So everyone fight trench war. But the thing is, trench war favors the one with more artillery, with more air supremacy. So yeah, people just have to die. So yeah, I do not know what I was answering. Anyway, I will go, of course, Von.
The bigger guns.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is they've got all these prepared positions, like you said, that have been ready for years. And then as they get pounded on and they have to fall back, they have to go to positions that may have been started 2 months ago or 6 months ago. And you've already seen that they've obviously wasted all kinds of money, never built anything, dumped all kinds of material that should have been used. And the problem is now, even if you want to fall back and build fortifications, the fortifications are going to be light, they're going to be garbage, they're not going to be able to take the poundings. And on top of that, you can't really even do it, because as soon as you stop and start conducting any kind of activity in the open or by a tree line, you're going to attract drones, FPVs, and artillery. So, I mean, the fact that they've lost these, yearly, long-term positions and stuff, and it's just getting worse and worse for them. And on top of that, every time they fall back, there's less and less guys, and they're starting to really just focus and concentrate around the cities and hang around the cities, because there's really nowhere safe to hang out in the open in the countryside anymore. And the problem, and I think that's what the Russians are starting to realize. Maybe that's why they went for New York, because there wasn't hardly anybody there, and they knew it, so they went for it, and it was easy, or it seems easy. And I think as they just keep probing along and digging and scraping along and doing their ISR, they're just going to keep finding these gaps. And then sometimes there'll be big battles to take a village, or they'll jump on a city. But there's plenty of days where they're just picking up a spot here and there, and there's nobody there. And then all of a sudden you see them, look at around Teresk and stuff. It looks like they might be getting ready to, or there's some places in the sit rep, I can't, around Seversk, where they're pushing into these little bubbles. I mean, there's a good chance they're going to start springing out from there, even though there's nothing really there. But if you look, there's really no entrenchments there either. So, like you said, if you can get them to focus in one area, you pound it. But then they're finding all these open spots, and with what's going on in Kharkov, and then you look at Kherson. You've got 2 points right now where the Russians are maneuvering towards the Artemis Bridge and another railroad bridge. Maybe they're going to do something, maybe not. But I guarantee you there's a bunch of Ukrainians reacting to that movement, and at least start probably leaning that way now, just in case they do. So those guys are, taken out of whatever they were doing before.
Who's next?
Medi.
Oh, hey guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
So I didn't forget the mute. Holy shit. That is not how it works first. A couple things, you mentioned, Wyatt, about NAPO saying, oh yeah, well, they only took a city. Well, they have to change the way they think, because the Russians are thinking, how many AFU soldiers died defending that city? That's the real question, because the land doesn't matter. The land is only a tactical asset and tool to be used right now. The Russians, and please, other people, please start reading this shit. If you read about the Russian doctrine, how it's designed to be positional first and then mobile. As they get through these 9 years as layers of defenses and stuff, it is going to be mobile at one point, far more quicker than it is now. It's just that right now there's more to deal with, so you can't just go and stretch out like the Germans did during Operation not Citadel. Well,
Operation?
Blitzkrieg. It's the same thing.
Barbarossa.
Barbarossa, yes, thank you. Barbarossa, you got to understand that there was really nothing set in front of them when they went for it. They had the Russians had defensive positions, but they were barely manned at first. And then there was issues with command and everything. None of that exists. A lot of what we know of World War II is all based all the way up until Operation Citadel. And then the West seems to forget about the change in Russian military doctrine from that time forward. And that's what I think is really missing here, especially in our goddamn leadership, is they need to go read a few fucking books. And then they would have understood a little bit more about what they were dealing with and how Russia conducts its way of war. They are meant to outlast you. They don't have carriers on their ship because all they think about is defending the homeland. And if they need to stretch out the homeland to accommodate things, then they'll do it. But they got a tank-heavy army for a purpose. We keep saying that these drones, that's the end of the tank, is that we really don't know how effective they are. I say this over and over because you only see the strikes that hit. But we don't know, we don't know because they say they actually have personal jammers out there that can clear a whole territory around them. I mean, is it bullshit? Does it work? We don't know. But the technology is evolving head over fist on both sides. So we got to account for that. I think they're finishing up. They're getting to the positions they want before they want to go do an actual, like a direct offensive at something. With them going up, the other thing is that reading about Operation Bagration, what happened was Bagration, that's how they like to say it, is that they started in the center. They went in, they opened up in the center, went and then opened up in the north, and then dropped all the way south and then crossed the Dnieper down there, although they had already crossed in the north. That's when they did it, and a lot of this is following the same pattern. People got to understand that there's AFU troops in the Kherson region for a reason. It isn't like they were just there on holiday and not expecting no other force there. There is a Russian force there for them to have to defend against. But now there's a big force up in the Kharkov region. So, and they have to honor it, even if they know it's stretching their logistics back and forth and all over the place. It's still, they have to honor the threat. And the more logistic systems that have to be used, is the less logistic capability you have for each position in each front. And that's another reason why the Russians shift from front to front, because it doesn't stretch their logistics. They can focus on one point at a time. So, people just read about this. I'm sorry.
Just real quick on Mehdi's point. You're right, Mehdi, but the thing is the people in the Pentagon aren't going to read books and learn tactics because they're not professional soldiers. They're not educated military men. These are political hacks and, homos that got on their knees and got the right job at the right time. These aren't professional soldiers or killers or tacticians or philosophers. These are like the dregs of the military that are sitting in there right now making the calls. And it shows from top to bottom. You can...
Thoughts on Russia starting T80 production lines vs. increasing T90 production lines. Maybe because it's cheaper, as infrastructure is still there.
I'd love to answer that, but we have Gabriel and Toby waiting to speak.
It's horrible.
Actually, before you guys begin on this,
the Pentagon were man enough to get on their knees and
They had balls in their mouth.
Right. To military into production, I got some slides that I can. How do I send you slides? I actually got something about this, about how the Russian machining centers are being built like hand over fist over the West. That means they're
present button. There's a
if you're using
present
computer,
button.
you can share screen. If you're using a computer, you can share screen and then I can put it up.
Yeah, I'm not on the computer. I have to do this on phone. My computer doesn't have a microphone.
You have to send me. Then
I'll do it. I'll send it into the private chat.
I wanted to throw a question to the tankers there, and also to White, by the way, about like, because one thing that we always think about, like the urban areas, like the urban is the worst type of fight, so people should avoid urban areas. But like, what's better? To cross an urban area hopping from house to house or from structure to structure, or to cross an open field against an entrenched position. And the other thing is that, like, I've been seeing this pattern because, yeah, you have like the fixed lines, World War I style, but suddenly in some points I've seen a pattern where there's like suddenly an advanced force. You know, like it passes through the enemy defenses, and it lands troops somewhere. Like suddenly Russians appear where they shouldn't be, like in Avdiivka or in other places we've seen. Like suddenly there's a line there for a long time, and then suddenly they're back here, and they're kind of isolated, and there's like a fighting. They're like holding this position while the main line starts advancing towards them. So like in terms of like mechanized warfare, is that viable in a mechanized, or do you have to like airdrop them or something like that on the way? Like how, or is it just DRGs that infiltrate on infantry, like on foot? How do they do that? Or is it all of the three in different?
For
That's
Ukraine,
a pretty nebulous question.
From Ukraine, it's probably mostly maybe they have some vehicles bum rush a line and drive through and drop some guys off and try to bust back through, but nobody's doing no air assaults. That's suicide. It would either be DRGs or a strike group just to drop guys off. You've seen how they go out there real quick, dump guys off, turn around, haul ass. That's probably most of that.
Well, there's also the concept of a probe, Gabriel. So a lot of the time you'll probe the enemy's lines to see how he fights and to see what the response is and to see if there's even anyone there, because everybody might have been pulled off the line to go send them somewhere else, like Kharkiv. But Mehdi, I just wanted to make one point about Avdiivka. There was one aspect to Avdiivka like that is different. Avdiivka was a massive like bastion of Ukrainian morale. Chatter amongst the Ukrainian lines that, you know, Avdiivka was like, we've held it since 2014 and we can't be beaten. And so crushing Avdiivka with fab bombs not only sort of like was a good trial for mass fab attacks to see how that worked out, and it worked out pretty good, right? It was also like a real blow to Ukrainian morale. It shattered this idea that the Ukrainians could hold these strong points if they wanted to. And it kind of demonstrated that if the Russians wanted to, they could actually crack your hardest nut, and they could do it pretty handily as well. Moving on to the super chat very quickly. I don't know where this data comes from, that the Russians are not expanding their T90 lines of production and expanding the T80, but I wouldn't trust any of it. The other thing is, yeah, I think, you know, there's limited resources that have to be spread around, and I would be very surprised if the Russians weren't putting nearly all of their engineering and high-tech resources into missile technology, drone technology, and possibly even like naval drone defense as well. I don't think tanks are the go-to weapon in this war, so it wouldn't surprise me if the T-90's been sort of like pulled off the front burner in terms of Russian wonder weapons. Bradley or Mehdi, I think.
As to tanks in urban areas, the Russians learned a lot from the battles that were fought in Aleppo. They had a lot of instructors and trainers there, and actually, there's a video site on YouTube called Tanks with GoPros that actually has all the videos of them doing all this, actually fighting in the urban areas of Aleppo with tanks. and they don't do it the same way we do. It's definitely an urban area is a place that a tank doesn't want to be, but it can be supportive. First thing we got to remember is that the Terminator was actually designed also to work in urban areas. That's why all its main weapon systems can almost point up vertically. It also has the first ones that were built also had a grenade gunner on each side. The tank, the Terminator actually had 5 people in it in the first go. Anyway, they do it differently. They run 2 squads forward of the tank as it goes down the channel, and it's always observed from behind and by some type of command, so that they can take a look and physically see directly what is happening there. And they're also providing overwatch for if, like, say somebody pops up with an RPG, you know, in the tank, you can't see it other than what's in your vision block. So they actually do it the right way. They provide overhead watch of some sort to be able to make sure that the tank's as safe as it can be. And that's also why they run squads ahead of it. When the squads run into a hard point, that's when they bring the tank up to bust the shit out of usually the corner of the building, to be honest. It's the easiest way for them to infiltrate in urban areas. It gives them the best way to get through that area. So anyway, I mean, and the tank is only really there to support the infantry fighting vehicles that are also moving forward with these forward squads. So, you know, we do it differently, but they can be very useful in an urban area. It's just that you can't force them where they shouldn't be in an urban area, if that makes any sense.
I'll go after Vaughn.
Yeah, on the T80 and the T90 thing, did they say they're stopping the T90 or just not expanding the T90?
I think that they're expanding both production of T90s and T80s.
No, somebody said they weren't.
Well, I think Iranian Putin's thing was
because see what I'm saying is I think they produce like 100 T90s a year, which I don't know how old that number is, and they're obviously refurbishing T80s to get them out because they're turbine and they're good for cold weather, and they probably already have the infrastructure, and the tanks are adequate enough against any other Western main battle tank that's on the battlefield now. They all need cope cages. You don't have a cope cage, T80s as good as an M1A2 or a Challenger or Leopard. So I mean, yeah, exactly. The thing is they need to build more T80s because they're good cold weather tanks to threaten Norway, and they'll need more T80s to threaten Alaska. You know, and they'll just keep making T90s at whatever rate they're making them. I mean, obviously they're pulling out at least 600 tanks, I think, a year from stocks to renovate, and refurbish, and upgrade. So they don't really have to build a whole lot of brand new tanks right now. So like Toby said, they can put that money somewhere else, just slow roll the main, you know, the MBT production, you know, and just keep refurbishing older tanks.
There was an article just out about this. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna make it. I'll go and I'll get it.
I was joking about the Alaska part.
Taking a huge beating. I still don't know what the calculus is for the buck for the bang, you know, but I've seen T90s taking a massive beating and rolling on. So it looks like a pretty good tank.
Yeah, the T90s and the T80s too, right? But
they're both good tanks. The T90's more modern.
They're looking at it like in terms of you want to like, you know, you have a layered air defense system, so that means you have the Pantsir, and then you also have the S-400, and then there's another layer now with the S-500 being able to shoot down satellites and all this kind of stuff. It's the same idea, right? You have a mix of different equipment that can do different stuff, and it's not like the same problem that Ukraine is going through, where you have, you know, Leopard 1s, Leopard 2s, Abrams, you know, T-64s, T-72s. It's not like that, where they're, you know, you have the T-80s, you have the T-90s, the T-72s, right? And a lot of this stuff is interchangeable. Yeah, a lot of the stuff from the T-80 won't be interchangeable with the T-90, but a lot of the stuff will be. So it's still logistically minded. It's just trying to get a mix of equipment. I don't know who was going to. Oh, Gabriel was next, and then Mehdi. or maybe Mike. Go, Gabe.
Should be Mike.
Oh, okay, then Mike.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. No, I just wanted to say that I wanted to make that short point about the T90, but go ahead, whoever's next.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Just want to say, the way you guys see things and the way I see things, it may be a little bit different to what I'm saying. I think the reason why Russia be able to keep up with the West right now is not because of those heavy artillery like tanks and uh, 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 helicopters or the jet. I think the reason why is because of Russia has started manufacturing their own chips that most people do not understand that because that's why the West is panic. They are panicked because Russia started manufacturing their own chips. I was reading last month, then I find out that Russia was the second largest producer of a silicon ingot after China. That was totally shocked because my belief is that's going to be China, then United States. Then I find out that Russia was the second largest silicon ingot producer. So now Russia are now manufacturing their own chip, and it's now those chip they can use in FPV and some other stuffs, even making own camera. So my thing, I don't understand how much can Russia produce. That is one thing I don't understand right now.
I just want to add to what Mike just said. Actually, we first talked about this on DPA Open Mic long time ago, at least a year ago, because a trio is in the chip industry, and he talked about the misconception of the chip industry in Russia. He said that Russia have a massive chip industry. He talked about it on the DPA Open Mic. So if people, I believe some of you guys may remember a trio talking about it long time ago, when the media is talking about, oh, Russia is doomed, they don't have the microchips, right? Remember, right?
Well, here's the thing. To his point, they just launched another icebreaker, huge icebreaker. And that's the thing, is their icebreaker fleet and their northern fleet is what really panicked the U.S. Plus, it also has the Pacific fleet out there that can be, China at any point could say, hey, you guys want to park your ships here in the Taiwan Strait? And I'm sure Russia will oblige them. That will kind of fuck the U.S. if they wanted to do anything, because anything comes around 200 miles of anything, any type of weapon system that is considered enemy comes within 200 miles of their box, they're going to attack it and consider it attack. There is we don't talk about the Russian Navy or the Chinese Navy as much as we should, because they're outbuilding us and outclassing us now. The only place we still seem to have an edge, or at least even, is in underwater fleet. That's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, if I can chip in just on the super chat again, the issue of the T-80 production line, it's worth noting that the Russians have like a kind of modular system for a lot of their weapon systems. And so the T-80 production line is also producing the chassis for the Mastaba, the large mobile artillery gun, the 155, and so and they also use the chassis for a bunch of other things. They use them for mine clearing bulldozers, and I think there was even a project to have one working as like a tracked ambulance. So ramping up production of that chassis could mean a lot of things other than T-80 tank production. And I would guess from what I've read previously that it's actually geared towards the Mastaba, because they want a lot of mobile artillery. So yeah, the production line for the T-80 starting up does not equal T-80 tanks. It equals a lot of cheap, reliable chassis. And they're also chassis that their technical crews know how to work on, that they have a lot of support for. I suspect that the T-90 is probably a lot more technically involved and requires more maintenance. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
One thing we also have to consider too is vehicle recovery, because let's face it, the AFU, Ukrainian forces, when their day's done, do not possess the battlefield at the end. So it's Russia who recovers all their equipment, You know, forget about the Western equipment that they're recovering, because they're just going to use that as range targets eventually. But all the usable stuff that their men fight with right now can be adapted for the modular system that Toby was just saying. That the T14 is based on a modular system, and I know that they're doing the same with the T90M. Is also can be used as a modular system. I think what they're trying to do is try to completely make all these chassis modular, acceptable for modular systems, because it really makes sense. If you think about it.
Gabriel, then Shadowy, because Gabriel's been waiting to speak forever.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating how like everything should be modular. It makes no sense to not have an integrated like replaceable system of equipment.
Unless you're France and NATO.
Yeah, but that's like inner fighting amongst the, and it probably happens between like the same producers of, well, whatever. It's interesting to me to see that like there's all this discussion against the like planned economies and stuff, but there's a certain level of planning that's absolutely indispensable to have a functioning system. And I wanted to address the question that Tycho about like the terrorist stuff, and just to throw it out, it can be picked up after the vehicular situation is resolved. But it's super suspicious to me that the attack on Sevastopol was simultaneous with terrorists' attack in Dagestan and elsewhere. And like there was this, I don't know if you guys picked it up, but this dude Podolyak, the advisor of Zelensky, he like directly said that like the occupation, like the occupying civilians of Crimea shouldn't feel safe, you know, like there's no peaceful beaches in Crimea. It's like it was kind of a confession of that it was intentional, like pretty directly. Like maybe he was just sort of responding in a provocative way, but then again, it's also simultaneous, and it has a lot to do with like being able to hit soft targets that are less defended than military targets. It's like if you can't hit military targets enough because they're too covered, then you can always attack civilians, which are impossible to cover. You can never. So yeah, I think the war is probably going to start shifting, like on the Ukrainian side, to a more terrorist activity than conventional war, because they aren't getting any results in the conventional area.
Shall we go?
I wanted to add something, two things. First, about what Rio just said about the attack on the Sevastopol beaches. I think it's a mistake to think that the Ukrainian headquarters decided to strike civilian. I'm pretty sure there is a military air base just a few kilometers away, and it was the main target. Russian air defense said they have intercept 4 missiles, and the 5th one was able to strike. I think they tried very hard to kill the 5th one and just damage it, so he crashed somewhere that was not the initial target. For me, it's just an accident, like we already watch it a lot in the sky above Kyiv and the other Ukrainian city. The air defense fire a lot of missile on things. The missile is hit and it goes somewhere else. For me, it's just bad luck.
I agree. I agree.
And the second point about the T80s and the T72 and the T90. The T72 and the T90 are just an evolution. They are the T90 is an evolution of the T72, so they have a lot of things that could, a lot of parts they could swap between the two model. But the T80 is another design, okay? And I think it's important for the Russian to have several companies with several concurrent design to work against each other. It's the same thing for the aircraft, for the Sukhoi, the MiG, the Tupolev, and so on. They want different companies to have different ID, to create some kind of concurrence. And I think recently, the complex T72, T90 had a lot of work to do, a lot of command, a lot of power, basically, a lot of attention. So they wanted to give more to the T80 complex. I'm going to call it like that because you have always industry, factory, but you have also research complex, engineers and scientists to try to improve the tanks. And they want to give them more attention and more money, basically. That's why they take this decision. That's my point of view.
Who was next?
Wadley?
Okay.
Or I don't know.
Well, yeah, so in terms of the Wyatt actually hit upon this where, you know, in one of his updates where, yeah, I think that the most, you know, we can't know, obviously, especially us, but, you know, there's a good chance that, I mean, the Russian Ministry of Defense came out and said that they hit, they took out 4 out of 5 missiles, the 5th one was damaged, and as has already been pointed out earlier, this has happened over and over in Ukrainian territories, and not even missiles that are getting hit. For example, just a malfunctioning S-300 rocket that's way past its expiration date, you know, just goes haywire, hits an apartment block, and then the Ukrainians are like, well, the Russians are using S-300s to bomb apartment blocks, you know, as if the Russians don't have artillery. Sorry, go ahead.
That my point wasn't so much as if it was accident or intentional, but like of the comment of like this high official in the Ukrainian government, like going out and saying, "Yeah, well, take it up your ass. You can expect more."
Don't look at it this way, dude. He's like he's throwing a tantrum. They're getting their asses kicked, so he lashed out with a shitty comment because he can't do anything else. So he's just being hurtful in the only way he can by saying something nasty about a bunch of people getting killed on a beach.
Yeah, basically saying fuck Russia.
They're Ukrainians.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a glorious moment for Zelensky's staff, but for sure. Listen, I wanted to raise an issue because there's a lot of contention in the Ukrainian podcast space because Willie OAM had an episode about North Korean troops, and as I understand it, there are some podcasters who think this is fake news. I wonder if White can comment on this. It's like, are we going to see North Koreans fighting in Europe anytime soon?
No, unless they join as mercenaries. You know, like we have some of these foreign mercenaries from Africa, China, Japan. But if regular North Korean troops, I don't think so.
Why is that? Why do you think that?
There's no reason to. Why would Kim Jong-un want to send his troops to die?
For money.
Or for training?
And
observers, yes, probably. Observers.
Yeah, but what about what we talked about earlier when it was a humanitarian thing? They go into clear debris, they go into clear mines fields, they go into demine and remove unexploded ordnance and make the area safe. It's all humanitarian. They clear debris. They don't have to fight. They can literally stay behind the lines in Russian-held territory, and the whole pitch will be, we're demining, we're clearing unexploded ordnance, we're clearing booby traps, we're clearing the debris, we're making it safe for people to come back. And then, I guess dare Ukraine to hit the North Koreans and see what Kim does. If they even go. I'm just saying. I thought I heard about engineers, so I figure if they go as engineers, that's what they'll do. They're not going to fight.
Toby and Mike trying to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say.
Yeah, what I was thinking is that I think the West media was trying to set up the North Korea, find way to go and destroy North Korea because they want North Korea to take action So feel like, oh yes, we did it, because most time the West always talk to. I mean, how do they say it? Like talk you to say something that you don't even say it. So well, you don't want to be ashamed. Say, oh, you don't say them. Say, oh, you don't say because you are so afraid. But they want them to say it. Say yes, we are sending them. Okay, so this way they could use the opportunity to go and start attacking North Korea. You see how much they've been set up things, using South Korea to sending stuff to North Korea, and they use every excuse to find way to attack North Korea. So if North Korea take this bait, it will be a disaster for them. I would say they should just keep their mouth shut, don't say anything.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Toby.
I would say real quick that on one hand, there's not like an credible source. Like it was a Ukrainian, I think, SBU or something that informed on that. So it's not a very credible source. But on the other hand, like what are the possibilities that Russia actually wants a foreign army participating in their war? Like because yeah, there's a lot of cooperation, but there's also competition. So like maybe you really don't want people gaining that experience, like a foreign army gaining that battlefield experience that you have. You want them to like keep a distance. So yeah, mercenaries are possible, but like to have a uniformed army of a foreign nation, unless you're really desperate, it really doesn't make that much sense strategically. It's my point of view.
It's a special military operation. It's not a war. So there's no reason for other countries to come. It's like it's a special military operation.
There is the political aspect, though. It shows that Russia is not isolated, that it does have allies. But there's another issue I wanted to bring up. Did you all see that Putin assured Saudi Arabia that he would not send hypersonic missiles to the Yemeni, to the Houthis? I don't know if anyone saw that.
What was it again? I didn't.
Okay, so basically there was a news report that Putin talked with the leader of Saudi Arabia and acquiesced to his desire that the Yemenis are not given modern Russian ballistic missiles, including hypersonics. So this is kind of interesting. This is Putin and Saudi Arabia playing nice, but to me it's also like a warning, and that is that if Russia wanted to, they could arm the Houthis with hypersonics.
Don't the Houthis say they already have a hypersonic?
Yeah. Right, but the Houthis say a lot of things, right? But the Russian one might actually work, is the thing, right? And so I think this is something of a warning from Putin as well. He's saying at the moment, right, I'm not going to arm all of the West's enemies in the Middle East. It's worth noting that what kicked off the conflict between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis back in the day, like 10 years ago, was a ballistic missile attack by the Houthis on Aramco's facilities in eastern Saudi Arabia. So the idea that the Houthis aren't going to target Saudi and American commercial oil infrastructure is simply wrong. That's absolutely how this all kicked off. So yeah, I don't know if White's covering that part of the world or if anyone else has, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Putin is kind of like sort of showing the West that Russia has some reach, and I wonder what would happen if Russia decided to escalate matters in the Middle East like that.
Putin is warning the West that your ass is on a target.
Well, he's just saying if I were to start issuing Russian weapons to everybody who's against the West, which is what NATO's doing in Ukraine, right? NATO is giving its best weapon systems to people to attack Russia. If Russia reciprocates, they can shut down the shipping going through the Red Sea entirely. They can start hitting some pretty critical Western oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. They can play havoc with the global economy. And
Yeah,
it's not
the
just
Russians
there either.
If the Russians armed the Yemenis with the right equipment, I'm sure that Eisenhower might have not made it to port.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Russia hasn't even started reciprocating. And so I think that this might be something of a wake-up call to NATO as they send Storm Shadows and other high-tech missiles and ATACMS to Ukraine.
Well, just to bring this back to North Korea, like they did this to North Korea, right? Remember the pictures of Kim Jong-un being so happy, like being the new rocket dad when the Russians gave them. I don't even remember what rocket it was. I heard that it was like not the top of the line, but one of the more recent hypersonic rockets with modern-ish guidance systems to allow the North Koreans to basically, you know, not hit anywhere in the United States if they so wanted to. That's a huge escalation. I don't know why hair is not on fire. I think Wyatt was trying to talk.
Yeah. So the thing about the Saudis is that they are trying to transit into a new era, and they spent so much money building the line, all these super mega projects, and then you have just next door entire militia army that is totally out of control that they cannot defeat in the military sense. It's like, you know how scary is that? You spend billions, billions and billions and billions of dollars, and then you have this, your neighbor is just out of control, and then on the northern side, that neighbor is also out of control. It's like you're surrounded by crazy people, and then it's like you're trying to spend billions and billions of dollars and ask people to stay there. It's insane. I can tell you, Saudi Arabia is frightened. They're totally freaked out, 100% for sure. They are totally freaked out, and they're definitely begging Russia to please rein in Iran, and don't tell Iran to do something stupid. And I'm quite sure the entire Red Sea, debacle is causing massive damage to Saudi Arabia, even more damage to Egypt. And Egypt, the Suez Canal income is probably all gone. Like most of it is gone, and then it's like they are in massive debt. They're building a totally new capital. They need a lot of money, and then it's like nobody. The West can't help them. The West can't even stop the Houthis from firing. So I think maybe Egypt will soon, start to go back to the Russian side again, and then asking the Russia to please help me stop this. I need the money.
About Yemen.
And the thing is, in the actual escalation, let's say in the actual escalation, they can just ask proxies to destroy some of the Saudi Arabia's oil fields or oil refineries. The price of oil will just go up, and Europe is gone. You don't even need to do much. And if you blockade the Red Sea, that's another damage. But they don't have to even damage the Red Sea. You just need to damage the oil production in the Middle East. Not same damage, just make it crippled a little bit. The oil price will just double, and then that's it, man. Europe is gone.
Yeah, just take away a little bit of predictability.
Imagine how much Europe has bet on the Middle East in terms of oil and gas. They're betting everything on Middle East because they did this die they don't want to buy from Russia, right? So where else can you buy? Venezuela is not friendly with you, and then you only have the Middle East. So,
but why?
Just
Europe has solar panels and windmills.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot about it. No,
renewable. They're getting their carbon levels down.
Yeah, and the nuclear power stations in France, like from half a century ago. So I forgot about them. Yeah. Europe is fine. You guys are fine.
If Russia controls the Arctic, and then Yemen have the Suez Canal, and you have South Africa in the Strait of, so then all they have left is like a Panama that never works, that works super bad, and the Magallanes Strait, which is at the literal asshole of the world. So there's kind of like a stranglehold growing over the main arteries of exchange. It's pretty
actually, and it's actually all controlled by Russia. This is the thing that people don't see. People keep thinking China is so powerful. Russia is the one that's controlling everything. If you look at Japan, the Japan sanction is a total failure. They still buying gas from Russia, and they refuse to sanction Russia entirely because they say that they have no choice. They need the gas from Russia. It makes no sense. They invested money, and those monies are gone because the Russian nationalized the Sakhalin project. So Japan has already said that there's no way they can beat the Russians. Like the sanctions is just playing along. South Korea, of course.
the Japanese are selling the Russians high-tech equipment right now. And the reason why they're doing it is because the excuse is, well, if we don't sell it to them, they're going to develop their own high-tech camera and glass and lens industry.
Yeah,
so
it's true. It's true. This is what I said before, right? I said that Russia deliberately did not want to be self-reliant. They deliberately trade with Europe so that they can tie up and be more peaceful together. They have interdependencies so that no war will not break out. And Europe stupidly cut off all ties. And it's like, that is going against what Putin was trying to do. They're trying to make sure that there is eternal peace between Russia and Europe by having trade ties that cannot be broken. But that's why they spend so much money building the pipeline to Germany, because they believe in it. Why else do you build the freaking pipeline if you don't believe that there's going to be peace?
Yeah, and like imagine how powerful Europe could be if they just allied with Russia and China. Like imagine all the cheap energy, cheaper still.
No, China. You cannot you cannot ally with China. China is a competition in terms of manufacturing. That's why they cannot ally with China. They need to ally with Russia so that they can reduce the cost price of their manufacturing.
But China has the biggest market. So like if they have cheap energy from Russia, they can compete with China and sell to China. So
China market is closed. It's very hard to get in.
It's actually the biggest buyer of German cars in the world. China is the biggest buyer of German cars. So that's why
most of the things is not allowed, or they cannot get in. It's very hard. The only specific things because they wanted the car technology in. So the thing is the biggest market is United States, is not China. So that's why the if Europe have the kind of a manufacturing power, they can replace China to manufacturing and sell things into the United States. And then United States and Europe together with Russia can sanction and cut off China if eventually they need to do that. Now they can't because everything is produced in China right now. It's still politically, like fucked. We are all fucked. China is going to control. They have a huge leverage, So that is the main problem. Like, geopolitically, the game is very poorly played. And Russia have this very powerful stranglehold because there is not a lot of countries producing oil and gas. You just hit a few places, right? Russia controls everything. And unless if you do a retaliatory strike on Russia, that's World War III. So there is not much good game to play.
Right. Don't forget they have nukes, right? I think Toby and then Mike.
Yeah, Did anyone talk about like the worst coup ever in Bolivia? Have we talked?
Oh,
about
we
that?
know we haven't.
Yeah,
that was I forgot about it. It was so poor.
Listen, this is Gabriel. Like you represent the South American continent. Like maybe you can speak to this. We were all extremely disappointed. We thought that was like a really poor showing. The guy had a nice scarf. We thought his fashion sense was pretty hot. But then what happened, man? It's like this was the Biden coup or what? Like
what was the story in Argentina? How Argentina reported it or not? How you all look at it?
No, we all it's super familiar scenario because it happens all the time. Like it's traditional both to Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil. Every country in Latin America suffered a coup, and there's like the saying that the only reason why the United States was the only country in Latin America why the United States was the only country in America that didn't get a coup was because they didn't have an embassy of the United States. So it's like Vox Populi, and so everyone's laughing at it. Like, what happened to the CIA, man? These guys used to be good at it. Like, they did it to all of us. And what's going on right now? Like how, and it's basically that the guy was probably like counting on a like intelligence base but basically the army stopped the coup. So like the army tried to make a coup, but then the army said no. Like the real army, the bulk of the army said no, and so he was fucked. And so it's like the CIA bought him and a couple of lackeys, but they didn't buy the whole army. You know, they were stingy.
Yeah, the money is for Ukraine. They spend so much on Ukraine.
Maybe if Trump wins, then we can make coups great again. But yeah, I think this was a really poor effort from the CIA.
I posted the quality of the CIA coups are pegged to the quality of the president. You know, so the president now is too shitty. You know, CIA coup doesn't make it, man.
There was a meme around that was because remember that Elon Musk when there was the previous coup in Bolivia, because there was a coup a couple of years ago or a year ago, like this
who we want
bitch that took over the power. No, she was overthrown afterwards, but she was a bit more successful. But there was all this backlash about it, and Elon Musk tweeted at a certain point that we're the United States, we're going to coup whoever we want. And everyone was offended by that, and so now there's like a meme of Evo Morales, which was like the previous president. He was really iconic because he was indigenous, you know, and so, and he's like Elon Musk, and Elon Musk says, "What? You don't want to hear a joke?" And Elon Musk is like, "Well, yeah, tell me." And Morales says, the president says, "Lithium," and Musk says, "I don't get it," and then the president says, "You're right, goddamn, you don't get it. You're goddamn right, you don't get it." And so Latin America is becoming a super important center for Chinese manufacturing of electric vehicles. Like Latin America is becoming one of the biggest buyers of Chinese electric vehicles. So they're starting to outsource their production to locals like Mexico and Brazil. And obviously you have the lithium triangle, which is Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina. And that's a key supplier of super fundamental commodity for electric vehicles. So it was really a master stroke. Now we're going to hit them straight in the heart of their lithium. And no. And it failed. Failure.
Yeah, I think that maybe it was Ukraine. Ukraine was the coup too far, the regime change operation too far, and after that it kind of broke the U.S. I don't know, broke our CIA.
Yeah, we spoke about this on the VC recently. One of the big costs to the West, and particularly to the US, but also to the UK and France, is by starting up a global conflict with a country like Russia. This is going to put all of their networks across Africa and South America and Central Asia in great jeopardy, right? It's like the CIA and the West have been operating to free reign, right? They can go and they can do what they like. They
We
can
don't need
influence
this
who
kind
they
of power
like.
to do that. We just need a dear president. That's all. You send him in Africa, and immediately all the African countries want to seize any diplomatic relation to France. So
yeah,
it's already happening.
Well, sure, but for real countries like America, it's a disaster because they put a lot of money and time into building up these networks. And I think that the West is in a really bad position at the moment to go back to a Cold War footing. It's not just that our military have been fighting Afghani tribes people with overwhelming air power that gives us a false sense of our ability to wage a real war. But we've also been doing, underhand influence across the globe with no real opposition. And, this 2-hour coup. And there was a similar one in the Congo recently that was just it was such a bad coup to get called a coup. I think that maybe Western clown agencies are losing a lot of influence. And they might also be taking a lot of casualties. I did read that basically the CIA has no assets left in Central Asia. It's like they all got burned out after they failed that Kazakhstan show. So I think that there might be this might be one of the things that pushes the US towards a peace settlement. I think that there might be a sense of regret about reigniting a Cold War that is actually quite hot in some of the sort of corners of the world. I don't think the US are doing spectacularly well out of this.
So we are over 6 hours. So I was thinking about let's do closing. So Mike want to go first. So let's do closing. Mike, closing statement.
Okay. It's good to see you guys, and I'm just praying and begging God, Lord, please let somebody wise come in and stop this war. This is horrible, horrible than Second World War in my view. And the funny thing is that majority, 90% of people in United States don't even know how bad this war is. They just hear it, they just like nothing. And 10% that knew it thought it would never be them. We never know what this can be tomorrow. It might be horse by chasing down with the FPV drone tomorrow. And most people in United States, nobody's telling them. The media is the one that's selling things to people in United States. Media can sell you poison as a cure. You will buy it. Okay? But they will never try to put effort and let people understand how bad this situation is. So I just hopefully somebody, maybe Trump or somebody else, will come and just put a stop to this. A lot of people are dying right now, today, tomorrow, and even in the future. This is terrible. And the other thing I would say is that BRICS is a joke. And the only way the BRICS could work, in my view, to use to tie the BRICS to Russian ruble. That's the only way it could work. Anyway, it's good to see you guys. Hopefully, I join you next time. Bye.
Thank you, Mike. Gabriel, closing.
Oh, hey, guys, what a great conversation. Please remember to like and subscribe, but I'll leave the rest to coping. And yeah, I'll just thank you guys all for like such a great dynamic conversation, and yeah, like to keep the like the spirit of the conversation. I'd like to say that like hopefully we can sort of discern the patterns of what's going on to whatever benefit that can achieve in our own lives, like what decisions to make, where to look, like what kind of precautions, whatever might serve, and just like to educate oneself on like the current history and like understand the nature of things. Like it's funny to see the map move throughout the months. Moves really little now, but it strange creatures appear, you know, like devouring parts, and like sometimes there's a bear, sometimes there's a wolf attacking a certain place, you know, like some claws. It's really interesting. It's like looking at a battle in really slow motion. It's like a fist fight between two MMA boxers, and sometimes they're like wrestling and they hardly move, and sometimes they're like exchanging blows furiously. And yeah, I'd say that the like the nature of reality is war. You know, like the universe is super violent. All the forces and energy and stuff, all that change that goes on is super violent, and like we should avoid war in the sense of like trying to avoid unnecessary destruction, but also learn to love it in a certain way as a way to cope with living. You know, like to enjoy life, learn how to enjoy the battles, and with all the things that are going on, like with our nations and geopolitically, it's easy to despair sometimes, but it's actually really interesting and fun if you look at it from that perspective. And yeah, like it's kind of admirable. There was this Russian dude that was criticizing the Americans for laughing at Biden, and after watching the debate, I kind of understood his point. You know, like how can you be laughing at that? It's your own destruction. But I kind of admire the capacity to be able to like just laugh about it, laugh it off. You know, even though your country's going to hell and you have two like mentally unfit old men debating, like squabbling like adolescents or like old hags for who is worse than the other. And instead of letting that depress you and thinking that everything's gonna go to shit, just laughing it off and trying to continue on with the day. And yeah, it seems like it's pretty devastating what's going on, and it can have super dire consequences. But there's probably something we can do about it in our own tiny way, even if it's just like analyzing it from a rational point of view and spreading that perspective out. So yeah, thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you, Gabriel. Toby, next.
Okay, yeah, I missed the first part, so I missed the discussion on the American politics, but I will say I was pretty underwhelmed by that debate. And I'm also a bit skeptical of the idea that Trump is going to walk in, snap his fingers, and make peace. It's like people forget that he was the president in charge from 2016 to 2020. If he really wanted to make peace in Ukraine, he could have done something during then. He's also a great friend of the military-industrial complex, and listening to his spiel, you can buy that if you want. I kind of see on the battlefield, time is on Russia's side. Russia is choking Ukraine out while the West pays to maintain a failed state. And I think that actually reflects a larger global reality as well. I think with China and Russia and even India, they're trundling along. They can keep building their economies. They can keep building their networks and alliances. Meanwhile, I'm not sure time is on the West side. And I am fearful that an economic crisis in the West could lead to even greater foolishness on the West's part as it tries to salvage its hegemony. So yeah, I'm not entirely optimistic for the future. I don't think Trump is going to be able to do very much, even if he does get elected. Yeah, I'm sorry, Vaughn, but I'm sure the Lord will spare Kentucky if it all goes to hell. All right. Thanks, Wyatt, and I'll see you all next time.
Thank you, Toby. Hoping you want to go next?
Sure, I can go next. I mean, after all, Gabriel's closing was layered on thick layers with coping on itself. I mean, how are you going to be coping with life, when you're going through all these depressing things going around the world? And I think I have to just up my game in response to that, actually, because apparently the normal stuff won't work. So here I have something to say as an advice, as a coping mechanism by yours truly. Just smile at the world, and the world will smile back. And if it doesn't, then it gives you something to laugh about. Yeah. So this was a nice open mic. We had more or less anchored it on Ukraine most of the time. We seemed to be kind of flirting on going over to the Israel and stuff like that, but we didn't really linger much around there. Not really on anything else, though. We did touch some universal tropes, shall we say, in a sense that with some concepts that are overarching. And we still anchored it to Ukraine, right? Nationalism, for example, supranationalism. What are all these entities of forces and influences that are going through and making all this stuff happen, right? Now, isn't that brilliant? Like, that's what you have, why you have to love the open mic, because you have people on and mostly, interested on Ukraine and what have you. I myself, I got terribly satisfied that the Euro came on, mentioned something I could recall from an open mic like 40 open mics ago. Like open mic 40 or something like that. And I've been thinking about it a bit lately. Here he comes on. He talks about it. We have a few minutes on that, which is, good, because if not, it would be a black hole, right? But we do get to touch on it, because keep in mind, like the open mic, people here want to talk about stuff. We should probably stick to the model where we are anchoring it more or less around Ukraine, because that was really the genesis of the open mic here. But when people are talking about anything around on the generally speaking, it is because they're interested in it, right? So you may think it is a black hole immigration, you may think it is a black hole with nationalism, concepts of what have you, wokeism, religion, etc. But these are the currents that are running through the mind that is the base of all power. Right? Political power has no value if you don't have social influence. Neither if military influence power goes that far, right? And we clearly see its limitation. Economics, sure, this too can be twisted on its head. And so it is actually appropriate that we kind of venture a little bit on all these different facets and way to go about it. And maybe next time we make a thing that unless Ukraine has had a whole lot of stuff going for it, maybe we talk a little bit more about the Middle East or something going on in the Philippines, because Wyatt has been doing reporting on it after all. So there's, well, yeah, right. And so the more reporting you do, why do you think people are talking about Ukraine? Well, because that's what you give reporting on. And what happens when people talk about stuff that you haven't reported on? They start rolling around, often in circles, like headless chickens with their throat up their asses, right? Okay, so this is what happens when the commander is not present. It can get messy, but you see, it's not all bad. It can be right good enough for you to press that like button, subscribe with the notification bell on. Do please help us out. The open mics are god awfully long, which is credit to Wyatt yet again for being generally not human, I guess. But it still take time. Even a machine like Wyatt, he can still only be one place at one time, cannot necessarily take the time to be, pointing out what part of the open mic was the best. We ourselves, the speakers here, sure, we would like to do that, but we can actually take it to the next level where maybe we make a recording, for example. But for you in the audience, you can definitely help us and Wyatt out by simply just this part of the open mic from here to there, be it 1 minute, be it 10 minutes, heck, it could be a whole hour. I thought this was really interesting. It should be put on like clips or series or something like that, because then, it's extra content for people who maybe couldn't watch the whole open mic, but you could. Thank you. And especially those of you who have super chatted. You're what validates us directly and keeps Wyatt going, and it helps like a lot, as well as all of those of you who have supported Wyatt financially on Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty, and any other capacity for that matter. That being said, there are varying degrees of gratitude that can be doled out. I have to also dole out to my panelists for just showing up here, and we have something to talk about, especially to Wyatt for actually setting aside the time. But I want to thank also all of you for watching the DPA Open Mic channel.
Yeah. Thank you, Coping. And just to add on to what Coping said, for those that think that there are certain parts of the open mic that you think should be its own video, I should clip it out, put it in the comments, you can put a timestamp, put it in the comments so that, it's easier for me to identify and I can just clip it out without thinking, So, yeah, Bradley, closing.
All right. So I thought this was a great open mic. I really enjoyed it. I don't know much about economics, but I think that nationalism is one of those topics that everybody has an opinion about. And I think that the West, under the leadership of the U.S., has done a great job of weaponizing Ukrainian nationalism and rebranding one of, if not the most corrupt country in the world as the vanguard of democracy and freedom, instead of, the human organ and human trafficking capital of the world. I watched the video recently with Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis on, I think, the Dialogue Works channel. And he says that many people in the United States deep state were upset to see an end to the Cold War, that they've had wet dreams about taking down the ultimate bad guy, the USSR, and felt that they missed their calling, that they had put all this work into undermining the Soviet Union through stoking Ukrainian nationalism, inventing the Holodomor myth, and the genocidal Russian intent towards Ukrainians, only for the Cold War to, come to an end, and they missed their chance. So Ukraine is personal and emotional for them, so much more, like they're so much more emotionally invested with Russia than even with China, who, they should be more paranoid about. So that's just, with that, I'd like to say that thanks to all of our excellent panelists, just as Coping mentioned, the audience, especially those who liked the super chatters, and of course our tireless and hardworking commander, the tireless and fearless Wyatt. So be sure to check back next week for more conversations like this, and peace out, everybody.
Massive comment. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I too also thought this was a great panel today. It flowed really good. The topics were good. We had a lot of people coming in, making a lot of comments, and some new people. And like, subscribe, and share. Especially check out Wyatt's Frontline Reports. There's probably going to be some action this week, especially around those places that are in the Frontline Reports. Also, keep an eye on the Black Sea, see what's going on there. You know, maybe eventually a drone will get shot down, because there are fighters now escorting the drones and the surveillance aircraft. The other day they had 2 Eurofighters up there. So you can imagine that might be a point of contention at some time. So I would keep an eye on that. But definitely check out Wyatt whenever you can. And thanks to all the guys here. And please, if you have something to say or you have some expertise or background in one of these topics, come on the open mic. We need all the people we can get from all over the world so that we can provide the perspectives and everybody can learn from everybody, because they get to talk to people from all over the world and all walks of life, especially in the open mic after the show in the lounge. You really would like it. It's like a giant United Nations, but we just talk to each other. You all have a good week. Take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. Goes it.
All right.
Closing.
Can you hear me, guys? All right. Excellent. First, hi after a long time. I just wanted to share my perspective from in regard to the nation state. I would agree with Toby and Bradley. Toby is gonna get, like he said, is gonna get worse before it gets better. That's how it looks like. In regard to the weaponizing of the nation state, it is a double-edged sword, meaning being in a nation with the traditions, it is a beautiful thing, but then when they weaponize it against your neighbors or this propaganda to make nations fight, usually, it is bad. Now, who is doing this? Who is controlling? Who's pulling the strings? So I would point finger to the Disclosure Project. You should look it up on YouTube. Dr. Stephen Greer. He's calling it the illegal world government. They're 300, 400 years technology ahead of us. They have flying saucers, anti-gravity, scalar waves. They can shoot down aliens, saucers. We don't stand a chance against them. And they tell the United States president, don't touch this, or you go end up like JFK. Anti-gravity has been conquered in 1952, just so you know. Also, zero-point energy, so we don't need oil anymore. Just so you know, it exists. The patent office hides patents, Tesla patents. Tesla car doesn't have a battery, it just has an antenna on it. So it's been hidden. 100 years of patents has been hidden. They have them. We don't have them. We still use technology from 1930s, 40s, tanks, rocket engines, and stuff like that. So go to the Disclosure Project, Stephen Greer, and look it up. All I'm saying is supported by evidence and testimonies in the Congress and everything you need is over there. I think they're staging these wars just as a next step for the big thing, and the next big thing will be a stage alien invasion, which will build something like the COVID. But this, it cannot end here. It will not end here. This conflict between Russia and in the West, it has to end. And after that, I believe it's gonna become the next big thing. And yeah, this is my perspective, what I have gathered from the knowledge base on Google. So all the best. Good luck, guys. I hope we survive. Thank you for the opportunity to share my my controversy, if it's considered a controversy. Good luck, Shadowy. Summary looking.
Okay. So at the end, I just want to thank Wyatt for all this channel on the YouTube things, because it's a very good thing that we have this platform to chat between us and to share our point of view, even the strongest one, like our friend just before. And once again, please subscribe and like. So see you later.
Thank you, Shadow V. Yeah, I just realized Shadow V shaved and cut his hair. It's so very, very weird. I'm so not used to it. Yeah, I get Gabriel have jammed. So anyway, it's my turn to do closing. So thank you guys for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 85, where it's funny but no laughing matter. So thank you guys. I totally forgot about the Bolivia thing. It's like it's such a dampener to the point where I totally forgot about it. And also it's a very good open mic. A lot of discussion. I think a lot of it might seem like a black hole topic, thing. They're talking about nationalism and whatnot. But I think it's okay because we don't talk it like all the time. Like, yeah, so it's nice to talk about all these things once in a while. So last week's open mic I wanted to clip. I forgot to clip. Not forgot. I actually no time to clip. Because I was trying things and I was trying to keep up with whatever. So whatever it is, I'll try my best. It is hard to handle everything. On a one-man show, but it's okay. I'll try. So of course, do share, spread the words of the open mic. It's like religion. We have like do evangelism. Dear sir, dear gentleman, dear lady. Do you like to hear the good word of the DPA Open Mic? It's a nice place where we discuss things that most normal human beings don't talk about. You gain the next level and become divine. So go and brainwash them. Tell them to join here and watch. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do for those that really want to keep up with whether the open mic is happening or not. The best place is follow the DPA Telegram as well as join the DPA forum. In the DPA forum, there's a lot of channels, a lot of rooms within the forum. Both are on Telegram. So there's one of the room is called Commander's Office. So basically it's my office. That's the place that you can talk directly with me. Easiest place to reach me. So that's the only channel I will always check. The rest of the channel I will probably not check, only check once in the blue moon. So but that's a good way to find me. And usually if there's any issues with DPA Open Mic scheduling, or I have a feeling that I may have to delay to Sunday, I will notify in the office usually. So that's the best place to keep up. And I should promote about the Telegram more because YouTube don't necessarily promote the videos all the time. So follow the Telegram channel is the best. So otherwise, what else? I think nothing much. So I already, while everyone was talking, I was doing the Ukraine war mapping. So I'm probably going to do the SIPREP in a while. So I also, around 1-2 hours ago, posted a delayed telecast of the SIPREP, which, somehow very few people is watching on the DPA war channel. I think I got clashed with some other, I think, military summary or whip union, they posted. And I'm not sure why it didn't go far. Maybe it's my title not clickbaitish enough. So just get used with clickbaits. If I use some clickbaitish title because people are just anyway, whatever it is. Thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. I'm gonna drop the outro and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, share the line. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered. table, the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, first, yet alive in the arena of thoughts we find. A world where every voice is signed, debating the future, unconfined. So let us gather from far and near to share, to challenge, to hear. In this global forum we steer towards a future we all revere. From